friends, welcome back to our channel. So from today's session I'm going to discuss about the two concepts, that is HTML and JavaScript. So in today's session let us have a look on introduction to the HTML. That means why this HTML and where this HTML is required. So what's the importance and all these things. So in nowadays our daily life is related to the websites, right? So if you want to eat a tasty food in the home, first thing we will do is we will search in a Google. So we will find a number of web pages, and among them we will see the procedure to do the recipe. And if you want to purchase a product, again we will go to the shopping websites. So everything is related to websites. Even though if you want to watch a movie, again we will use a website to book the tickets. So in order to create these websites, the basic need or the basic requirement is HTML. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So here I have mentioned it as a language. Don't think it as a programming language, right? It's a markup language. So this is used to create web pages, right? Definitely after this session, after this course, this HTML and JavaScripting, I promise that you can create a simple website on your own, right? So this is for creating a web page. Then where we will use this hypertext markup languages, and this is used to create user interfaces. User interface means if you open a website, so we can see the color, background, the text font, the text size, the paragraphs, the alignments, and everything. Simply we can say it as a look and feel. Look and feel, the first impression, right? So that can be achieved by using hypertext markup language, right? That we call it as a user interface. Next, so what is the requirement for this? So what is the software we need to implement this HTML? So there is no explicit software required to implement this HTML. We need, so these are the requirements. See, requirements to implement this HTML. The first one is editor. It's a text editor. So we can use a notepad also, right? We can use a notepad because it is a text editor. Any text editor we can use to create HTML web page. Second, web browser. I think all of you are familiar with this web browser. Internet Explorer, Google Chrome, Netscape Navigator, Mozilla Firefox, Opera. So all these are the web browsers available. So we can use any one of the web browser. So the requirements to implement this HTML or creating these web pages is only the editor and the web browser. So editor is used to write the HTML tags, and web browser is used to implement the HTML code. Next, process to execute. First one, we have to write the code in text editor. Write HTML code in text editor of your choice, anything. Second, save the file with extension .html or .htm. So if you save the particular file using .html or .htm, that implies that is a web page. That's not a file, it's a web page. Third one, open the file in web browser. Simple thing, only three steps in order to implement any HTML web page. So first we have to write the HTML code in text editor. Second, we have to save the file with the extension .html or .htm. Right? So for every file there will be an extension. So whatever the file we are saving in the computer, it will be having one extension. So for the C programming files, the extension is .c. For Python programming files, the extension is .py. The document files, the extension is .doc. Text files, the extension is .txt. Multimedia files, that means songs, the extension may be .mp3 or .mp4. And the video files, the extension will be .mp4 or .vob. So like that, every file in our system will be having an extension. So by seeing that extension, we can know that what type of data is available in that particular file. Similarly here, if any file is having the extension .html or .html, that implies is a web page. So it will be opened in web browser. So first of all, we have to install this web browser, right? So I think in every system you can find this web browser, either Internet Explorer or the Google Chrome, anything, any web browser, right? So this is the process. And these are the requirements, and this is the applications where we will use this hypertext markup language. Now, what will be there in this HTML? So in this HTML, the code is written as HTML elements, right? So HTML elements, we call them as HTML tags. So by using these tags, we will write the code, right? So a tag is represented in between the less than symbol and the greater than symbol. This is very important. So every HTML tag is represented in between less than symbol and the greater than symbol. These two delimiters. And every tag will be having start tag, end tag. Start tag is represented as less than, greater than. End tag is represented as less than, backslash, greater than. Right? See, I will write here tag name, backslash, tag name. So every text, any text will be implemented by using these tags in our HTML. Right? So the main tag for every document in our web page is HTML. So we can start by using HTML tag and we can end by using /HTML. So this is the starting tag, this is the end tag. So the text will be implemented by using these HTML tags. Basic tags. So as we said in the previous session, every tag will be having the start tag and end tag, right? So start tag and end tag. So here also our basic tags includes the start tag and end tag. So first, the very first thing is how to write a comment in HTML. Writing the comment. So we know in C language, whatever the text written in between these symbols will be considered as a comment. So the compiler doesn't execute the content in between these two symbols. Similarly, here also there is a comment tag, right? So where the browser will not execute that particular statement. So in this comment, in this HTML, the comment is represented as exclamatory mark, hyphen, hyphen, write the comment, hyphen, hyphen, and close the tag. Right? So this is the comment, this is the structure to write the comment in HTML. So whatever the comment we are going to write, we should return in between these two symbols. So less than, exclamatory mark, hyphens, write the comment, and hyphens, close the tag. That means greater than symbol. Right. Next, let us see the basic tags. The very first thing is every HTML page will start with the HTML tag. The first one is HTML tag. So the starting tag is HTML, the end tag is /HTML, right? So this is the start tag, this is the end tag. So every web page will be starting with HTML tag. So whatever the content we are going to write, that must be in between these two. See. So with the help of text editor, we will write the tags. So HTML, write down the content. After writing the content, close the HTML tag. So whatever the text we are going to write, that must be written in between these two tags. Right? Next. The second one. Head tag. Here we can write HEAD, the starting tag, the ending tag, /HEAD. And we will write the scripting. The client side scripting, both the client side scripting and the server side scripting. Everything will be written in between this head tag, right? So what is the use of scripting? This can be done for dynamic web pages, to create dynamic web pages. So time to time the data will be changed, right? So dynamic web pages. So we will see elaborately about these dynamic web pages and the static web pages in the next sessions, right? So just note down that head, what is the purpose of head? In between this head tag, we will write the scripting. So scripting means client server. So both, there are two types of scriptings, client side scripting and server side scripting. So both the scriptings will be written in between the head tag. So the main purpose of writing the scripting is to create the dynamic web pages. Right. Next, title tag. For this title, and the tag is /title. Right? So where we use this title tag? So this title tag is also a sub tag of head. That must be, this title tag should be written in between the head. So this must be written in head tag. Right. So what is the purpose of writing this title? So whatever the content we are writing in between this title, that will be printed as a title. That will be displayed as a title. See, let it be. So if you open the web browser, so we can see this one, right? So web browser. So whatever the text we are writing here, that will be treated as a title. So here the title is this one. This is called the title bar. Title bar. So whatever the content we are writing here, that will be printed here. So if you write hello, that will be printed in this place, hello. If you write here welcome, here the welcome will be displayed in the title bar. So this is the web browser. Opening the when you open this web browser, in the title bar, the title will be placed. And this title should be written in between the head tag. Next. Body tag. See, body tag is the actual content to be displayed. That means whatever the text we are writing in between this body tag, that will be displayed on the web browser. See. So we know that. So if it is a web browser, so this is the title bar and this is the body. So whatever the text we are writing in between this body, that will be displayed in this portion, right? So all these three tags should be written in between the HTML tag, because this implies the document contains the HTML, right? So these are the four basic tags we are supposed to write in every web page creation, right? So first of all, HTML tag, head, title and the body. See. Let us see an example. So take one text editor. So take the text editor and write on the code, source code. So I am writing the source code HTML. In the HTML, I am writing head. In that head, I am writing title, welcome to HTML. I am closing the title, right? Starting tag and end tag. I am closing the head. Now I am starting the body. Hello friends. Welcome. Close the body and close the HTML. So this is a simple example, right? So this is a simple example, the first program, right? So HTML, in between the HTML we are writing everything. So in between the head we are writing the title. So in between the body we are writing the text to be displayed on the web browser, web page. See what is the output of this one? Let us see here. Let it be, this is a web page. So here we are writing the title, welcome to HTML, that will be displayed here. Welcome to HTML, right? Next, here we are writing this in the body, so it will be displayed here. Hello friends, welcome. This will be displayed here. So hope you understood this one, right? So these are the basic tags to be remembered while writing the web page. So in the head we will write the scripting, and scripting is used to create the dynamic web pages. So let us stop here. So in the next session we will see some more tags to be written in between this body, right? So hope you understood this session. So in this session, let us learn a few formatting tags. So first of all, let us know about this formatting. So what is meant by formatting? So we know the text, a normal text, we call this as font. So different styles applied on this font or different tags applied on this font, we call it as a formatting tags. So that means whatever the tags in this session we are seeing, those tags will be applied on text. Applied on text. So the first one is headings. So in our HTML there are predefined 6 headings. So according to the size wise, so those tags are from H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So this one is a large, this one is a small. So it is in a descending order, and the tags are H1 / H1. So as we know, as we have seen in the previous session, this is the starting tag and this is the ending tag. So whatever the tag we are writing in between the less than and greater than symbol, that is a starting tag, and in between the less than / tag and greater than, it is a closing tag. So in the closing tag we have to use this backslash, right? So H1 to H6 tags are from H1 to H6, large to small. So just I will write down all the tags and then we will see the implementation. That means we will apply and we will create the web pages, and then we will see the importance of all these tags. So second one, font. Font means font tag. There is a font tag. This implies, this is having 3 attributes, the major attributes. So attributes shows the additional features, right? It gives the additional information. Additional information. So for the font tag, there are 3 additional informations. First one is face. Face means style, font style. Size, so we can mention the size apart from these 6. Color of that particular font. So whatever the color we need, that should be written in font attribute. So now question is, where to write all these attributes? So in the starting tag we have to include all these attributes. That means open font face is equal to double quotes times New Roman. So this is a style, comma, space, size is equal to some 20, space, double quotes, color is equal to red. Right? Now write so I have written this text, I am here, I am closing the font tag. Right? So whatever the information we are writing in between this font tag, so that particular text will be having the Times New Roman style, the size of the text will be 20 and the color of the text will be red, as we have mentioned here. So attributes for every tag should be written in the starting tag itself. So every tag will be having their own attributes, so attributes should be written in the starting tag. Right? So these are the three attributes, the major attributes, right? So there are different attributes. The major attributes for the font is font face means style, size and color. Here the color is indicated in three colors: red, green, blue. So red is from 00 to FF. Here also 00 to FF, hexadecimal format. So color is indicated in hexadecimal format. So in order to use a color, we can write the hexadecimal red value, green value, blue value. So 00, 00, 00. As it is a hexadecimal, we have to include hash symbol. So this implies the color is white, because all are zeros, that's nothing but a white. So if it is, color is equal to hash FF, FF, FF. So red is FF, blue is FF, green is FF. So this indicates black color. So the combination of all these three colors, red, green, blue, will give the different colors, different shades. Right? So instead of writing red, here we can mention this as FF 0000. Right? Because all the remaining are zeros, only red is FF. So it will give red color. So instead of writing the name, we can write the hexadecimal format for the colors. So these are the major attributes in font. Now let us see the third one. So we will see the implementation of these tags later. Now just I will explain you each and every tag, the formatting tags. So headings we have seen, and then font we have seen. Now bold. So in our Word there is a bold option, right? So the text will be in a dark color, right? So this is whatever the text written in between these two, starting tag and ending tag, all the text will be in a bold. Italic, I/I. Here also whatever the text we have written in between these two, starting tag and ending tag, all will be tilted in some slant position. Underline. So whatever the text we have written in between these two, that text will be having underline. Quotation, Q. In order to include the quotations. Whatever the text in between this Q, that will be having the quotations. See, example, Q, hi, Q. So this will result hi, U, hi, U. This will return underline. I, U, sorry, slash I, this will give some slanting position. Bold, high, bold, it will give see. Next, break row, that is BR. So here it doesn't require any tag. If you write this BR, the text will be, I mean the next whatever the text we are writing followed by BR will be displayed in the next line. That means new line characters, simply like our new line character in C language. See, hi, BR, welcome. This implies hi, welcome. So BR means break row. That means whatever the text we are writing followed by this BR tag, that will be displayed in the next line. Strike, and ending tag is strike. So whatever the text we are writing in between these two strike tags, that will be strike off. See, strike high, so like this. So whatever the text we are writing in between the strike, that will be strike off. Strong. So here the strong is almost equal to the bold, right? Strong. Here also we have to write the starting and ending tags. The text will be in dark, strong characters. Small. So this small tag, whatever the text we are writing in between these small tags, that will be the font size will be less when compared to the remaining font size. Right? See, I will show you an example. So it will be also having the starting tag and ending tag. See, hi, small, welcome, small. See, hi, small, welcome, small. So we have written welcome in between the small tag. Now the output will be hi, welcome. So the normal font size is this one, and whatever the text we are writing in between the small tag will be reduced, right? So bold, italic, underline, quotation, break row, strike, strong, small. Next, hope you understood all these tags, formatting tags. delete. So delete tag is also similar to our strike tag. del. So whatever the text we are writing in between this one, del, that will be in a striking. Hello, that will be striking. Delete. Next, abbreviation. So whatever the text we are writing here, we will write in a short form, and whenever the mouse pointer moves to that particular text, the tooltip will be displayed with a complete description. See. ABR and /ABBR. So here we are having one attribute, that is title. So whatever the information we have to display on the tooltip, that will be written in under this title. See. ABBR title is equal to water H2O ABBR /ABBR abbreviation. So on the screen we can find only H2O. Whenever the pointer points to H2O, then a small tooltip will be displayed here, displaying water. So it is called a tooltip. Okay. So I will show you in the screen. Right? So this is a one attribute. Next. Data bidirectional override. Data bidirectional override. That means displaying the data from left to right or right to left. DBO. So it is also having one attribute, that is DIR. So DIR specifies whether the information or the data should be presented from the left to right or right to left. That means a mirrored image. See. So as I said that all the attributes should be written in the starting tag itself. DIR is equal to LTR high /DBO. This implies LTR. So this is having two values, LTR, RTL. LTR means left to right. So the text will be displayed from left to right. That's a normal reading. So the output for this one is HI. Here RTL means right to left. The text will be displayed from right to left. So if you write here DBO, DIR is equal to RTL HI, close the DBO. So the output of this one is HI. So the text will be displayed from the right to left. This will be the output. Hope you understood. So this is the DIR is one of the attribute for DBO tag. So DIR will be having two values, LTR and RTL, right to left and left to right. Hope you understood this one. Delete abbreviation and DBO, data bidirectional override. Next, two more tags are there. Let us see that, and then we will move on to the implementation. Subscript. So we know that what is the meaning of subscript. So if you want to write a formula as H2O, so here 2 is a subscript, right? So in order to represent the text in this format, we have to write the 2 in between subtag. So this should be written as H subtag 2 slash sub O. So this gives an output H subscript 2 O normal. That's the importance of subscript. Next, superscript. Superscript x square. So here 2 must be written above the x. For this we have to use SUP. SUP. So this must be written as x SUP 2 slash SUP. So this will give x square. That's the superscript, right? So hope you understood all these tags, simple tags. So these tags are applied on font. So that's why we call these tags as formatting tags, right? Hope you understood this one. So now let us see the implementation on the computer. Now let us see the implementation part of all these formatting tags. So in order to implement this HTML, so we required some text editor as well as a web browser. So here we are having the web browsers Google Chrome or Internet Explorer, and open the notepad, write down so HTML tags. So the code which we are writing must be in between the HTML tag. So start tag and end tag. And next, in the HTML tag we are writing header. In the header, title, formatting tags. So close the title, close the head, and whatever we are writing, that must be in body tag. Right. So first we have seen the font, the headings, right? So here whatever the text we are writing, that will be displayed on the screen. See, I will write one text. Welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. So I am saving this file. Formatting .html. So we have to save the file using .html or .htm. So I have saved it. Now let us open in the browser. See, we can see this formatting.html. If you open this formatting.html, you can observe the text which we have written, that is for welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. It will be displayed on the screen. And here in the title we have written formatting tags. See, in the title bar we can see this formatting tags text. See here in the title we are seeing formatting tags. Here the text which we are writing in the body tag. Now let us see one by one. First one we have seen the headings. The headings are predefined tags. There are 6 headings from H1 to H6. So let us apply each and by everything. H1. So for every tag we have to open and we have to close. That means every tag should have start tag and end tag. Let us change this one, H2, heading 1, heading 2. So there are 6 predefined heading tags. So in a descending order. So we will see the difference. So what is H1, what is H2, what is H3, H4, H5 and H6. Right. The same text we are applying different heading tags. So from H1 to H6. So save this file and let us refresh this one so that we can see the difference. So as I said that starting from the highest one, it will be in a decreasing order. So H1 will be having the highest size and gradually decreases till H6. Right. So you can observe this one. So this is the first line is having the highest font, gradually decreased. So that is the importance of heading tag. Now let us remove all these things and we will see the font tag. So font means we have seen the major 3 attributes which gives the additional information. So here I am giving the starting tag and ending tag for font. Now 3 attributes. One is face, font face is equal to sometimes New Roman space size is equal to some 20, color is equal to blue, right? So the same, all these information will be applied for the text which we are writing in between this starting and ending tag of font. So here just we are writing the only one line, that is welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. So that particular text will be having a style of Times New Roman and a size of 20 and a color of blue. See, let us apply, let us refresh. So you can see this, the text is blue, the size is 20 and the style is Times New Roman. And if you write any other information, see, I am writing this an educational YouTube channel for self-learning outside the font tag. So whatever the attributes we are writing in the font, that will not be applied for this text. Right? Welcome to Sundeep Saradhi is in a blue color and an educational YouTube channel for self-learning is in a normal font. Right? The font size here we have mentioned as 20 and here it's by default it will be some 12 or 10. Hope you understood this font. So like this, for every tag there will be an attributes. So attributes gives some additional information. So here actually the color is in hexadecimal. We need not mention the name. We can give the hexadecimal format F00. That means red, blue, green, red. Red is the value for red will be from 00 to FF. The value of blue is from 00 to FF and the green is from 00 to FF. So we have to mention the combination of red, green and blue. So first one is red. So we are giving here FF, that means red, and all the remaining is 00. So the red color has been. Let us take one more thing. Let us change the middle one. See, green. So because the red tag is 0 and the blue tag is 0, only the green tag is FF. Now 00 and finally FF. Now it will be blue color because only the blue will be in FF. So we can give a combination of all these. We will get a different colors. So the 1 and 2 will be for red, 3 and 4 will be for green, 5 and 6 will be blue. We will get some other color, right? So this is the font tag. Now what about the bold? Bold. See, if you apply this bold here, so whatever the text we are writing in between the bold tag, that will be in dark color, right? See, welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. In the absence of this bold, you can see the strongness of this text. Welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. So whenever you have written this bold, automatically the text will be strong. Next, italic. I will apply the italic for this text. I, and here I will mention I. See, the text will be in italic format. An educational YouTube channel for self-learning is in italic one. Now I will apply the underline for only the Sundeep Saradhi. Underline tag U. So whatever the text we are writing in between this U will be getting underlined. Right? Just in the text welcome to Sundeep Saradhi, we are just applying the underline tag for only Sundeep Saradhi. So here Sundeep Saradhi is getting underlined. Next, quotations. Let us apply the quotations Q, and here also we are applying Q. So now the quotations will be there. Hope you understood this one. Quotations. For quotations we have to apply Q. Next, BR tag. BR tag means break row. So here we are writing welcome to Sundeep Saradhi in one line and an educational YouTube channel for self-learning in another line. So even though while displaying we are getting everything in a single line. So if you want to break this line, we have to apply the BR tag. So I am writing here BR. That means welcome to Sundeep Saradhi, BR, an educational YouTube channel for self-learning. So there will be one break. So you can observe an educational YouTube channel for self-learning is given in second line, displayed in second line because we are applying BR tag, break row. So let us apply the font here, H4. Right. Let us apply H1. H1. Right? An educational YouTube channel for self-learning. Next, strike. Strike. Let us see the strike. Strike. Strike the text. So I am writing one more text, that is strike. So you can observe. So again, if we are not applying the BR tag, so it will be continued at the end of the previous line. That is an educational YouTube channel for self-learning, and the continuation strike the text. Now I will write the BR tag so that the text will be displayed in the next line. So if you observe here, the strike the text, a horizontal line has been displayed on the text. That means a strike. Next, a strong. Let us apply here strong. Just it is like our bold tag. Strong. Right? Somewhat bold will be applied here. Next, small. If I want to resize this one, we can write here small. So there will be some deviation from the previous text. See, I am applying small tag for YouTube channel. So the YouTube channel will be, the size of YouTube channel will be very less when compared to the remaining text. Hope you understood this one. Right? Here only applying for the YouTube channel. So let us, if I want to apply the font here, see, font color is equal to some maroon. So we can apply font anywhere. So see, right? An educational YouTube channel for self-learning. So here a YouTube channel is of small text and a maroon color. Hope you understood this one. Next, superscript and subscript. So if you want to display H2O, see H2, again I will give BR tag so that in the next line it will be displayed. H2O. See, if you observe here, H2O will be displayed here itself. Font size is equal to, or we can apply H1. At H2O. But here I want 2 as a subscript. Now I have to apply the subscript for 2, SUB. So whatever the text displayed in between the sub will be subscripted. Let's see, H2O, subscript, right? Next, let us see the superscript. So if I want to display the x square, so if I want to display the x square, the 2 must be superscript, SUP. So I have to apply superscript for this 2, x square, H2O x square. That's the example for subscript and superscript. Hope you understood this one. And if you want to give an abbreviation, ABBR, title is equal to self-learning here we can write SL / ABBR. So we will get only SL. So just apply the H1 so that the text font will be large, so that it will be easy for you. SL. So whenever the pointer points here, there will be a tooltip giving self-learning. So here you can observe self-learning. So whenever the pointer moves to this SL, the tooltip will be appeared. Right? Hope you understood this formatting tags which we have seen in the session. So basically this list consists of 2 tags. One is unordered list and ordered list. So what is the difference between this unordered list and ordered list? So coming to this unordered list, the data will be like this. That means, so the symbols, instead of using the numbers, we will use the symbols. So for example, star CSC, let us display the branches. Okay, star ECE, star EEE. So we are listing the data by using some symbols. So here we use symbols. So in our HTML, what are the symbols? So we can have a circle, a disc, or a square, or a none. None means nothing will be displayed. Circle will be a round circle will be displayed. Disc means round, solid round, and a square will be solid square. Right? So these are the symbols we use in order to implement this unordered list. Coming to this ordered list, the numbering will be given. So we use numbers, alphabets, etc. Numbers, alphabets, etc. So that means here we use either 1 or capital a small a, Roman character, Roman number, and a small I. So let it be 1, 2, 3, etc. Capital A, capital B, capital C, etc. A, B, C, etc. Roman numbers 1, 2, 3, etc. Small I. So in this way also we can represent the data. So if we represent the data by using these types, that we call it as an ordered list. That means we are giving either numbering or alphabets. So if we are implementing the data, or we are implementing the data by using these kind of symbols, then we call it as an unordered list. Now, what are the syntax for creating this unordered list and ordered list? So we will have a tag called UL. UL stands for unordered list, and here we have to implement an attribute called style is equal to list hyphen style hyphen type colon, and you can write either circle, disc, square, or none. If you write a circle, then all the content will be displayed by using circle. So this is the tag, and to write this content we call it as li tag. We will use li tag. Li tag is for list item. So whatever the data we are writing, that should be written in between this li tag. So how many lines we have to print in this unordered list, that many li's should be written. So li CSC, close the li tag. If you want to include one more line or one more data, one more list, li. So here I am writing 3 branches, and after writing the list items, close the unordered list. So /ul. So this is a small syntax for creating unordered list. So here this circle can be disc, square, or none, anything. Right? So coming to this ordered list, same, the syntax is same, but here we will use ordered list syntax, that is OL. OL stands for ordered list. Ordered list followed by attribute type is equal to capital A. You have to enclose in quotations. Again the same thing, list item. In order to list the item, you have to write li tag. So list all these branches in between the li tag. Li triple E, and close the ordered list /OL. So this is a small code for creating the ordered list. So it's very simple. For unordered list, the tag is UL, and for ordered list, the tag will be OL. And here, the common thing in both this ordered and unordered list is the list item. So whatever the data we are representing in form of list, we have to write in li tag, in between the li tag, list item. So UL stands for unordered list. OL stands for ordered list. LI stands for list item. Right? So again, we can use the formatting tags in between this LI. So you can use the font tag, bold, italic, underline, strike, strong, superscript, subscript. So whatever the tags we have seen in the previous session, those tags can be applied on this font. That means in between this LI tag. Right? So hope you understood this simple concept, and now we will see the implementation on computer. Hello friends, we have seen the ordered list and inordered list just now. So we will see the implementation part of ordered list and inordered list. So in order to implement these HTML tags, we required one web browser and the text editor. So here I am using the notepad as a text editor to write the HTML tags. Now let us implement this ordered and unordered list. So all the HTML tags should be written in between this HTML starting tag and ending tag. So in the heading, let us write the title lists, and close the head. Now open the body, and in between the body tags we have to write the ordered list and unordered list. So let us write the font H1. First let us implement unordered list. Unordered list H1. So for this we have seen the tag for unordered list is UL. Next we have to use a style attribute, style list hyphen style hyphen type colon. Here we can give circle or disk or square or none. So we will see one by one, and all the items should be written in between the li tag. So let us take the branches li, write the next one li means list item, and after writing these branches close the unordered list. So save the file ulist.html, or we can write a list.html. Now open the list.html. So here we can see the list in unordered, that means without any numbering. So here we have given the style type as a circle, so circle, so CSC, circle, CSC, circle, ECE, circle, triple E. See. Now let us implement the font tag. Font size is equal to some 15, and let us close here the font, refresh. CSC, ECE and triple E. Now let us change this circle as square. If you refresh, the numbering, the bullets are squares. Next, if you write here disk, so we will get a disk, so that means a solid circle. And if you write none, nothing will be displayed, only the text will be displayed here, CSC, EC and triple E. So this is called an unordered list. So hope you understood this one. Next we will go with ordered list. So just I will copy everything. So So let us write an ordered list here. Address 15. So for ordered list, it is OL, and the attribute is not a style, it will be type. Type is equal to, in the quotations we can write a capital A. Ordered list, close the ordered list. So save this one. Right. See, ordered list A, B, C. So let us decrease the font so that see, A CSC, B ECE, C triple E. Right. So if you replace A with 1, we will get 1, 2, 3. If you replace here with a small a, we will get small a, small b, small c. And if you replace with a Roman I, the Roman numbers will be there 1, 2, 3. And if you replace with small I, the numbering will be like this 1, 2, 3. Right. So here, in order to print the unordered list, the tag is UL. So whatever the items we are writing, that must be written in between the LI tag, list item tag. And for implementing the ordered list, the tag is OL, and the same should be followed. That means we have to write all the list items in between LI tag. And there in the unordered list, the attribute is style, and there we can write none, square, disk, or circle. In ordered list, we can write the type as small a, capital A, numerical, and everything. Roman numbers and a small I, like this. We can write different types of ordered list. So hope you understood this ordered list and unordered list. That means tags which are used to insert a table, right? So we know that a table consists of the number of rows and number of columns. So this we call as rows, and this we call as columns, right? So for each and every row and column we have to use a data. Okay, so this is one data, this is another data, this is one more data, and like this all these are the data. So for this we are having a table tag. So we know that in HTML a tag means the text which is enclosed in between the less than and greater than symbol, that we call it as a tag. So here we will use a table tag, starting tag and the ending tag. So tag ends with a backslash, right? In between this table tag we have to insert the data. So in order to represent this data, we have to write the row and corresponding column. So for the row, there is a tag called TR. TR means table row. TR means table row. Right? Inside the row, we have to write the columns. Right? So inside this row, there is a column in which we are inserting the data. So the column must be inserted by using TD tag. TD, that means a table data. Table data. So inside that row, again use the TD, some data, close the TD. That means the first column. So this represents the first column. And if you want to insert the second column, again use the second column in the same TR tag. So unless you write the backslash TR, this row will not be exited, right? So here data 2. So this is data 1, data 2 backslash TD. This is the second column. Coming to this, again, if you write the TD, there will be a third column, data 3/TD. And now close the TR. This implies this row consists of 3 columns. Row consists of 3 columns. And if you write the same thing, if you want to insert the data in the next row, again repeat the same process. TR, TD, data 4, similarly data 5, similarly data 6, and close the TR. So this code represents 2 rows with 3 columns in each. And close the table tag. So this implies, so the output for this one is data 1, data 2, data 3, data 4, data 5, data 6. So the output of this code will be this one. Right? Now, initially there will be no border for this table. We will get a just without any border, the data will be displayed here. So no border will be inserted, right? See, no border. Only the data will be represented in this format. So if you want to insert the border, if you want to get the border, we have to write the border attribute in the table. As we know that attribute means it gives some special additional information for the existing tag. So here table is a tag to insert the table, and in order to get the border we have to add the attribute border, and we have to mention the size of the border which we want to display. So here, so attribute, in this tag attribute we are writing the attribute. So table space border is equal to 2, the size is 2. So then we will get the border with the size 2. This one will be appeared. This is about the table. And then if you want to get the caption for this table, for every table there will be a caption. So if you want to get the caption, there is another tag to add the caption, that is caption. So this tag should be included inside the table. Just above the TR we have to insert this caption. Caption sample table, close the caption, and now open the TR tag. So if you write this caption inside the table, this caption will be displayed at the center of the table. Above the table, center alignment, it will display here. Sample table. Right? So it will display in this way. And if you want to merge 2 columns, so if you want to merge these 2 columns, right? These 2 columns, that means just you want to merge these 2 columns, and just we want to write data 4 and here data 5. So in this way, that means we are merging 2 columns each other. So that we call it as a span, COLSPAN. COLSPAN is equal to number of columns which we want to merge. So here we are merging 2 columns. So COLSPAN is equal to 2. We have to write a COLSPAN is equal to 2. So first row, data 1, data 2, data 3. So there is no change. Coming to the next one, TR, data, we had 4, and here also in the second row also it must be merged. So we can erase the third one, and here inside the first two write an attribute COLSPAN is equal to data 4 data. So obviously two cells will be merged, two columns will be merged, and the next one will be displayed on the third column. Hope you understood this one. Right? So here the first row, first column, second column, third column. So the data is written like this. Coming to the second row, we want to merge first two columns. So first two table data will be merged. That means that those two cells should be merged by using the attribute COLSPAN. So data 5 is displayed on the third one. Okay, so this one gives the output of this one. Now if you want to merge these two columns, so here data 4, here data 5. So first row is as usual. Coming to the second row, the first column is as usual. So remove the table span here, column span, data 4. Coming to the second and third columns, spanning should be done. That means merging. TD COLSPAN is equal to 2 data 5, close the TD. This gives automatically the second and third columns will be merged. Hope you understood this one. Similarly, if you want to merge two rows, we have to use a ROWSPAN. So ROWSPAN attributes also will match the number of rows. So if you give here 2, the 2 rows will be merged. If you give here 3 rows will be merged. See, let us see that one. So we will have the same data 5, data 6. So similarly here also we can write the code, so should not disturb that one. Data 6. See, if you want to merge two rows, so that means these two columns. These two columns and insert data 1. Then see, first row, in the first row, two columns, two rows have been merged, right? Two rows have been merged. So here write TD ROWSPAN is equal to 2 data 1, close the TD tag, right? So the row has been spanned. Now remove the first one, because in the second row also the first data has been merged. So remove the first one so that we will get the same. This is the output. So ROWSPAN 2, that means the first row, the first column of the first row and the second column of the first row will be merged, right? So for that we are writing ROWSPAN. So ROWSPAN will merge rows, column span will merge columns, right? So if our table requires 6 rows, we have to write this code 6 times. And if you want to, if our table consists of 6 columns, this TD must be, in between this TR tag we have to write 6 table data. And first row, in the table first row, let it be, it's a header, right? We can replace this first row table data as TH. TH stands for table head. So that will be somewhat bold. The bold will be applied. So table head. TH is nothing but a table head. So this table head should be inserted in the first row itself, because the first row data will be the heading, and from the second row the actual data will be displayed. So first row the table data must be replaced with table head. So you can also write the table data, but if you write this table head, the first row data will be having bold character, right? So hope you understood this table tags. Now let us see this table tags on the system by implementing this table.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the table tag, so for creation of a table. Now let us see the implementation. So we know that all the tags should be enclosed in between the starting and ending HTML tag, and inside the HTML tag we have to write all the content inside the body tag, right? Now in order to insert the table, we are having the table tag, right? So now let us see which table we want to create. See, let us see, by using the row span, let us create this table, and by using the column span, let us create this table. Before that, let us see a few. So without any spanning, just we will see that. So first TR for insertion of a row, for insertion of a data, we have to use in TD. Enclose in between starting and ending tags. Again, TR. So close this TR. Again, just we can copy this one. So we will edit the data, section A, section B, sorry, section A. Let us take one more row. So here we can write a section B and a section B. So for all the branches we are writing section A and section B. Just to save that. I am saving with the table.html. So close the table tag, and we will see in the browser. So table.html. So if you open this table.html, we can observe, see, 3 columns and 3 rows. Here there is no border. So in order to apply the border, we have to use a attribute border inside the table tag. So border is equal to 2. It gives the border, see, right? So if you increase the table size, I mean border size, the border will be increased. If you put this 5, now let us see, just refresh this one. So the border will be 5, right? Here we have generated a table with 3 rows and 2 columns. So 3 tr tags, and inside the tr tag we are writing 2 table datas, right? See, now if you want to keep the caption just above the table, we can use the caption tag inside the table tag. So caption sample table, right? Save this and open the browser, refresh, so that you can get the caption over there. So the caption will always be center aligned to that particular table. So here we are not mentioning any alignments in the text, but if you use this caption tag, automatically the text whatever displayed inside the caption, that will be aligned in the center for the table, right? Next, now let us see an example for row span and column span. First, let us see for the row span. So in this row, how many rows are there without span? So 1, 2, 3, 4 rows are there. Among those 4 rows, first two rows are merged and the second 2 rows are merged. See, here let us take the first row. Inside the first row, inside the first TD, let us apply the row span is equal to how many rows? 2 rows. What is the thing? UG. So write the UG. Next, what is the second column? It's a BTEC. BTEC, right? So here we are having only two columns. This is one column, this is second column. Next, go to the second row. Go to the second row. Inside the second row is merged with the first row. So you need not write the first TD. So only the second TD, write that. And inside the second TD, write BTEC. Sorry. So BCom. Already BTEC has been written, BCom. Next, the third row. So here again the third and fourth are merged. So in the third row, just write the row span is equal to 2, and what is the data? PG. PG. So what is the next one? MTEC. What is the next data? That is MTEC. Next, after completion of this row, again the fourth row must be included, and inside the fourth row, the first column, the fourth row, we are merging 2 rows. So next one, MCOM. Right? This one. Now, let us apply the caption row span. So I have saved the data with the same file name. Now let us check here. So you can observe here UG, the first 2 columns have been merged, and first 2 rows has been merged, and the corresponding columns are having BTEC and BCom, and the third and fourth rows are being merged, and the corresponding columns are MTEC and MCOM. Right? Hope you understood this one. So row span, every row will be having data, right? So here 4 rows and 2 columns. So in the 4 rows, first 2 rows are merged. So I am writing in the first row itself row span, right? And in the next one, I am just writing the table data BTEC, and then the next row, second row, the first column is not there because it is merged, and the second one BCom. Right? Hope you understood this one. Next, let us see the column span. Let us see the column span. So we will create according this one. So here how many rows and how many columns? 2 rows and 4 columns. So 2 rows and 4 columns. So we have to write only 2 rows. Here we have to write only 2 rows. So we need not write all these things. Just we can. So this is one row and this is another row. So let us change the caption, column span, COLSPAN. So TD, in the first row, the first column is UG. So let us take column span is equal to 2 UG. So first 2 columns has been merged, and the next 2 rows, 2 columns, the third column and fourth column is also merged. So again write COLSPAN is equal to PG. Right? So hope you understood. 2 rows and 4 columns. Among that, in the first row itself, we are having only 2 columns. That means first and second columns are being merged. and the third and fourth columns has been merged. So I am writing column span 2 and a column span 2. In the second one, in the second row, we have to insert how many rows? I mean, how many columns? 4 columns. That means 4 TDs, right? So inside the first one, what is that? BTEC. Inside the second one, that means second column data, that is a BCom. And the third one, it is MTech related to the PG. And the fourth one, that is MCom. That is the fourth one. So let us save this one with the same file name and we will observe the change. See, we can observe that first 2 columns has been merged in the first row and the third and fourth columns of the first row has been merged. So here there is no alignment, so it is automatically by default it will be the left alignment. So if you specify here as a center, align is also one attribute. Align is equal to center. So apply the same for both, so you can see the change. So just I am applying the alignments. So if you observe here, the alignments will be done. So UG and PG has been moved to the center alignment. Similarly, caption goes to the column span. Right? It's a simple thing. So just remember the rows and columns. TR represents the row, TD represents the column. According to the requirement, we have to apply the row span or column span. Right. Hope you understood this is a table tags. So in the table tag, we have seen the border attribute, the caption tag, TR tag, TD tag, and inside the TD tag, we have seen the row spans, column spans, and the alignment attributes.
So image tag. So as the name itself indicates, so this tag is used to display the image on the browser. So for this tag is IMG. So this is the tag. So to display the image on the screen. So for this, we had a number of attributes. So as we said that attribute is some additional information, right? So now let us see the attributes of this image tag. So the attributes of image tag, first one is, in order to display the image on the screen, first we have to provide the location itself, right? So that means we have to use source. So this is the source where the image exists. From that source, the image will be displayed on the browser. Next, alternate. ALT, that means alternate. Alternate means if in any case or in any situation, if it is difficult to display the image on the browser, it will display this alternate text. So that means here we have to write the text. So if there is any problem to display the image on the screen, then this alternate text will be displayed in the place of image. So for that we have to use this alt, ALT, alternate text. Next, width. So this specifies, this specifies the width of the image to be displayed on the screen. So this must be in pixels. In pixels, right? Next, similarly height. Use it to set the size of the image we want to display on the screen. This is also in pixels. Next, align. Alignment, whether we want to align it on right side or left side. So left or right. And this will not work in HTML5. So this align tag, align attribute will not work in HTML5. Only in the HTML lower versions we can use this align tab. So whether we want to display the image on the left side or the right side. Now let us see an example. So image src is equal to, src is the source where the file exists, quotations, let it be d slash some hello.jpg, let it be hello.jpg is a file name. Next, alternate is equal to hello. Next, width is equal to 300. Similarly, height is equal to 300. Align is equal to right. Right. So this is an example, the code to write or to display the image on the screen. So source, this finds the image at the particular source, and alternate, so it will set the alternate name if it is difficult to display the image, and width and height, this specifies the width and height we want to display on the screen, and this align is nothing but an alignment of that particular image. So we will see all these things in the laptop, right? Next. So this is all about the image tag. Now let us move on to the next one more tag, that is anchor tag. Anchor tag. So the anchor tag is displayed by using a small a or a capital A, right? So it is for anchor tag. So this is used to set the hyperlinks for the existing text. So if we want to click one text and we want to redirect to the another web page, then we will use this anchor tag, right? Redirection from present web page to one more web page, another web page. So hyperlinks, right? So this is mainly used for hyperlinks. So what are the attributes for this anchor tag? Attributes, right? First one, H reference. H reference. H reference means hyperlink reference. That means the target web page to be displayed, right? So this is the hyperlink reference. Simply the target web page to be displayed, right? Next, title. So whatever the text we are writing on the title, that will be displayed on as a tooltip. Tooltip, right? So this is the starting tag and this is the ending tag for the hyperlink. So in between these two we have to write the text, and for the text the hyperlink will be set. So title, whenever the cursor moves on to this hyperlink, automatically a tooltip will be displayed. That will be this title. So for tooltip. So this we will see while executing this. Next, H reference, title, and finally targets. So where the target web page should be displayed. So don't get confused. H reference means which page should be displayed. Target means where to be displayed. That means in the same page or the new page. I mean in the same window or the new window, right? So target, by default it will be in the current window itself. So no new window will be opened. In the current window only we will get the targeted web page. And here if you use new, then it will be displayed in the new window. So whatever the web page linked to this attribute, I mean to link to the text, that targeted web page will be opened in the new window, or we can simply give the frame numbers. So this you will understand whenever I explain about this frames concept, right? We can give this frame number. So simply our window can be divided into different frames, right? Different frames. So if you provide a hyperlink here, and if you want to display whatever the information you want to display on the screen, that should be displayed in this frame, we have to give the target as this frame number. So each and everything will be having a frame number. So in this target, where the target page should be displayed, that must be given as a frame number. So whatever the frame number we are giving, the targeted web page will be displayed on the particular frame number. Right? New frame number or underscore present or parent. Underscore parent. Parent means in the same window itself it will be displayed. Right? So this is about the anchor tag. So see example, a h reference is equal to, we can write the web page name or URL. So here we have to use a URL, web page location or URL. youtube.com, close, YouTube. So this is a sample code to implement the hyperlink. So whenever you move this cursor here, the link will be appeared, and if you click this one, this YouTube page will be displayed. And if you mention here target is equal to new, automatically in the new window that YouTube will be displayed, opened, right? So we will see while implementing these tags in the system, right? Now let us move on to the third tag. It's also a simple thing. Third one, is a MARQUEE tag. So MARQUEE tag is used to display the text. I mean it is used to scroll the text from left to right or right to left, right, or top to bottom or bottom to top. So simply we can say it as an animated text, right, moving text. So we can, so the tag is simply MARQUEE, and if you use this MARQUEE, the text will be moved, moving text. This is for moving text. So what are the attributes here? What are the attributes here? The first one is behavior. So it can be scroll or it can be alternate, right? So as we know, if it is a window, scroll, if you use scroll, the text will be moved this side, right? And again it will start from here, it will start from here, it will start from here, right? So that is only unidirectional, right? So either it may be from left to right or right to left, but it is a unidirectional. So when we use this alternate, the text will be in bidirectional. So the text will be keep on moving until it reaches its boundary. Whenever it reaches its boundary, again it will start moving in the reverse side. Okay. So first it will move this side, afterwards this will move this way. So this is a unidirectional. This is this is a bidirectional. unidirectional. Unidirectional, that means a single side, it will move on the single side. Next, BG color. So BG color means, BG means background. So whatever the text we are displaying, that means we are moving, that will be in a background color. So it is a background color. Right? So in this color, the text will be moving either in this side or in this side. Right? Next, height. So what is the height we want to display for the movement of the text? Right? It will be in terms of either percentage or in a pixel. Generally it will be displayed on a pixels, in the form of pixels. Right? So here the width, I mean the height of the text to be moved from either right to left or left to right. Next, loop. Loop means how many times that should be displayed. I mean that should be moved. The moving text should be done. So number of times the text should be moved either from right to left or left to right. So that we will display in the loop. If you mention loop is equal to 2, only 2 times it will be moved. If it is a scroll, 2 times the scrolling will be done. And if it is an alternate, this one direction, this is another direction, 2. It will be closed, it will be stopped. The text will not move after this loop. Right? So this loop attribute shows how many times the moving text should be done. Right? So these are the few attributes for MARQUEE tag. The syntax for implementing this one is simply we can use MARQUEE close the MARQUEE. Right? So we have to write the text what we have to move, that should be written in between the starting and ending tag of MARQUEE. So if you write this MARQUEE, the Sundeep will be moving only in the unidirectional. By default it will be scrolling. So this is by default. So if you are not mentioning any behavior, then the text will be in unidirectional. That means it will be keep on scrolling. The loop will be infinity. Infinite by default. By default it is infinite. So it doesn't stop. It will be continuously moving from either it may be unidirectional or bidirectional. By default it will be infinite. If you mention specifically this loop, then it will follow the loop attribute. So otherwise it will be in infinity. Right? So hope you understood these 3 tags. That is image tag, and then anchor tag, hyperlinks, and then MARQUEE tag. Now let us see the implementation of all these 3 tags in the screen.
Hello friends, so let us see the 3 tags which we have discussed just now: image tag, anchor tag, and MARQUEE tag. So first let us see the image tag. So as we know, so everything we have to write in between the HTML tags. So inside the HTML we can write the header tag. So inside the header we can write the title, so which is displayed on the title bar. So HTML tags, so this will be displayed on the title bar. And let us close the header tag. Now we have to write everything which we have to display on the screen, that should be written inside the body tag. So for the image tag, img is the tag, and we have to write the source. src is equal to see here I am having logo.jpg file. So I am just linking to this logo.jpg, and we have seen this alternate, alt is equal to Sundeep Saradhi. So this will be displayed only when the image is not able to display on the screen, then only this text will be displayed. If the image is displayed, this text will be not displayed, right? Now let us fix the width is equal to 400 and height is equal to 400, that means 400 pixels, right? So let us save this one in the same position, in the same source, that means in the desktop HTML classes I am saving here image.html, save. So let us open this one. So you can observe here image.html. So if you open this image.html, the image will be displayed here, right? So this is the image logo. So let us see, I will show the logo image. See, this is the logo image, right? So this I am displaying on the web browser screen. If so, here both the HTML file and the image file both are in the same location, so I didn't mention any source, directly I have given the same name, right? So if it is in another location, let it be in D drive or E drive, we have to specify the complete location of this file, right? So E drive colon logo.jpg or in any other folder, that folder name should be displayed. That means complete location should be displayed here, right? Then alternate. So if there is any difficulty to display this image on the screen, this alternate will be displayed, right? So let it be just in a typing mistake. In order to type logo, I have just typed log.jpg. So where this file is not existed, right? So here in this location there is no file with a name log.jpg. So now the alternate, see, now the alternate name will be displayed, Sundeep Saradhi here, right? So instead of displaying the image, the alternate name will be displayed here, right? Width and height, see, if you are not mentioning the width and size, see, the original size will be displayed. So this is the original size of the logo.jpg. It's a very big size, right? So here I am restricting the size. Width is equal to some 500, height is equal to some 300. See, according to the width and height, that image will be displayed. Width and height, right? Hope you understood this one. And also alignment, right? That depends upon the HTML version. Align is equal to right. Let us see. See, the image is displayed on the right side. By default, it will be displayed on the left, and if you mention here right, the image will be displayed on the right side, right? Hope you understood this one. Right. Now let us move on to the next one, that is anchor tag. Anchor tag. So let us use this BR. BR used for break row lines. That means new. Simply we can say it as an enter, two enters, right? So let us see the anchor tag, which is implemented by using a h reference is equal to, we have to mention the URL here. See, here in the same location I had a number of files, HTML files. In that we will link this table.html. So h reference, capital letters, table.html. So if I click that particular text, this table.html should be displayed. See, table. Close the anchor tag. So we will get the hyperlink for this text. Whatever the text we are writing in between the starting and ending tags of anchor tag, that will be displayed. The link will be provided for that particular text. So let us implement this one. So refresh the page. We can get a table, right? See, you can observe here the link. So if you move the cursor to the text, a hand will be appearing, that we call it as a hyperlink. If you click this table, automatically the HTML table.html will be opened. So this is the table.html. In the previous session we have created this one, right? So let us see the attributes for this H reference. So if you mention title, see, hyperlink. So this title attribute is a tooltip. Tooltip means the text displayed whenever you move the cursor on the particular hyperlink. See, we can get the tooltip hyperlink, right? So you can observe the hyperlink tooltip. The text is displayed whenever you move the cursor to the particular text. Next, target. Target is equal to, see, so by default the target will be in the parent. That means if you click this table, the table.html will be displayed on the same window. So no new window has been created. In the same window itself we are getting the table.html. That means the targeted web page. Now if you mention in the source target is equal to new, and if whenever you click this one, it will be displayed on the new window. See, you can observe here two windows has been created, right? The parent window is not changing, and the link, the target page is displayed on the new window. So new window is created here. So for this we have to create a, we have to use a target page, target attribute. So hope you understood this anchor tag, right? Next, once again click the BR. Now let us see the MARQUEE. MARQUEE followed by the text we have to write, and close the text. So as I said that by default it will be a unidirectional. So see, so unidirectional, the text is displaying from right to left, right? So you can observe here, whenever it reaches the border, automatically it will be again starting from the right. It doesn't come back. See, it will move, and whenever it finishes there, again it will start from the right side. So that is called a scroll, and it is a unidirectional. Behavior is equal to alternate. Then whenever it reaches the boundary, automatically it will bounce back towards the backwards, right? See, here the text is moving from right to left. Whenever it reaches here, again it will come back. That means bidirectional. The text will be moved in the bidirectional. So here we can use a formatting tags. Font size is equal to 20, color is equal to green, right? Again you can use a bold, see, bold font. So everything will be applied. Sundeep, Saradhi, Kanthety. So bold, and next the size also increased. Now let us see the height. Attribute height. So before that we will see the BG color. BG color is background color. BG color is an attribute for both the body tag and this one, right? BG color is equal to, let it be yellow. Let us see this one. So whatever the text where it is displaying, that means moving, everything will be in yellow color, right? Yellow color line is mentioned here. And height, mention the height, in what height it should be displayed, some 100. So the 100 pixels, the height will be fixed to the 100 pixels, right? So this these are the attributes we can implement for the MARQUEE tag, right? So hope you understood these three tags. The first one is the image tag, in order to display the image on the screen. Next one is anchor tag, in order to create a hyperlinks, that means redirections. And then MARQUEE tag, in order to move the text from left to right or right to left on the screen. And you can also apply this BG color on the body tag also. BG color is equal to some red. Automatically complete window will be in yellow color, I mean red color. So whatever the color we are mentioning here, body, inside the body, that will be appeared in the window, right? So hope you understood all these three tags, right?
General purpose attributes. So these are the attributes that can be written for each and every, almost every tag in the HTML. And these attributes can be used in JavaScript also. So while we are writing the JavaScript, so these attributes may be useful. So that's why let us see this simple concept, that is general purpose attributes. The first one is ID. For every tag there will be ID. So ID represents an unique identity. Okay, ID is an unique identity. So a unique identity for the element. So whatever the element we are using, this is the unique identity. Okay, and this can be applied for each and every tag. Okay, next one is class. So class is also used to represent the element uniquely, but it represents the element but doesn't unique, it's not a unique identity. So one class may have a multiple elements. Okay, so this is also to represent an element but not unique. Okay, so multiple elements can have a same class. So one class can have a multiple elements, but coming to ID, it is a unique identity for each and every element. So the same identity cannot be given to the multiple elements, right? So class, multiple elements can be can be grouped under one class name. Okay, so the usage of these ID, class and all these things will be explained in the further sessions, right? So whenever we are dealing with the JavaScripts or division tags, then you will know about these IDs and a class. Okay, and the third one is title. So title gives a tooltip for the given text. Okay, it will give the tooltip for a given data. Okay, for given data, tooltip means a small rectangular button, small rectangular shape will be appeared, and on that rectangular shape will get the text. Okay, so which we have given in this title. So whenever the pointer or the cursor moves on to that particular data, so a small tooltip will be appeared. So that can be visible in all the applications. So if you consider the MS Word, so if you just move the cursor to some particular field, so automatically that particular tooltip will be appeared, so for which we are supposed to use that particular field. So if you are using some margins, if you place the cursor in the margin field, so there you can observe the small rectangular box with the text will be displayed. Okay, it should give the functionality, so such that this title will give the tooltip for the given data. Okay, so whatever the thing we are written in this title, that will be displayed. So at the bottom of the cursor, if the cursor is like this, okay, if the cursor is like this, okay, so here it's called a tooltip. Okay, here this is a called tooltip. So whenever if there is some called a channel, okay, so here we'll get the description about this channel. So we can write the description, a short description about this channel in the place of title, so that it will be displayed. Or simply abbreviations. If you consider the abbreviations like www, so if you are supposed to write this www in your page, and whenever this cursor moves on to this position, so automatically a small tooltip, we can write the extension of the abbreviation of this one. So here, World Wide Web. So if you write this World Wide Web under the title attribute, we'll get the tooltip. Okay, we'll get the tooltip whenever the cursor moves to this particular data. So such that in such a way we can use this title attribute. Okay. Simply we can call it as a self-documentation. We can simply call it as a self-documentation. Okay, so you need not search for any other thing. So simply by writing the tooltip, anyone can know about that particular content. Okay, and the next one is a style. Style is nothing but our cascading style sheet. So in order to give the beautification on the data, so we'll go with this style. Okay, so style means applying CSS. CSS means cascading style sheets. Okay, cascading style sheets. So we can give a beautification among the data on the screen. So which the data is visible on the screen, for that data we can give some beautifications, right? So for that we will use this cascading style sheets. So by using this cascading style sheets, we can we have to apply the style attribute. Okay, we have to give the style attribute. Under the style attribute, we have to apply the styles. Okay, different styles. So generally we'll call it as a inline style sheets. Inline style sheet. Okay, so cascading style sheets are categorized into different ways. So in that this style attribute will be in inline style sheets. Okay, so in the next session I am going to discuss about these cascading style sheets, and after that we'll move with the next, right? So we'll start the JavaScript sessions further, so that all these attributes will be useful in the JavaScript. Okay, you will be easily understand the content of JavaScript if you know about all these attributes. So these are called general purpose attributes. So because these attributes can be used for almost all the tags of HTML. So coming to this forms tag, so we are supposed to listen these type of forms in our regular life, like registration forms, right? Registration forms or login forms. Okay, login forms. So while filling up any type of application, so we are supposed to fill these type of registration forms. So in that we'll generally observe these type of symbols. Okay, if it is an online application, so these type of symbols will be considered, and circles and some square boxes and some large rectangles. Okay, and there might be some drop downs. Okay, some drop downs and some buttons, right? So these are normally called as text box. This is called a text box. Okay, this type of symbols we call it as a text box, and this type of symbols we call it as a radio buttons. Okay, radio buttons. And this type of symbols we call it as a checkboxes. Checkbox. Okay, and this is called as a text area. And this is select. Okay, select tab. Okay, and this one is nothing but a button. Okay, so all these comes under forms tag. Okay, so in the forms tag we are supposed to learn the text boxes, similarly the radio buttons, similarly the check boxes, text area, selection statements, selection tags, buttons, and etc. Right? So in today's session we'll cover the first 4 concepts, and in the further sessions we'll cover the remaining concepts. Right? First we'll check with these 4 categories. So what are the text boxes, when we have to use these text boxes, and the radio buttons, text area, and all these things. First I will give you the explanation, and then I will implement in the computer. Right? So we'll create a text box, radio buttons, check boxes, as well as the text areas in the system. Right? Coming to the text boxes, so there are 2 types of text boxes. So whatever it may be, the text box can be created with the help of input tag. So we have to write it as input type. Okay, so these are the inputs given by the client or given by the user. Okay, so input type is equal to, so this type may be text box, radio, or a checkbox. So if you are giving type as a text, then a text box will be created. A text box will be created, and there is one more attribute called a name. So we can give a name so that can be used in a scripting. That means the cascading style sheets, when you are applying the CSS, then those names will be used. So we can give any name. Okay, just like F name. Let us create F name. F name means a first name, right? So a name, and then value. So value means the default value which is displayed on the screen, the default value. So if this value is some enter name, so this will be displayed on the screen, right? So and another one is size. So we can give the size of the text. Okay, here we can give the size of the text, and a max size. So how much it should be accepted, how much length it should be accepted, that should be given in the max size. So for example 20. So close the input, right? So input type is equal to text. Automatically a text box will be created. So then by applying all these attributes, some sort of formatting will be done on this text box. So like name is equal to F name, that can be used in a CSS. Value is equal to enter name. So by default that will be displayed here. Right? So by default value will be displayed. So all these are optionals. Okay, all these are optionals. Simply you can close the input here itself. But so by applying all these things we can get it. So maximum 20 means 20 characters can be inserted in this text box. So this is a normal text box, the syntax for the normal text box. So if you want to go with the hidden text, if you want to display the hidden text, okay, so that means we are supposed to see 2 different types of text boxes in the login page. That is, one is a username, so that can be visible to all the users, and the second text box is the password related text box, so that whatever the content entered by the user will not be visible to all the users, right? Some other symbols will be occupied in the place of characters, so no one can view the actual characters, right? So such type of text boxes will be created in a different way. So like input type is equal to, instead of going with the text, go with the password, and rest of the thing is same, so just you can close this one, so that we'll get one more text box, and whatever the thing you are typing here, automatically will get the text in terms of stars. So that cannot be visible to all. So in order to give this one, the normal text must be displayed, and in order to get this password, you have to give the type is equal to password. right? So this is all about our text boxes, right? I will show you everything in the system, right? Don't worry. The next one is the radio buttons. Coming to the radio button. So coming to the radio button, so the representation of radio button is circle. Okay, so most probably coming to the gender. Okay, if you want to give the gender, the option for the gender, we are supposed to give this radio buttons. So you can observe here a circle, and after that circle you will get male, and again circle will get some female. So the user have to select. The user have to select either male or a female, but not both. Okay, so that is a feature of the radio button. That is a feature of the radio button. So only one selection can be done. It cannot be done the multiple selections. Okay, if you select this male, automatically this will be disabled, and if you select this female, automatically this male will be disabled. So only one button will be selected. Only one button will be selected. So this type of things we call it as a radio buttons. Okay, so in order to create that one, again the same syntax, go to the input, type is equal to, go with the radio. So instead of giving the text, give the radio. Okay, and follow the name. So whatever the things we are giving the radio buttons, you just group all the things with the same name, so that it is possible to select only one selection, right? So if you are not giving any, if you are not grouping all these things with the same name, then we can select the multiple elements. Okay, multiple statements. So name is equal to some gender. Okay, name is equal to some gender, and there is a one more function called checked. So if you use this checked in particular radio button, that will be by default, that will be selected. By default, that will be selected. Okay, so in which text we are writing this, in which radio button we are writing this one, so that radio button will be by defaultly, it will be selected. See, I will tell you. So again, one more text box, radio button. I am creating some type is equal to some radio. Okay, and group the name. So if you are failed to group the name under same category, so automatically it will be having the multiple selections. It will enable the multiple selections. See, name is equal to gender. So if you write the same code, automatically this will be the by default. If you execute the page, this male will be selected by default, because we are using this checked property. And if you are not using this checked property here, we will get the radio buttons, none will be selected. No, not even a single statement will be selected, right? And if you pass this checked here, if you use the property checked here, so the checked is here, right? So you have to write the statement, right? Female and male. Okay, so automatically what we'll get? So under female we are writing the checked, so this will be selected here. This will be selected here, right? So this is how we can use the radio buttons. So radio buttons means selecting only one selection. So it will be accepting only one selection. And coming to the next one, so I will execute all these things, don't worry. The next one is checkbox. So checkbox means the multiple selections. So if you want to select multiple items, then we will go with this checkbox. Best example for this checkbox is hobbies. So while entering your hobbies, so one person can have a multiple hobbies, right? So in such cases we need to select a multiple hobbies. So there must be a multiple selections. So in such a way, so this will be like square. Okay, square, singing. Similarly square, playing. Similarly square, reading. Okay, and square, painting. Like this we can have a lot of hobbies. So one person can have a multiple selections, right? So one person can have a multiple hobbies like singing, playing, or playing and reading, or reading and painting, like this. So in such cases we have to go with the checkboxes. See, for checkbox, go with the same syntax: input type is equal to checkbox. Input type is equal to checkbox. Okay, and also we can give the name and value. It's an optional thing, so we can give the name, group the name. Okay, group the name, hobbies, and also you can give the value or you can skip, no problem. It's an optional argument. And this is also here also there is an option called checked. Okay, there is an option called checked. So if it is checked, automatically the statement will be selected. Or you need not go with this one because this is a multiple selection. So we need not go with this checked options, checked attribute. So here you can observe, so singing. Okay, and again go with the same thing. Input type is equal to checkbox. Some name is equal to some hobbies. Group everything in under single name. Okay, group everything in a single name. And here you can write a playing. Similarly, reading, painting. Okay, so this is a simple code to create a checkbox. So input type is equal to checkbox. If input type is equal to text, a text box will be created. If input type is equal to password, a password text box will be created. If input type is equal to radio, radio buttons will be created. If input type is equal to checkbox, all these checkbox will be created. Right? So this is how we can create the checkboxes. And the last one, we'll go with this one and we'll see the execution part in the system. So the next one is a text area. Text area. Text area. So this text area is the best example for giving the address, taking the address from the user. Right? So in order to take the address from the user, we are supposed to write multiple lines. Right? So far, coming to the text box, it is a single line input. Okay, it will take the single line input. But if you want to take a multiple line input, we have to go with the text area. So there is a separate tag called text area. Text area. Okay. And here I am saying that we can give the input in a multiple lines. Multiple lines means rows and columns. So here there are two attributes called rows. Rows is equal to some 5 rows. Okay, and calls means column. Okay, calls means column. Column is equal to some 20 columns. So it will create a text area. It will create a text area with 5 rows and 20 columns. Okay, with the 20 columns. So total 20 columns. So this will be created. So this is called a text area. So it will be having some 5 rows and 20 columns, 5 rows and 20 columns. So this type of box will be created. And after the completion of this one, just we have to close the text area. We have to close the text area. Right? So this is the starting tag, ending tag, opening tag, closing tag. Right? So text area, rows and columns are the two attributes for this text area, and we have to close the text area. So this is all about our few form elements like text box, radio, checkbox, and text area. So in the coming sessions, we'll see a few more elements, and then we'll create one simple registration form. I will show you how to prepare or how to create a simple registration form. Right? So in the next session, we're going to see the buttons and the selection tabs. So before going to the next session, just we'll check the implementation part of all these things. We'll create the text boxes, we'll create the radio buttons, we'll create the checkbox, and we'll create the text area. So let us move on to the computer.
Yeah, hello friends. So just now we have seen the theoretical part of all the form elements like text box, radio button, checkbox, and text area. So now we will implement the form elements. So just open the notepad and write down the HTML tags. Okay, in between the HTML tag we have to write the forms, and inside the HTML also we have to write all these things in the body, right? So give the body. So inside the body tag we have to write the forms, right? So I'm creating the form, so I'm opening the form tag, and see here I have to implement the text box. First we will go with the text box. In the text box we have seen two different types. One is for a normal text box, and another one is for using the password, right? Typing the password. So first normal text box will give. So give the name for the text box. So I will give some first name or username. Okay, you can take the username as a this one, right? So username, and for implementing the text box we have to go with the input type. Okay, input type is equal to, if it is a text box we have to type here text. Okay, give the name, because the name will be used in scripting itself, right? So while we are discussing about the JavaScript, so then the name will be used. So give some name here. Okay, just give username. Okay, then a value. So here there is a one more attribute called value, so which gives the default value. So username, right? And also we can give the maximum length. There is a one more parameter or this attribute called maximum length. So how much length it should be restricted, right? So maximum length is equal to some 7. Okay, maximum length is equal to 7. All right. So I'm closing this one. Just save this one with a name.html. So I will go with the form.html, and you can observe. So in the desktop you will find this form.html. So whenever you double click this form.html, automatically this text box will be appeared. So let us check this one. See, you got it. Username colon. So this is the text box. So where we can write the text. Okay. So here, if you observe, we have given some value is equal to username. So by default, the text will be displayed in the text box. If I am not giving anything in the value, okay, if I am not giving anything in the value attribute, so will not get anything here. Okay, so maximum length is equal to 7. So see, you can observe. So I am typing, but it was stopped at the number 7. So it will accept only the 7 characters. It will accept only the 7 characters. So we can restrict this one. We can restrict the number of characters or the size of the text we are displaying or we are typing in the text box. Right. For that we have to go with the max length, the attribute called max length. Okay, and also we can go with the size attribute. So in order to display this one, so size is equal to some 20. So you can observe here, if you press this one, so the size will be the 20 and the maximum length it will be 7. Okay, so like this we can implement this text box. And there is a one more way, another way of using this text box, that is using for typing the passwords. So see, here for getting the password type of text box, we have to go with the input type is equal to, instead of giving the text, we have to go with the password, and same attributes we can repeat, that can be repeated. So the name attribute can be used for the JavaScripting. Okay, and value also by default value, and a maximum length, on all these things are same. So we'll check whether it was implemented or not. So I am just refreshing it. So you got it, username and a password. So if you print here username, if you type here the username, so it will be displayed. Okay, the text will be displayed. So I will give the maximum as a 20. Okay, so that we can type the required text. See, I have executed, and in order to give the username, I can give the username, right? And coming to the password, when I type the password, you can observe that the data is not visible here. Okay, the data is not visible. So it was directly encrypted by using some symbol called dot. So whenever you are typing the data, it will not be displayed. So this happens only when you give the type as password. This is another way of creating a text box. So even though this is a text box, okay, this is also a text box, but the data will be hidden. The data will be hidden because the password should not be revealed to the public, right? So in order to create a form, you can use the normal text box for the usernames and all these things, and coming to the passwords, you can create a text box with a password, type password, right? So this is all about our text box. And coming to the radio buttons, see, so in the previous sessions we have seen the headers, different types of headers. So I have taken this header and I'm giving some heading as radio buttons. Okay, so we know that radio buttons means only single selection. Okay, there should not be a multiple selection, right? So if you are studying in general the radio buttons, the best example for the radio buttons is a gender, right? So we can go with the gender. So just give the thing. So gender. Okay. So I will tell you H2 and close the heading, and coming to the gender, give the male colon. So in order to create the radio button, as we have discussed, the input type is equal to radio. Input type is equal to radio. Okay, it will directly normally creates the radio button. Okay, see, let us check. Input type is equal to radio. So just we are creating the radio buttons. Okay, I will show you. See, if you observe here, you can get it. See, gender, male, female. So if you give the tag BR, the break line, break row, it will be displayed in the second column. Okay, so you can observe here. See, the male and female. So if you select this one, so one should be selected. If the multiple selections should not be done in the radio buttons. But here you can observe. So if you press on the male, it will be selected, and if you press on a female, it will be selected. So this is the wrong thing, right? So we are not supposed to select the two radio buttons at a time. So at a time only one should be selected. Multiple selections should not be done. For this purpose, we have to group these things by giving a same name. Okay. So there is an attribute called name. So name is equal to gender. So give the same name for the name. That means group these two radio buttons under the same name, right? So you can observe here. Now, see, if I select the male, it will be selected. If I select the female, automatically the male will be deselected, right? So if you fail to write this name, if you fail to group this name, particularly in these radio buttons, so automatically the multiple selections will be accepted, which is not correct in the radio buttons. Okay, so radio buttons means selecting only one criteria. Okay, and if you want to be select by default, there is a one more attribute called checked. Checked. Okay, checked is equal to give the result as checked. Okay, so you can observe here. So if you refresh, automatically I have given this checked attribute. Okay, checked attribute is equal to checked for the male option. So if you refresh this one, by default the male is selected. By default the male will be selected. Okay, and if you use this checked in the female, you can observe, if you refresh, by default the female will be selected. Okay, so in order to get by default one radio button should be selected, you have to go with the attribute called check, right? So this is about the radio buttons. Hope you got it. You got the radio buttons. You understood the radio buttons, right? So we'll go with the checkboxes. And next one is the checkboxes. Checkbox. Okay. So coming to the checkbox, see, hobbies. So in order to give the hobbies, you can go with the checkboxes. That means it will accept the multiple selections. It will accept the multiple selections, right? So write down the hobbies. So first write down the create the checkbox. So in order to create the checkbox, the same syntax, input type is equal to here. So you have to go with checkbox. Okay, instead of giving the text radio, we have to give the checkbox. That's it. And similarly, we can give the name and a value. We can give the name and value. That can be used in JavaScripting, right? So here, hobbies I am writing here some playing. Okay, playing. So I am giving BR so that it will break the row and it will display in the second line. Okay, the input type is equal to checkbox reading, okay, reading, and input type is equal to checkbox painting. Okay, so these are the select. So one person can have a multiple hobbies, so we can select a multiple elements, right here, multiple hobbies. So that's why we are going to use this checkboxes. Type is equal to checkbox singing. Okay, so let's just we'll stop here. So just save this one and you can execute this one. We'll get the hobbies, right? You can observe the checkbox will be in a rectangular shape and radio button will be in a circular shape. So if it is in a circular shape, so only one selection can be done. If it is in a circular, I mean square box, multiple selections can be done. So you can apply. See, my hobbies are playing, reading, singing. Okay, so multiple selections can be done, but here we can't do the multiple selections. You can observe any one can be selected. If you select the another, automatically the previous one will be deselected. Okay, so this is how we can use the checkboxes. All right, so I will also give here text box. Okay, text box. So these are the headers, right? So already we have studied these headers. Yeah, so I will give some BR so that it will be displayed in the next line. See, you can observe here. Okay, so we can give another BR so that it will be not overlapping. Right. Now it's good. So text box, it's a login page. Radio buttons, the example is a gender, and a checkbox, the example will be the hobbies. And yeah, now we'll go with the another another element, that is a text area. Okay, so text area, that means, so in order to give the text in a multiple lines, we have to go with this text area. So for example, for this one, so if you want to type the address, okay, address of any person, so we can get this, sorry, address text area. So for that there is a tag called text area. So use the text area, and here we have to give the rows and columns. Okay, so rows, because we are supposed to give the multiple lines, so rows is equal to some 5 I will give, and columns is equal to some 15, right? So if I give this one, we'll get the text area. So you can observe here, see, this is the text area. Okay, so we have to close the text area tag, right? Text area, otherwise everything will be printed in that one. Okay, see, you can observe here. So if you give the address, it is text area, and if you give some 50, see, sorry, 50, we'll get the text area. So according to the given rows and columns, the text area will be created. Okay, so this is how we can create the text areas also. So coming to the forms, the first one, select. So select means, in order to select the multiple elements, that means if you want to give a complete list of the thing, a drop down list, simply we can say a drop down list, or if you want, you can display all the elements in a complete text area, right? So in such case, we'll get this select. So for a best example for this select control is, so selecting different courses, interested courses, right? So one person can have a multiple interested courses. So we can select a single course, or we can select a multiple courses, right? So if you want to display here like this, C, C++, Java, and a Python, right? So if you want to display all these things, then we can go with this select one. Okay, so there is a statement or a tag called a select,
and here there is an attribute called size, so we can specify the size so that the number of elements it will be displayed. So by default the size will be 0. By default the size will be 0, so automatically this will be selected, right? Here it will be C, and here there will be a scroll bar. Okay, here there will be a scroll bar. If you press this one, automatically we will get C++. If you press this one, automatically we will get Java, right? So that selection, so how many elements should be displayed here while displaying the select is the size attribute. So don't worry, I will execute the program so that it will be understood, right? So let us take some size is equal to 3. So here it will be some size 4, that means or 3, the 3 elements will be displayed here, and all the remaining elements will be in the background. So you have to use the scroll bar in order to get the remaining elements. Okay, you have to use the scroll bar in order to get the remaining elements. So in that we are having an option. So how to insert all these elements? So there is a tag called options. So option, give the option here. So what is the option you want? First we want to get a C, right? First we want to get a C, so option C, or simply we can go with the option some value. Okay, so there is an attribute like option name, option value, right? Or else simply you can go with option C and close the option. Okay, similarly option C++, close the option. Similarly option Java, close the option. Option Python, close the option, right? So like this we have to go with all the options, and finally we have to end the select. Okay, you just end the select. So this will create a select, and it will display the size of 3. It will display the size of 3, only 3 will be displayed, C++ in Java, and there will be a scroll bar, and in order to select a more number of things, you are supposed to scroll bar, right? You have to scroll down. If you scroll down, automatically the Python will be come upward. So in order to create this one, we have to go with the select tag. Okay, so this is one of the form element, right? So the next one is file upload. So I will execute this program and I will show you all the attributes and all the everything, each and every case while executing the program. Okay, need not worry, just I am giving the syntax and overview, right? So the second one is file upload. So in some of the website we are supposed to upload the signature and the photographs, right? So while while submitting the application form for a few jobs, so we are supposed to provide some certificates or some photographs, passport size photo or some signatures should be uploaded. In such cases it will ask or prompt the user for uploading a file. So for that purpose we will go with this file upload in the forms. So the syntax is similar. So input type is equal to file. So give the file, and similarly we can go with the name is equal to some, we can group this one. Okay, we can group this one, as well as there is another attribute called accept. So here we have to mention which file is to be accepted, whether image file should be accepted, whether a text file should be accepted. So that particular thing should be written here, image or text or anything else, right? So if you just create this one, automatically we will get a button with a name, choose file, and here we will get no file chosen. If you click on this one, automatically it will prompt, it will ask the user to upload the file from the device, right? So this is how we can use this file upload. And the third one is buttons, and the third one in the today's session is a button. So after completing all the forms, after filling all the forms, at the end we are supposed to submit. Okay, we are supposed to click on the submit button. So that is called a buttons, right? So here there are around 4 types of buttons. So first one is input. Type is equal to, directly go with the submit. So automatically a button will be created, and in that button submit will be placed, right? So here also we'll be having some name will go with the button. Value, so here give the submit, and there are a few more attributes, and I will discuss all these attributes in the JavaScript, right? Now let us stop here. So this statement will just create a button name with a submit. Okay, and there is one more button called reset. So this reset button also we will be able to see in the application forms. So if there are any mistakes, so if you simply click on the reset, automatically all the fields will be cleared, right? So for that purpose we'll go with this button, type is equal to reset. So initially we are giving the submit, now it's reset. And same here, the name is equal to some button, so give the name, so group all these things. So value is equal to reset. Okay, this will be placed here. And the third one is the customized button, like input type is equal to button. So we can create a button and we can give the name for that button, right? So here also go with the name is equal to some button. Okay, and once again I'm saying this name attribute is used in the cascading style sheets. If you are applying some styles to the particular content, then this name will be used. Okay, so and then value, and here you can give any value. Okay, here you can give any value. So click, so I will just give the click. Okay, so click will be created. So one button will be created, and submit will be placed at this if the first line is executed, and another button will be created, and reset will be placed at the button, and the third one is created with the customized text click. Okay, so 3 different buttons, and the fourth one is image button. Okay, the fourth one is image button. So input type is equal to img button, image button. Okay, so some name is equal to some button. Okay, some name is equal to some button, and value is equal to, so here we should not give the value. Okay, here you just go with the image. Okay, you just go with the image. Type is equal to image. Okay, type is equal to image, and name is equal to some button, and give the source. SRC is equal to, not the value. SRC is equal to, because we are placing a photograph or an image as a button. So if you click on that image, automatically it will be redirected. Okay, some source. So this must be source in our device. So complete source of that particular image in the device, and this will create an image here. This will create an image. Okay, so whatever the image is there, that image will be created. So, and the button will be applied for this image. So if you click on this image, something will be redirected. Okay, it will be redirected to somewhere else. Okay, so all those things will be discussing in our JavaScripting, right? So initially in this session we are learning about how to create the elements, not to redirect from one element to another element. Okay, so if you are dealing with the text boxes or checkboxes, radio buttons, text area, similarly the select, file upload, and these buttons, just these are the syntaxes to be followed while creating the form elements. So all these things, all these elements will give a particular registration form. Okay, so I will show you all these 3 form elements executing in the system, right? So that if you are having still any doubts, so those doubts will be clarified, right? So let's move on to the computer.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the few more form elements like select tag, and then the file upload tag, and buttons, how to create the buttons. Now I will show you the demonstration of all those things by executing a small program. So we'll implement that. So first I will just we have to write everything in the HTML tag. So I am including the HTML tag, and inside the HTML again we have to go with the body tag, right? So first we'll type that HTML and body. So inside the body we have to write that. Okay. So right. So first one, let us take about this select tag. So first I will give a header for the select tag, right? So select. Yeah. Now select means, as I have said, that in order to select the element or select the text in multiple lines, from the multiple lines, right? So simply we can say it as a drop down menu, or using a scroll bar we can write the selections, right? So first for that we have to go with the select tag, select, and in that each and every element should be included in the option tag. Okay. So option, let us take some interested courses. Okay, interested courses. So I will give the heading here so that you will be understanding. Okay, let us take an example for selected courses or interested courses. So one person can select more than one course, right? So we'll see that one. So option and C language. Okay, and close the option. So after writing the option, you have to close the option, and again option, second option, give the second option, C++, close the option. Next, go to the option, Java programming, and also close the option. I'm taking all these options, right? So all these text will be displayed in a single text area. See, Java program. Next, Python program. So I'm taking around five courses. Okay. .NET framework. Let us take all these things. Yeah. Now we'll close the select tag, and we'll see what will be generated, right? So first save this one. So I'm saving this one with forms1.html. So in the desktop, so I'm executing the forms. So you can observe here. See, this is a drop down. Okay, so just clicking on this one, you'll get the drop down. So C language, C++, Java, Python, and .NET framework. So here by default we are not giving any size. So by default the size will be 1. So only one element is displayed here. And if you are giving some size attribute, there is a size attribute, and here if you give the size attribute, so the size of the elements will be restricted. See, you can observe I have given some size is equal to 3. So at a time the 3 elements have been displayed. The 3 elements have been displayed, and if you want to go with the remaining elements, just give the scroll bar. Click on the scroll bar, automatically it will move. So other than this size attribute, if you are not giving the size attribute, automatically it will be a drop down menu. So initially it will be displayed only one element, right? So and also there is a one option. See here you can observe. So let us take some 5. All the 5 elements will be displayed here. Okay, and at a time you can select only one option. At a time you can select only one option, and there is an attribute called multiple. If you give the multiple inside the select tag. Okay, so this is the attribute for select tag. Size attribute and multiple attribute is for the select tag. So if you use this size and multiple attribute, you are able to select multiple elements. Okay, so multiple courses, you can select the multiple courses by clicking on the control button. You can select multiple courses. Okay, so In the absence of multiple, so just now I have shown that just in the absence of multiple, you can select only the single one. Even though you press the control button, the multiple selections will not be performed, right? So that is the importance of multiple. That is the importance of multiple. Okay, and options. So in that option, we are having the same name attribute. So you can give the name. Okay, you can give the name, as well as there is another option called selected. So by default selection, right? So selected. If you see here, you can observe here. So in the C language, the options have selected this. I mean, I have written this selected attribute. So by default, the C language will be in the selected option. Okay, by default, the C language will be in a selected portion, right? So if you put this selected in the C++, you can observe here. See, by default, C++ will be in a selected mode, right? So this is the useful of use of this selected attribute. So in the selected tag, we are having size and multiple attributes, and in the option, we are having some name, value, and the selected attribute. Okay, so these are the optional, we can give or we may not give, no problem. Okay, so this is about the selection statement. Selection, okay, selection of multiple courses. And the second one is a file upload. So as I have said that most of the applications, when you are performing or when you are submitting the application, so we are supposed to upload some files, okay, like certificates or any photographs or any signatures. So we are supposed to upload some files to the server, right? So for this case, we have to include the file upload option. Okay, so in order to create that environment, so we have to create the file upload option. So I will give you that one. See, so I will give the heading file upload, right? So here just go with the same syntax. So input type is equal to, here give the file, and automatically name is normal. Okay, we can give any name for the CSS purpose. And there, so first I will create this one, right? File upload, and if you execute this one, you can observe here we got this one. Just a second. Yeah, so you can observe this one. So you got this one. So you can observe here a button called a choose file, and there you got a no file chosen, and from here by clicking on the choose file you can upload the file. And there is a one more one more attribute for this one, that is an accept. Okay, accept attribute. So here we can give which type of file should be accepted. Either it may be an image file or any text file, right? So that should be written in the accept. Attribute. Okay, so if you want to restrict with the upload of only the text files, so just you have to give here text. If you want to restrict with the image file, just you have to place the image in this accept attribute. Okay, and then this is all about the file upload. Okay, and then the next one is the buttons. So here I will demonstrate about the buttons. Let us give the title with the buttons. So in that there are four types of buttons, as we have seen that. So that is submit, reset, and the customized button and the image button. So let us see one by one. So for creating a button, input type is equal to, and give the name as a submit. Okay, submit. So these two buttons we are supposed to see in the most of the application forms, right? Submit and reset. So submit name is equal to, so give the submit, give any name for the CSS purpose. So submit, and value. Okay, value also we can give. See, submit, right? So this we can close this one, and you can observe here. See, button with the place of submit. a name is submit, right? And there is a one more button called a reset. So we know that if you want to reset the values of the application form, we'll go with the reset button. Reset button. Okay. So name is equal to reset, value is equal to some reset. So you can give any value, right? Reset. Specific types, right? So if you click this one, you will get the reset button. Okay, submit button, reset button, and the customized button. So we can give our own name. Okay, we can give our own name. So for that purpose, we'll give give input type is equal to button and name is equal to, you can give any name. Okay, any name, and value you should be giving a name that should be displayed on the button. I will give just click me. Okay, I will just give the text as a click me. So if you observe here, so button will be created and on the button we'll get a name as click me. So that's the importance of value. That's the importance of value. So here whatever the thing you are writing, that will be displayed on the button. Okay, and there is a one more button called image button. So we can create an image and we can apply the button for that. So input type is equal to image, name is equal to, so give any name, img button or image button. Okay, so any name, and instead of giving the value, give the image source. Okay, source attribute, source is equal to colon, and just go with the, see here I am having some images, right? Here I am having some images. So I'll give the path here. I will copy this path and I will just give the path here itself. So I am giving the path here. Okay, and just save and execute this one. So I will get the image. Sorry. Okay, so I have not given the image, right? Logo.jpg. I think you can observe here in the image logo.jpg, right? So I am saving this one and I am executing this one so that we'll get the image. So you can observe this is the image and the button option is applied for this image. Okay, see if you want to resize it, there is an attributes called width and height. Width is equal to some 300 and height is equal to some 300. So if you execute this one, you can get this one like this. So you can observe here, so this is a button. Okay, this is a button. Okay, you can observe this is a button. So you can apply the click operation. So there are a lot of operations like on click method is there. So in order to redirect from one page to another page after clicking on the button, so we can apply the on click also for this image button, right? So that is the purpose of this image button. So these are the few elements of forms tag. Okay, so in the previously we have seen some 4 elements like text box, radio button, checkbox, and the text area. In today's session we have seen the select button, select tag, file upload, and the buttons. How to create all these things, right? So hope you understood this one.
So what is the use of frames? What is the use of frames? So these frames will be used to divide the complete web page into different sections so that each section we can load a separate HTML file. Okay, so let it be a web page. Let it be a web page. Okay, so this is a menu bar, right? This is a web page. And if you want to divide this web page into different sections, we'll go with this frames. If I want to divide this with 2 equal halves, so here I can take some top.html, so I can display one web page here and I can display another web page here, bottom.html. Okay, so that means we can divide the web page into different sections and in each section we can load a separate HTML file. Okay, so not only the rows, we can also divide the web page into columns. See, we can divide this one and here we can go with the left.html. Okay, and again we can divide into 3 columns here. Okay, so here we can write some bottom left .html, and this is a center.html. Okay, so like this we can upload multiple web pages in a single browser, so that for that purpose we will create a frames. See, now we'll see the syntax, and I will show the demonstration on the system, right? So first let us go with the syntax. So in order to create different rows and columns, so there are two tags. Okay, so first one is frameset tag. So by using the frameset tag, we can divide the web page into either rows or columns. Okay, inside the frameset, we have to write the individual web pages to be loaded in the particular frames. All right. So first we will see the frameset. So frameset, we are having an attributes called rows or columns. Okay, if you want to divide the complete web page into rows, we have to go with the rows. So rows is equal to, give the percentage, so how many number of divisions you need, and each division in with which percentage, that should be mentioned here, the percentage of the sections. So whatever the number of sections it may be 3 or a 4 or a 5 or a 10, whatever it may be, just we have to represent in a percentage, how much percentage it should be divided. For example, I'll go with the 50% and comma 50%. So that implies the complete web page will be divided into two equal halves in a row wise. Okay, so that means, so this will be given like this. So if this is the web page, this is the web page, okay, and it will be divided into two equal halves. So this is the 50% and this is the 50%. 50% of the web page and 50% of the web page. And now we have to write which page should be loaded in this frame and in this frame. Okay, these are called frames. So these are called frames, right? So now we have done the frame set. Now we have to load the HTML page to the frame. For that we have to go with the one more tag called frame, and in that frame we have to give the src, that means source. We have to give the source. Source is equal to which HTML page should be loaded here. So give the location of that HTML. Okay, give the location of the HTML page. Location of HTML page to be loaded. Okay, and followed by name. So we can also give some name here. Okay, any name. And this name will be used in hyperlinks. Whenever we are using the hyperlinks, and if you click on that particular hyperlink, so in which place, in which frame the destination or the HTML page should be loaded, that depends upon this name. So we can give this name in hyperlinks. Okay, so I will show in the next session. We'll take one example and we'll create a different web page, okay, with the number of rows and columns, and we'll take some menu and all these things we'll implement in the next session. Now we'll see a normal frame set and dividing it into frames, right? See, name is equal to, so give the name, whatever the name it may be, you can give anything, F1, okay, frame 1. And second frame, so here we have divided into two frames, so we have to write the two sources. Okay, so always remember the first source will be of the first argument and the second frame will be of the second argument. So frame src is equal to, again the same, location of the HTML page, name is equal to some f2, frame 2. Okay, and close the frame set, so automatically this will be created, this type of web page will be created. Okay, and now we'll check. See, I will explain you, no problem. Now if I go with the columns, okay, COLS, instead of rows I have taken the columns. If it is a columns, what we'll get? The complete web page will be divided into columns. Okay, into columns. So this is the 50% and this is the 50%, and this is the frame 1, this is the frame 2. Okay, like this it will be divided. And even this one, okay, this is the output for this one, right? And if I want to get like this, or simply I will do this, okay. Here again this frame, okay, frame 2 is again divided into 50 and 50, okay, that means 25 and 25, okay. So again I just want this frame to be divided into 2 rows. This frame is a single frame, and this frame again I want to divide into 2 rows. Then see, the first 50 is nothing but this one, frame 1, second 50, frame 2. So instead of writing frame source here, you just again write frame set, again write frame set. So now I just want to divide into 2 rows, okay. So rows is equal to again 50% comma 50%. So whatever the length of that particular frame, 50% will be divided. And now you have to write 2 HTMLs, 2 frames, okay, 2 frames here. Frame src is equal to some location of HTML page, okay, location of HTML page, and give the name, okay, give the name some f21, that means second frame, first frame. So in the second frame, the first frame, and again go with the second one, because here we have given 2 things, okay. So again we go with the second frame, frame src is equal to some location of HTML page, sorry, name attribute, name is equal to f22, okay, f22, let us take that f22, and close the frame set, close the frame set, and again close the frame set, outside frame set, okay. So by this code we can get the division of web page in this manner. So 1 column, and in the next column we are having again 2 rows, 1 column, and again we are having 2 rows. So like this, so we should follow the order, So first 50% is the first frame, second 50% is the second frame, okay. So if we want to divide the first frame into 2 columns, go with the first frame, right? Here we have to write the frame set, here we have to write the frame set. Not only the 2 divisions, we can also go with the 3 divisions. So if you go with the 3 divisions, see, some 20, 50 and 30, 20, 50, 30, the complete page will be divided into first 20%, next 50%, next 30%, okay. So this is how, if it is a rows, okay, if it is a rows, it will be divided in this way. The complete web page will be divided in this way, 20%, 50%, 30%. And again, if you want to divide this 50% into 2 columns, automatically whenever we are writing the second frame, there we have to write the frame set and divide into 3 columns or 2 columns. Columns is equal to 50-50 or 20-30. So whatever the percentage you need to represent on the web page, that we have to give in the this rows or columns attribute. And if you create this one, we'll get some border, okay. If you create or if you divide the web page into different rows or columns, there will be some border. So in order to avoid that border, there is an attribute called border, okay. There is an attribute called border. So we can give this border as 0. So automatically there will be no border for each and every frame. There will be no border for each and every frame. So don't worry, I will demonstrate all these things using the system. So I will implement these tags so that you will be understanding about this frame set, frames, and this border attribute, right? So we'll see the implementation on the system. So let's move on to the system.
Yeah, hello friends. So just now we have seen regarding the frames concept. So how to divide the complete web page into different sections using the frames, and each section can be loaded with the separate HTML file, right? So we'll see the demonstration for this. We'll create one web page with different frames, okay. So So open the notepad and write down the HTML tag. So this is the first tag we have to write, and after that, so don't give the body tag because we have to write these frames in the header tag, okay, outside the body. So let us take the frame set. So frame set is used to divide the web page into different frames, okay, and then we have to write the different frames. So first we should know so whether we want to create a row wise division or a column wise division. So first we'll see the row wise division. If we want to go with the row wise division, so rows is equal to give the percentage of the frames, okay. So let it be 40%, 30%, and 70%. I have given some 30% and 70%, and after that give each frame for the 30% and 70%. See, I will give the frame for 30%. So src is a source is equal to give the HTML file, so which should be opened in that particular frame, and go with the name. So give one name to the frame so that in future we can use this name to load the HTML file in the targeted frame, right? So I will show you that. So in the further sessions, just give the name for the each and every frame, okay. And this is all about our first frame, that is a 30%, and now we'll go with the second frame, that is of 70%, okay, that is of 70%, and name is equal to some bottom, right? And close the frame set and close the HTML file, HTML tag, and save the file, and save the file with by using some .html. So I will save this file frames.html. So in the folder frames, so in the folder frames I have created this frames.html. So by double clicking on that icon, we'll get the execution of that particular frames. So it will be opened in the browser. So you can observe here, so 2 frames, the complete page has been divided into 2 frames, you can observe here, right? If you don't want to show this border, okay, if you don't want to show this border, automatically we can change the border, right? So here there is an attribute called border. So border is equal to give the 0, okay, 0 pixels. So after that, just execute this one, refresh this one. So you can observe here there is no border. You can observe here there is no border, right? So like this we can use this. So here we have to create 2 more HTML files, one with the top.html, another one is the bottom.html, so that those will be displayed here, okay. Let us check. So I am creating one more HTML file with the dot. So here I am just creating HTML, and in the body I am just giving some color, okay. I will give some body background color as blue. Let us take a blue as a background color, okay. And see, if you write anything you can write here. So I will give some heading, top frame, okay, h1. Let us close the tag, and let us close the body tag and HTML tag. So save this with the top.html because we have given in the first frame as top.html, right? So top.html, okay. So this is a top.html. Now let us execute the same thing, and you can observe the top frame is printed here, and I think there is a bg color, okay, bg color, the attribute is a bg color, right? See, you can observe, if you refresh this one, we'll get the thing blue color with the name, okay. So we have to create a one more HTML file. We have to create one more HTML file to represent in the bottom, okay. So just copy the same content. I will copy the same content, and just I will go with the, I will change this one, okay, bottom frame, and background color is equal to green. I will give green, okay. Now let us check. We refresh this one. I think we didn't save the file, right? Yeah. So save this file by using the bottom.html. Bottom.html, right? Now you can see, so top frame and the bottom frame. So we have divided into two rows, okay, two rows. And if you just want to divide into three rows, again you can just give here some 50 and again 20. What's the remaining percentage is a 20, right? So if you are giving like this, see, we have to specify the third frame because we have included the third frame. So here we have to include the third frame. So frame src is equal to footer.html, right? So that's nothing but the third frame. I am giving like that, okay? So footer. So you can observe here, if you save this one and if you execute this one, we'll get a third frame. We'll get a third frame. See here you can observe the third frame, right? So we have to create a one more HTML file. Yeah, we have to create one more HTML file for the footer. Right? So I will just copy the same thing, same content, and here, and I will change this one, footer frame, and this one will be some orange. Okay, and save this file. Save this file with the the file name we have given as a footer.html, right? So save this file with the footer.html, and if you execute this one, you will get the footer third frame, right? Like this, we can divide into n number of frames, okay? So in that, we have to specify the frame set. In that frame set, if you want to give the rows, we have to go with the rows. So 3 rows will be divided with a given percentage, and for each row we have to specify the .html file which to be displayed, right? And if you want to go with the columns, just go with the columns. So automatically 3 columns will be, page will be divided into 3 columns. See, you can observe 3 columns now. The page was divided into 3 different columns. Okay, so like this we can go with this one. And again, if you want to divide this 50%, okay, so just once again I'm saying, so follow the same order in order to give the frames. So first we have given the 30% of the frame. So 30% of the frame occupies with the top.html, 50% of the frame, that is the second one. So second frame tag will be representing the second percentage, and the third frame tag will represent the third percentage, right? And if you want to divide this 50% into 2 columns, again 2 columns, okay, or we'll go with the rows, okay, and see, this is the output, and I just want to divide this bottom frame into 2 different columns, okay, 2 different columns again. So the top frame should be like this, and bottom footer frame should be like this, and the bottom frame, so I will change the bottom as a middle, okay, it would be better, middle, okay. So I will also rename the file bottom as a middle, okay, I will rename the file, right? Now we'll apply this one. So bottom.html, I will change it also, okay, we'll change the content. So instead of giving the bottom, we'll give the middle, okay, for better understanding. So see, so top frame, middle frame, and the footer frame. Now again, I just want to divide this middle frame into 2 different columns. So if I want to do that, instead of writing the frame in the second thing, again open the frame set. Open the frame set, okay. Just it will follow the order, right? Frame set columns is equal to, go with the 50% and again 50%, and now go with the each frame, right? So frame src is equal to middle left dot html and name is equal to middle left, right? And this is for the first 50%, and we have to write one more frame for the second 50%. So src is equal to middle, yeah, just a second, frame src is equal to middle right, okay, dot html, and give the name for this one. So I will show you the what is the importance of name in the further sessions, right? Don't worry about that. So middle right, okay. So this is the thing I have created, and now you can observe. So yeah, so here I have to close the frame set, right? So if you are not closing the frame set, it will not be implemented. Now you can observe. See, there are two more frames here. There are two more frames. So again, here also we will give the border as 0. Border is equal to 0, so that it will not be displayed. The border will not be displayed here. So 2 frames. And we have to create the 2 more HTML pages with the middle left dot HTML and the middle right dot HTML. See, I will go with this one. So HTML and body bg color is equal to violet, and then h1 is h1 middle left frame, okay, and h1 close the body and close the HTML, right? So just save this one. What is the name we have given? Middle left dot HTML. Middle left dot HTML. Yes. So exactly. See, if you execute this one, you can observe middle left frame. Now use the same thing for the next another page. We have to create one more page, right? See, middle right frame. This is for middle right. Middle right brown. So the color I have given is brown, okay. And now we have to save this with the middle right, because we have given like that, okay. Yeah. Now you can observe here, if you execute this one, we'll get this one, right? So like this we can divide the web page into different frames which you require, so either in row wise or a column wise, okay. So only one thing we have to remember, that is we just follow the frames, okay, the percentage of the frames. So first 30%, so that will be occupied with this top.html, and in the 50% again in the order you can see again the frame set has been done for this 50%, and that will be divided into again 2 halves, and one for the first half middle left.html will be applied, and the second half the middle right HTML will be applied, and for the third 20% of the frame, so footer.html will be implemented. So each and every section we can implement the separate HTML. So total we have created a lot of HTML files in order to create a simple web page like this, okay. See, for all the frame set we have created one HTML file. In that we have created top HTML, so 3 divisions we have done, so 2 divisions, and again we are having a subdivision, so 2, so total 1 2 3 and a 4, so total 4 HTML files we have given. So 1 2 3 and 4 divisions, so rows and columns division, right? So this is how we can divide the web page into different sections, and once again I'm saying that in each section we can load a separate HTML file. Web page in such a way that, so let us take a web page here. So this is a web page and this is the menu bar, okay. First we will divide this page with the 3 columns, okay. First we will divide this page with the 3 columns, and then this one with the 2 columns. Here we'll go with the logo, and here we'll go with the header, Okay, here we'll go with a header, and here we'll go with a menu, okay, and here we'll go with a footer, okay, with a footer, right? Here we'll have some links. In this place we'll have some links, okay, some home button, okay, some courses, about, contact, okay. Like this way we'll create a few menus, okay. So I will write it in a clear way. So home, about us, courses, contact, okay. Let us create all these links. So these are the hyperlinks, okay, these are the hyperlinks. So whenever you click on this home, or whenever you click on this menu, okay, that should be displayed in this place, okay. This is the place where we have to display the links. Display the links. So whenever you click on this link, the page should be displayed in this frame itself, okay. So it should not redirect to the new frame. So that the frame should be, I mean the web page. That means we have to create web pages for home, about us, courses, contact. So 4 web pages, and by clicking this about us web page, that should be loaded in this place itself, okay, not in the new window or not in the new tab. So it should be displayed in this frame, right? So we'll create such a web page now, right? So let's move on to the computer. Hello friends, so now we'll demonstrate with the given example. So we'll develop the web page. So first we'll develop the sections. We'll divide the web page into sections by using a frame set and a frame. So first that we have to go with the HTML tag, so and then go with the frame set. So frame set, so in order to get that, first we have to divide into three rows, right? So 3 rows. So the first one is for the header. Let us take some 20% of the portion, and the footer will be 20%, and remaining middle will be the 60%. So let us take 20%, 60%, and 20%. And now in this frame set, first one is a header. Again, that is divided into 2 columns, okay, that is divided into 2 columns. So I will I will tell you one by one, okay. Yeah, see, so I'm just creating the thing. So in the desktop we'll go with the one thing, so frames example, a folder, the name frames example. In that folder we'll create all the web pages, right? So we need to create around 5 web pages, 5 files, okay. So in that we are supposed to go with the header and all these things, so we'll do that. Yeah, in this frames example we'll save this one. So this is a frame.html, okay. So this is how we can divide it into the frame. So open the folder, and you can observe here and double click on that, we'll get the frame. So that will be executed in a web browser, as we have discussed in the previous session, right? So you can observe there is no divisions because we didn't write any frames, right? We didn't write any frames. So go with this one and create a frame for the first one. Again that frame should be divided into 2 columns, right? So again go with the frame set, columns. So now it should be columns, some 30% of the portion and 70% of the portion, okay. And in that we have to go with the frame src is equal to, so here you can go with the logo, okay. You can go with the logo, just we'll copy that in the logo. let us take yeah, let us take these images and we'll just copy into here. Okay, we'll copy here, and see, you have to give the location where the image should be displayed, right? So this is the location, we can get the location here. So images logo.jpg, images logo.jpg. So go to the notepad and give the source here, slash logo.jpg. Okay, we'll adjust the width and height after visibility. Okay, after seeing the visibility in the web page. This is the first frame, and the second frame also, and also give the name for this first frame. Okay, we'll give some name. Name is equal to C1, that is column 1, right? And the next one is a frame src is equal to, go with the header.html. So I have to create this header.html, and name is equal to some column 2. Okay, column 2, and close the frame set. This is the inside frame set. Okay, inside frame set. And now for the second 60%, okay, second 60%, again we have to divide into 2 columns. So frame set, so according to the given example, right? So columns is equal to the same thing. You can go with the 30% or 20%. So go with the same 30%, right? And 70%, and 70%. Sorry, 70%, right? Now you go with the frames. So in the first frame, what we have to get it? Okay, frame src is equal to, just write menu.html. Okay, we'll use the complete menu, right? And name is equal to, right? So let us take this one as left.html. Okay, sorry, left. Okay, here we are giving the name left, right? And simply we can give left frame. Okay, for just better understanding. And the next one, that is a right frame. So in this frame, src is equal to main.html. Main page should be displayed there, and I will give the name also as a main, right? And close the inner frame set. Okay, frame set for the second thing. And the third 20% is a footer. Directly we can go with the frame, because we need not divide into columns. Frame set, frame src is equal to, so here it is a footer.html. Okay, and also give the name is equal to footer, right? So close the frame set, and now you can save the file and just execute that content in the web browser. You can observe, you got it. Okay, you got it, but there is a small problem in here, and also the logo has been displayed in a large size. Okay, now we'll close it. Right, we'll adjust the width and height. Width can be some 100, and height can be some 100. Okay, let us take this one, and let us execute this one. Still, it was still around a large size. Okay, yeah. Now instead of giving this image, we'll go with the HTML. So logo.html, just load this one, logo.html. So in the logo.html, we'll create some image, right? So give the name is equal to some logo. Okay, now we'll see whether the web page has been divided into different frames. Yes, so this is the logo part, this is the header, this is the menu, and this is the main, and this is the footer. So we can reduce the menu, I think. Yeah, so reduce the menu and give it to the AD. Yeah, also we can reduce the logo also. Logo also we can reduce, right? It is not it's not required to get a large. Yes, so this is the page, and in order to remove the border, so go with the border attribute. So border is equal to, give the 0. Okay, similarly here also go with the, in every frame set just give the value as 0. Here also go with the border is equal to 0. Okay, now you can observe there will be no border for this frames. Okay, see, you can observe here. So these are the total 5 pages we have created. Okay, this is for logo.html, this is the header.html, this is menu.html, this is the main page.html, and this is the footer.html. So we need to create all these web pages. First we will go with the header, logo. So just create one more web page. So go here, so HTML, and then give the image tag in the body. So img src. So image, for insertion of image we will go with this one. Okay, image source logo dot jpg, right, comma, width, we can restrict the width, we'll restrict the width, or simply we can check whether it fits the screen or not. So close the body and close the HTML, save this file as a logo.html, and now you can execute this one so that the logo should be displayed here. So again it doesn't fit to the frame, so we have to arrange the width and height, adjust the width and height. So adjust the width is equal to some 100 and height is equal to some 100, right? So now let us check whether it fits to the frame or not. Yeah, it's very small, right? So just increase the height and increase somewhat width. So let us increase to width 200 and here let us increase with the 120. Now let us check. So just accordingly we can adjust the height and width. Okay, so you can observe. So by adjusting the height and width we can still adjust the width, right? So let us take 250 and you can observe here, so it fits to the screen, right? It fits to the screen. Now so we'll create one more HTML, that is a header, right? Header. So let us create one more HTML for the header. See, HTML, and in the header we need to create in the body, right? So body, just go with the text. Okay, h1, or simply go with the font size. Okay, so font size is equal to 20. Okay, and give our channel name. I am giving some channel name. Okay, and see, so I'm closing the font here because I don't want to display much font, and again I will create one more font, some size is equal to, or simply we can go with the headers, right? So h2, so an educational YouTube channel for self-learning. So we can give any header, right? So I'm just giving this header. Okay, and also I just want to give the color. Okay, body bg color. So bg color means background color is equal to, let us take some, so we can represent the color in terms of hexadecimal format. So we'll go with the hexadecimal format. So 654321. So for each color, red, green, blue, for each color we can represent in a hexadecimal. So I am just giving this one, and let us display everything in a center. Okay, everything in a center. See, center, and here I will close the center and close the body tag and close the HTML tag and save this with the header.html because we have given the header.html, right? So header.html, and just observe the web page. You can reload the web page so that we'll get the header. So you can observe here, this is the header. So just change the color. So if the color is, if you are not satisfied with the color, you again just change the color. Okay. So this is how we can go with this. And here also we can go with the color. So color is equal to some white. We'll take some white color. Okay. So this is how we can apply the font and all these things. So font color is equal to white, and for the tagline also I am giving the same font color. So again the tagline we are getting the same thing. So this is the header, so we can display the logo here itself also. And now we'll create the menu. Okay, menu.html. So go with the one more notepad and create the menu. So first start with the HTML tag and give the body tag, and now we have to create the menu with the different links, right? So for giving the link we have to go with the anchor tag, right? H reference is equal to, okay, first one is a home.html colon, okay, and here you can observe target, so where it should be displayed. So after clicking this home, where it should be displayed, so it should be displayed in main. Okay, we have given the frame name as main, so I am giving the target as main, and close that one and give the text which to be displayed on the web page, and close the anchor tag. Okay, and repeat the same for all the remaining menu items. So the next one is nothing but about.html. So target is equal to main, and here you have to give the text to be displayed on the web browser, about. And again go with the third one, that is courses. Courses.html, and here you can go with the courses, and again use the same content for the contact. So contact.html, so we can give here contact, right? So close the body tag, close the HTML tag. Okay, save this one with the menu.html. So you can refresh the web browser so that the menu will be displayed here. See, so it's not in an order position, so we can just give the order, right? So we just place the break line for after every link, so that it will break 2 lines after every link. Now you can observe. So this is the, and before that also we can go with the break line so that the display will be somewhat better. Okay, and change the background. So bg color is equal to, go to the background and use the hexadecimal format. Use the hexadecimal format in order to display the color. Okay, it will be changing the color. So the same color, okay, the same color we have given, right? So hope you understood this one. And also here we can go with the font color. Let us take font color is equal to some white. Now we'll just go with this. So this is the links. Okay, so these are the links, so it will be visible in a blue color, no problem. Now take the main.html, so we have to display here, right? So again create one more HTML, that is a main.html. Go with the HTML tag, go with the body tag, okay, and write down here, so font size is equal to some 20, and write down here hello guys, welcome to our website, right? So I'm just closing the font also and close the HTML, right? So and also give the body color, so BG color is equal to some give any color, okay? So 1 1 2 2 3 3. So let us check how what is the page we need to give here, right? So go to the frames. So here we have given some main.html, right? So main.html. So give the name for the this one as a main.html. So main.html, right? Just go. I think the name has been displayed wrong. You will see the main.html. Okay, we will save as, okay, no problem. So we will save as main.html, right? Now refresh the page, we'll get the content. So again here also give the color as a white or yellow, so it will be displayed beautifully. See, so you can observe, hello guys, welcome to our website, and all these things will be displayed on the main, okay? And if you click on the home, automatically we need to get this one, right? So go to the menu.html, home, it's a main.html, right? So for this one it will be main.html. For about, we'll create one more thing for about, okay? HTML body, and for about you just go with the same thing. So h1, or simply go with the thing center font size is equal to some 10, color is equal to some white, right? Now give the here about, okay? Close the font, close the center, okay? And here write down the content. So give the paragraph, okay? Myself, Sundeep, Saradhi, Kanthety, having a YouTube channel, and write down the content, uploading video sessions related to CSS, okay? So I have given some text, okay? This is about the about ourselves, and then close the body tag, and then close the HTML tag, and save it as about.html, right? Save it as about.html, right? Now let us check. So refresh this one. If you click on this about, so automatically you will get the content here, right? And again, if you click on the hello, right? Now you can observe here. So 15, and give the color. Again, give the color. BG color is equal to some brown, okay? So that if you refresh it on, you will get the same thing. So if you click on about, you will get the brown, okay? So like this we can also use the thing. So we have created a page with a menu.html that will be displayed in this frame, and whenever you are clicking on the about, automatically the content is displayed in the main page itself, okay? If you click on home, this will be change it. So everything will else everything will not be changed. Only the main.html will be changing. Main frame. Okay, this is called a main frame. We have given a name as a main, right? So in that we are getting the result. So go with the one more page. So create one more page. So let us create this one. So go to the body tag, and the next one is a courses. So in order to get the courses, just go with the font size is equal to some 20. Okay, and go with the unordered list. Okay, unordered list li C programming, close the li, and one more. So that is a Java programming. So I'm listing out the content, right? Listing out the courses which we have covered in the channel, right? So for that purpose, just an example. For the example I'm giving. So Python programming, so data structures, network security, right? And let us stop here. Okay, let us stop here and close the unordered list ul, and close the body tag. Sorry, close the font tag, close the body, and close the HTML tag, and save this file by using the name called courses, course.html. Let us check whether what we have given in the menu. So it is about the courses.html. So just we have to save with the name called courses.html. So just be careful while giving the name. So cross check once and just give that. You can observe, if you click on the courses, we'll get the courses here. So whatever the thing we have covered in that, we get here, right? And the next one is a contact. So instead of contact, we will go with the footer. Okay, so create a footer.html. So HTML and body. Inside the body we have to write this. So I will align. So I will align on the left hand, right hand side. Okay, so I will align the content on the right hand side. So div align is equal to right hand side. Okay, right hand side. Now go with the font size is equal to some 15. Okay, 15. Color is equal to some black or a blue. Okay, let's take blue. And now you can create here. So contact, give the contact name so that it will be displayed in the footer, right? So I will create the contact. See, just after creating this one, and then email, okay, and after that close the BR, and then WhatsApp. So everything is in our channel art, no problem. Okay, so close the font, close the body, close the HTML. Save this file with the footer.html, so that we have given that footer.html in the menu, right? So footer.html, and you can observe here. So I just refresh it, we'll get here, right? Or instead of giving the size, we can go with the header files setting. Okay, there is no problem. So header file, so h2, will give some h2, and here we will close the h2. So you can observe here the contact. So Sundeep, Saradhi, Kanthety, email, WhatsApp, and these are the different menu. Okay, here also we can go with the color. So body bg color is equal to some gray, some gray. You can get like this. You can get like this, right? So this is how we can use the frames concept. So we have divided the complete web page into different frames, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 frames. And also in all the 5 frames we have loaded the different HTML pages. So here we are giving some logo.html, this is the header.html, and this is the main.html, footer.html, menu.html. And coming to the menu.html, we are giving some hyperlinks, and after clicking on the hyperlink, so we should get the result, the content on main.html. So it should not be directed to the new tab. Okay. See, if I click on these courses, that should be here, and if I click on about, it should be displayed here. If I click on home, it should be displayed here. Okay, so like this we can create by using the name. So that's what I have said in the previous session, the importance of name. Okay, here with the help of a name given to the frame, we are just restricting the display of the hyperlink into particular frame. So if you go with the menu.html, you can observe, so in the anchor tag we can have given the target attribute as a main. So main is nothing but a frame. Okay, main is nothing but a name given to the frame. So go with the frames, I will show you that. So frame.html, right? So frame.html, so you can go here, you can see main. This is the main, that is 80% of the portion is given as a main. So that's why we got it here. That's why we got it here. Okay, and footer also same thing. So we can directly, you can apply the footer this one, or you can simply click on the contact and that will be displayed on the footer. Anything is no problem, right? So like this we can create a web page with the different sections by dividing using the frame set and the frames concept, right? And see in the this anchor tag, instead of giving the target as is equal to main, if you give here new, okay, if you give here new, or simply for the courses, okay, for the courses, if you give here new, you can observe here. So if you click on the courses, a new tab will be created. Okay, and also we can go with the one more thing. So this is how we can create, and we can restrict the page should be displayed in the particular frame. Here we can give the frame name or the new or the same, so whatever it may be we can give it, right? So this is how we can implement the frames concept.
Map attribute, use map attribute in image tag, right? So let me recall that how to display the image, right? So first I'll go with the tags, basic tags, so HTML, and see, I'll go with the head, and inside the head we'll write the title. So I'll write the title as image map, right? So what is this image map? Image map means simply creating the clickable areas in that particular image. So here I have downloaded a few images. So in that, see, this is the image. You can see the computer, and here we can see the mouse, keyboard, monitor, and CPU. So first we'll insert this image on a web page, and if you click on this particular area, the relevant information will be displayed on a separate page. That means we have to create the link, right? Hyperlink. We have to create the link, and if you click on this particular area, separate image will be displayed. So here I have downloaded 4 images, the CPU, keyboard, monitor, and a mouse. So I will display this particular image on the web page, and if I click on this monitor, I should get this monitor on a separate web page. And if I click on this CPU area, I need to it should display the CPU, and if I click on this keyboard, it should display the keyboard, and if I click on this mouse, I need to get this image, right? So for this purpose we are going to use a map attribute, use map attribute, right? So let us check. So in the body, And see, first let us insert the image. For that, img src is equal to give the complete path of this image. So here you can see this is path and computer.png. so this is a computer.png, sorry, png, right? So this is the image, and I'll create that one in image map folder. So this is a image map.html, right? Now you can observe the image map.html, and if you open this one, so it will display the complete image. Now I have to create the clickable areas. That means I have to create the hyperlinks in this particular image. Okay, if for a particular area part. So if you want to create the clickable areas, first we need to get the coordinates, right? So for that, just we have to use an attribute called useMap. useMap is equal to, and start this useMap with a hash symbol and give some name like PC. PC is the name I have given for the useMap. And in order to create the different clickable areas, use one more tab called map. Okay, map name is equal to PC, and in this we have to create the area, and here we can create the area in terms of different shades. So we can represent a square, we can represent a circle, we can represent any polygon. So we know that a polygon means any closed surface without any curves, we call it as a polygon. We'll say one by one. So let us take this one. So first I just want to take a monitor. Okay, I just want to create a monitor. So I want to set the monitor from this portion to this portion. See, if I click anywhere, okay, so I need to get the separate information about this monitor. Okay, so for that, see, you can see this is not a polygon, sorry, not a square, not a circle. So it is a polygon. We are having a different closed surface. Okay, so we'll see area, the attribute is a shape is equal to, I'll go with the polygon, so poly, and we need to give the coordinates. So coords is equal to, so you need to give the coordinates from starting from here, right? And you need to cover all the coordinates of this one, and you have to end at this particular coordinate. So in order to find the coordinates, just open the image. So watching here and deciding the coordinates is somewhat different, right? Difficult. So for that purpose, just go open this image with the paint, and here if you move the pointer, you can observe here in this status bar, you can observe the coordinates. See, 322, 15 pixel, 12 pixel, 9 pixel, like that. So from here you can simply use the coordinates. So I have to start from here. So the coordinate is 206, 1. So give the coordinates there. So 206 comma 1, sorry, 1, and from the here, from this up to this position. So what is this position? 663, 3. 663 comma 3. So write down all the coordinates, right? All the borders. So then up to here, right? So 665, 314. 665, 314. 665, 314. And then here, right, at this position, you can see 467, 318. 467, 318. Right? We need to give all the coordinates, right? See, let us take here up to here. So this is the 490, 379, 490, 379, and see, this is a one more position. So 525, 379, 525, 379, and cover all the coordinates, right? So this one 538, 403, 538, 403, and at the end here, right, 331, 402,
331, 402, and again this coordinate. So what is this one? See here you can observe 341, 378, 341, 378, the x coordinates, y coordinates, and up to here. So this is 375, 378, 375, 378, and again up to here. So this is 398, 316, 398, 316, and this position. So 203, 313, 203, 313, and again this one. So this is the starting position, right? So you can give the starting position 206, 1. And one thing, this is not a mandatory to give the last coordinate. So if you are not giving this last coordinate, it will be taking as a by default it will consider it as a last coordinate, first coordinate, right? So here you can observe the polygon means a closed surface without any curvature. So whenever we are using the coordinates, when we get the closed surface, the first coordinate and the last coordinate should be same. So it is not mandatory to specify the last coordinate, right? So if you are not specifying the last coordinate, by default it will be considered as a first coordinate. And this is a coordinates, and give the H reference number. So I'll use some monitor.png, monitor.png, right? I'll close the map here. So let us save this one, and see, let us refresh this one, and see, you can observe. So see, here we are not getting any links. Here we are not getting any links, right? We are not getting any links. Only whatever the coordinates we have given, if the mouse pointer moves to that particular coordinates, then immediately the link will be enabled. See, the cursor has been changed. You can observe. So this is the first coordinate we have given. So beyond this one, there is no link. And whenever the mouse pointer meets this one, so it starts linking, right? So we have given everything. So in the monitor, every coordinate which we have given, so that will be considered as this one, right? Now I have to create one more page. See, I'll create one more page. Here I'll display the image of a monitor, and I'll save the file with monitor.png. So img src is equal to, so monitor.png, right? So I have given this one, and let us give the alternate text as a monitor, right? So I'll save this one. Yes, so monitor.html, right? See, now you can observe, I'll refresh this one, and if you press this area, so we'll get that particular image, right? Monitor.image. You can observe, see, we have created, so monitor.html, which displays the monitor, right? Which displays the monitor. And whenever I am using this one, so I'm getting the image here. I'm getting the image displayed here, right? See, sorry, here I have given directly the image. I'll go with the HTML, right? Now you can observe, so this is the image. Whenever I click on monitor, so monitor image will be displayed here, and we can write out any description about this particular one. So that means in the complete image, we are creating the clickable areas. So before writing the map, before writing this use map, so this is the only image. But now it is an image with the hyperlinks, image with the links, right? So like that, we can create and separate link for CPU to display the CPU, to display the keyboard, to display the mouse. So here you can see this is the CPU, right? This is a CPU. Now the same way you can apply the same thing. So I'll go with the area, and shape is equal to, here let us take a rectangle, okay, rectangle, and here we need to give the coordinates of diagonal coordinates, right? That means this coordinates of this position and coordinates of this position, automatically it forms a rectangle. So but in terms of polygon, it's not like that. We have to go with all the coordinates of the border, right? So here we are giving only the rectangle shape. So just use the coordinates, the starting coordinate and the diagonal coordinate. So automatically it forms a rectangle. So in order to find out the coordinates, go to the paint. So this position, what is this position here? You can observe in the status bar 1, 24. So give the coordinates as 1, 24, and the diagonal coordinates, go with the diagonal coordinate here. So what is the diagonal coordinate? You can observe 171, 433, 171, 433. So and reference. So whenever we click on that particular thing, what thing we have to get it. So I'll go with a CPU.png, right? So I'll save this one, and you can observe. So previously there is no link for this particular area. If you refresh this one and if you see there is a link, you can observe there is a link only on this particular area. So because we have given the area coordinates as this one diagonal coordinates, right? So automatically this will give the complete area as a clickable area. So if you click on this one, so we need to get some CPU.html or CPU.png. Directly the CPU.png means directly the image will be displayed. Okay, so let us take the thing. See, I'll go with the monitor.html. I'll open with a notepad and I'll save this same file with another name called cpu.html, and see cpu.html, and here we need to give the CPU, and here also the alternate text. If any for any reason if the image is unable to load, so automatically this alternate text will be displayed. So you can observe the cpu.html where the CPU is displayed here, right? So now you can observe, if I click on this one, CPU image will be displayed. If I click on this one, the monitor image will be displayed. Similarly, we can create the same thing for both the keyboard and a mouse. See, let us take for the mouse. So I'll create the same thing for a mouse, right? So here you can observe the shape of this mouse is in a circular way, right? It's not a square or it's not a rectangle. If you give the square, or I mean if you give any rectangle or any polygon, so out of the mouse area will also be converted into clickable, right? So for example, let us take the rectangle, let us take the coordinates and check the coordinates of this one. So if you consider this one, right? So let us take this one. So this is a 705 459. So 705 459, 705 and 459. And what is the last one? So this coordinate, diagonal coordinate, we need to check. So let us take this as a diagonal coordinate, 799 470. So 799 and 470. So it will work, no problem, right? It will work. So nothing problem will be there. But see, you can observe. So also we have to create that mouse.html. So let us open this one notepad. So I'll save as with mouse.html. Save. So mouse.html, and here you have to use a mouse.png, and again the alternate text we need to display. I am displaying the mouse mouse. So here you can observe. See, if you refresh, so initially there is no link in this particular area. If you refresh, so you can see, so only one place. So the area is not accurate because we have created the rectangle, right? We have taken the rectangle. So from this part to this part, so that means a slight thin rectangle is created, right? So in such type of things, we can go with the radius. I mean, we can go with the circle. So instead of rectangle, we can create the clickable area by using the circle function, circle option, right? So circle, and here the coordinates will be the center coordinate and the radius. Center coordinate and the radius. So see, this is the center coordinate, right? 756 459. 756 459, and give the radius. How much radius? So in order to get the radius, you can observe this is a circle, and see, you can observe. See, this is 466, right? 466. That means around 7, the radius. If you give the 7 as a radius, you can observe, see, sorry, mouse.html, shape is equal to circle, chords 756, and see here 756 is the circle center point. We have taken 459, and from that, and we have taken it as, see, 756, and this location you can see 797, right? 797 means around 41. Let us create the thing. So just a moment. So 756, this one is a 756 and 459, and you can observe, I just want to take the radius from here, this side to this side. So this is a circle I just want to take. So 488 you can observe here. So in the bottom you can observe 755 and 488. So 755 and 488. 488 means you can see the difference, 459 and 488. That is, I think it's 29, right? 29. If you take this coordinate as a 29, let us check whether it will be implemented or not. No, actually not done. So let us take the chords in the quotations. I think it might be a problem. So area shape is equal to yeah. Spelling mistake, circle, right? Now it will be considered, right? So you can observe now here, see. So in that particular circular area we'll get the clickable part, right? If you click on this one, so we need to get the mouse.html, so which we have not created, I think so. Have we created? Yes, we have done, but I think mouse.jpg, but we have given as a png, so that's why, yes, see, the image is not being displayed. Now you can observe, see, mouse, yes, perfect. And if you click on this mouse, we'll get a mouse image, and the same thing we'll do for the keyboard also. So let us open this one, and for the keyboard also we can use a rectangle. Yes, yes, so we can give the rectangle and change the coordinates. And what is the coordinates for this one? So you can observe this is a starting position, so 198 428, so 198 comma 428, and the next one is we need to give the diagonal coordinates, right? I'll give this one. Okay, I will give this one 676 513, 676 and 513. So you can use double quotations, or you may not use the double quotations, no issue about that. So, and here instead of CPU I'll go with the keyboard.html. So we need to create a keyboard.html before executing this one. So let us open this one, and yes, so save this file as keyboard.html, and see here you need to change it as a keyboard.png. It's not a jpg. Make sure the extensions perfectly. So if it is a jpg or jpeg or png or gif, whatever it may be, right, make sure of the extension, so otherwise it will not be displayed on the web page, right? So keyboard, so we have created that one, and see, now I'll refresh and you can observe, see the keyboard. So click on this keyboard, so we'll get the image displayed, the keyboard image is displayed on the screen. So like that. So initially the image is not having any clickable areas, right? This image doesn't have the clickable areas, but if you are using the name called use map, the attribute use map, so which creates the clickable areas of on the image. So in order to represent the area, we are supposed to give the coordinates, right? So here we can represent the area in three ways: polygon, rectangle, and circle. So if it is a circle, the coordinates, center coordinates along with the radius, and if it is a rectangle, starting coordinate and the diagonal coordinate. And if it is a polygon, you need to give all the coordinates which covers the polygon, right, which covers the complete shape, right? So, and the one more thing is H reference, so which gives the target, so what should be executed once you click on that particular area. So for that we are giving the use map. Inside the use map we are using the map tag, and inside the map tag we are using the area to fix the area, okay, to make the area clickable, right? So after executing this one, see, our complete image is with a clickable areas. So this is one, this is one, this is one, and this is one, right? So this is the most important and very interesting. So hope you understood this map, use map attribute of image tag.
Today's session we'll discuss about one more tag in HTML5, that is select, option, and opt group. Select, option tag, and option group, right? So the selection tag is used to create a drop down menu, right? If we want to give a multiple options, so then we can go with this select one. So in that select tag there is an option to display individual options. So let us check out about this one, right? So I'll open the notepad. So let us write down the tags, right? So inside that I'll go with the body directly, and here write down the selection. So select tag. Inside the selection we need to give the option as let us take it as a BTech, right? Option. I'm giving all the degrees, okay, undergraduation degrees and post graduation degrees. So BTech, let us consider as a BCom, BSc, BCA, right? Similarly, MTech, MCom, see, MSc, MCA. So we have given a lot of degrees, so in that options, and I'm just closing the selection. We'll give the label before that, what exactly this one. So label degree, or you can call qualification, okay, qualification, right? Let us check. So I'll save this one on the desktop with a select.html. So in the desktop you can find the select.html. So open that one. So you can observe here, see, you can observe there is a drop down menu, right? So with a lot of qualifications, see, BTech, BCom, BSc, BCA, MTech, MCom, MSc, MCA. So by default it will display only one option, and here we can give an option called attribute called a size, how many options can be displayed at a time. If I go with the 3, so you can observe now at a time the 3 options will be displayed, and rest of the things can be visible with a scroll bar, right? So but only 3 options will be directly visible on the web page. And similarly you can also, so here you can select only one option, right? So I'll go with the 5 and I will show you. Yes, so you can select only one option, right? It is not able, you are not able to select the multiple options here. So for that there is a one more attribute called multiple. If you write this multiple attribute in the select tag, so it is possible to select a multiple options. Just by pressing control you can select a multiple options. Okay, so one by default we can able to select only one option, but if you use the attribute called multiple, we can select multiple options, right? So hope you understood. And also we can group the third one, option group. We can group the options, right? Use it to group the options. Let us take for example BTech, BCom, BSc and BCA all comes under the undergraduation. So I just want to create one group, opt group. Opt group means option group, and I'll give the label. Label is attribute to display that particular group. I'll go with the undergraduate programs, right? And where I have to stop after the BCA, close the option group tag. And similarly again open the option group tag, OPT group label is equal to postgraduate programs. So this is a label we are giving for the rest of the options, right? So opt group. So we have grouped complete qualifications into two categories. One is undergraduate programs and a postgraduate programs. So I am saving this file, and you can observe here, if you go to the content, see undergraduate programs, and say after BCA it's a postgraduate programs, right? See, I'll remove this multiple selection also. Now we will get the drop down menu. See, drop down menu, and if you open, so this is a label, so you are unable to select this particular option, undergraduate program. And similarly postgraduate program, we can't able to select the postgraduate program, so you can only select the options of that particular opt group, right? So these four comes under the undergraduate programs group, and these four comes under the postgraduate programs group. So like this we can use the select or select tag in order to create the drop down menu. So either it can be a single selection or a multiple selection. So here, so size is to specify how many options need to be displayed by default, right? By default. And similarly multiple means to select multiple options. So these are the attributes of select. These are all the attributes of select. Attributes. So size and multiple, right? And coming to the options, so that is only to display the individual options. And opt group, so there is a attribute called label, right? So label is to give a name to the group, right? So this is how we can create a drop down menu with a multiple options, and group, we can group the options, right? So hope you understood this select, option and option group tags. So in today's session we discuss about one more tag in HTML, just we missed in our previous sessions, that is a field set. Field set tag. So this tag is used to group the form elements, right? So if you want to group, for example, if you consider any profile, a student profile, so that may contains his personal information, academic information, excuse me, and next extracurricular activities and the co-curricular activities like that, right? So if you want to group everything, then we are going to use this field set tag, right? See, for example, I have created a page, so it consists of a personal information, first name, second name, gender, some address, and the next one, first year marks, second year marks, third year marks, and the fourth year marks, overall percentage. This is completely academic details. And the next one, hobbies, which is a extracurricular activities, right? So if you group all these things in different ways, then the look and feel will be different. So if you group all these four, that means a name, second name, gender, and address as a personal information, and this marks and percentage as a academic information, and a hobbies as a extracurricular activities, right? So we have to use the field set. Now see, this is the thing we have designed without using the field set. Now I will implement the field set. I will include the field set, right? See, I will go to the source code. So open with Notepad, and here you can see first name, second name, gender, address. Up to here we have to go with the field set. So I'll start the field set here. So FIELD field set, and where we have to end at the text area. I'll close the field set, right? So you can observe I have grouped everything, right? So if you refresh, you can observe this is completely grouped with one box. Similarly, again I'll go with the field set. So I'll group the remaining, that means academics, right, up to overall percentage. So here I'll close the field set, right? And now you can observe the one more group has been created. And again I just want to group one more thing, that is here I'll go with the field set, and here I'll end with the field set, right? So it's FIELDSET field set. And now you can see the three groups. And how to represent the name, how to give a name for these particular groups. So for that we are going to use another another tag called legend tag. Okay, so in order to give a name for a group, the tag is legend, right? So this tag is used to give a name for field set, right? So whatever the field set we have created, we can give a name for the field set. So just go with the thing. So here inside the field set, I'll give the name, so legend, and I'll give here personal. See, I'll give here personal information, and I'll close the legend tag. And you can observe a name will be given to this particular one. See, you can observe here personal information. So this is the name given for this particular group. So if you give the legend tag, if you use a legend tag, so we can give a name for this particular field set. So you can observe here, so within the border itself we are getting the name, right? And similarly in the given in the below thing, again here I just want to give the legend, and here academics, I'll go with the small letters, right? Academic information, I'll go with the legend. So you can see one more group, academic information, and this is a extracurricular activities. And again I'll go with here, see, legend, I'll draw extra curricular activities, right? I'll close the legend, and you can observe the three things, three options. And see here we can use, and remaining any tag, you can use any tag here. See, any tag, right? So any text formatting tags can be included here. So I'll use some H4. So in order to give somewhat increase the font size, see H4, No, I'll go with the H2. Let us take the H2. I think it would be so right. X. And also I'll use some bold and italic. So I'll use here also bold and italic, right? And you can observe here. See, this is the thing we can write, right? So whatever the field set is to group the elements, and legend is to give a name for a particular group. And here we can use any text formatting tags to make the content look and feel, right? So this is how we can use the field set. So this is the importance of field set, right? So inside the field set we can use a legend to give the name. So hope you understood this one. So in today's session we'll discuss about one more concept in our HTML5, that is the audio tag and video tag. So one difference, the major difference between HTML4 and HTML5 is supporting of audio and video in a web browser. So HTML5 supports this audio and video, and further we are having a tags called audio tag and video tag. So video tag. So this is to place the video on web, and audio, and this is also to place audio on web page. And commonly both are having a one attribute called, one tag called source, which is used to locate the position or the path of audio or video file. So one attribute for this source, attribute of source tag is src, where we have to provide the location. So where we have to provide location or a path of both audio or video files, and attribute of video. So that is the first one. One is a controls, which will display the controls on web page. So I'll execute everything and I will show you. And the second one is loop. So to repeat video or audio after completion. So once it was completed, again it will start. Okay, that is called a loop. That means a repetition, infinite repetition, right? Next, a muted, so which will mute the video or audio. And the fourth one, poster, and this is for a video tag, so which will display the poster until user play the video. And the next one, controls loop, muted, poster. Yes, so we'll see this one. And also yes, width and height. Yes, so this is also meant for video tag. So we can specify the required width and required height of a video player. Okay, so display the size of video player. So this can be used for video tag. Okay, so we'll see all these things by executing a small program. So first let us start with HTML. So this is HTML5. Okay, and I'll close the tag before writing the content. I'll go with the body tag directly. So inside the body we have to write down the video tag, so video, and inside the video again we have to write the source, right? So inside the source we have to write the one attribute called src is equal to, here we have to locate the video file, right? So I am taking this intro. So this is a video file we just want to locate. Okay, we need to display this one. So I'll copy this path. So right click here and go to the properties. So here you can observe the complete location. See here there is a location. So just to copy the location, I'll copy the location and the file name is intro.mp4. Excuse me, mp4. So save this file. I'll save that one on desktop. So av.html, audio video.html. So let us see. So here we got the browser. So just open this file and you can observe. So one length is created, one size is here, but there is no video. Okay, there is no video. So unless you give the controls attribute, you can't see the controls on the player. So if you see, so this controls is on the video at video tag. So I have given here a video controls, and now you can observe the control is available here, right? So this is a control. So if you want to increase the size, you can use a video width and height, right? So width is equal to some 800 or 700, height is equal to some 700. So save this one and again refresh. See, the width has been somewhat increased. Okay, so like this we can use a width and height. See, yes. So controls. So just you play this one, automatically the video will be played. You can observe now here we have embedded this player. So you can see, you can listen to the music of, right? Next, see, and if you use a loop, okay, if you use a loop, see, before refreshing, so as I play here, after completion of complete 16 seconds, the video will be stopped, right? The video will be stopped. So if I use this loop attribute in the video tag, now refresh, you can observe. So after completion of the 16 seconds, again it will start playing from the beginning. You can observe. I have not clicked on this play button, but continuously it will move. Again, once it was completed, again it will start playing the video. So that is the use of this loop. And the next one, muted. Muted. So the sound will be muted. So muted is a one attribute. So refresh, and you can observe here the volume is default mute. So if you play here, see, you will get no sound, only the video will be played here. Okay, so in the absence of this muted attribute, you can observe, if I refresh, see, it was enabled. So whenever you play this video, you will get the audio also. You will get the audio also, right? Hope you understood, right? Controls, loop, muted, and also poster. See, for example, yes. So I refresh this one. You can observe there is a blank page. Okay, blank image displayed here on the video. So if I want to use any other image, I will go with the poster. Okay, the attribute called a poster, and here link the poster here. So on my desktop I am having the poster. See, yes, this is a poster, logo.jpg. I'll copy this one. So I'll go with a copy as path, or you can go to the properties and you can open it and you can simply paste here. See, I have given logo.jpg. Now I will refresh the page. You can observe, you will not get the blank display. So I'll get that image until you press the play button. Okay, until you press the play button. So whatever the image you have linked to the poster attribute, that image will be displayed here. So whenever you just click on the play button, the video will be played. Okay, so this is how you can insert the video into the web page. Insert a video into a web page, right? And the next one is the audio. So that's also same. I will use a audio tag here. So the syntax is same, but the tag is different, audio, and So in that audio, we have to use a source, and src is equal to, so look at the complete file. So on the desktop I am having, see, this is a music.mp3. So I just want to place this music.mp3 on a web page. So right click on this one, copy as path, and open the source code. Open the source code. So paste it here. Right now you can refresh this one. Just a second. Yes, okay, so we have not given the controls, so just give the attribute called control so that it will be displayed on the page. So unless you give the control, the audio file will not be displayed. So in the absence of these controls, the audio file is not visible. So you can observe, once again I am removing these controls. So previously we have not given the controls, so that's why the controls are not visible on the web page. So this is a mandatory. So if you want to display the audio player, so you need to give the controls. And here you can observe again, if you play, so you can listen to the music here, and the similar attribute, so that will be repeated only once until you give the attribute called loop. So if you use a loop, automatically once it was done, so yes, so once so you can observe, so until you click on that pause, so it will keep on repeating the audio file, right? So that we call it as a loop. Okay, that we call it as a loop. So one more attribute, muted, that is also similar to our video. So once if you use this muted attribute, so you can observe the audio will be mute, and if you click on the play, so the music will be played, but you can't hear that because it is on a mute option. The mute option is enabled, right? So by default the mute option will be enabled, and if you click on this one, so automatically, so the mute option will be disabled, and automatically we can hear the music, right? So this is the tags, audio tag and a video tag, in order to play the video file or audio file on the web page.
Hello friends, welcome back to our channel. So today we're going to discuss about one more concept, important concept, that is a cascading style sheets. So we'll call it as a CSS. That means cascading style sheets. So this is mainly used to give some style to our web page. Okay, to our web page. So far we have seen a different HTML tags. Okay, different HTML tags, and here we are supposed to apply some different styles to the HTML tags. Okay, so here the complete styles can be divided into three categories. One is external, internal, and inline. Okay, so here we'll go with the style tag. Okay, here we'll go with the style tag, and by using the style tag, each and every tag, for each and every tag will apply some formatting. That means if you want to change the colors, if you want to give the colors, so we can change the color, we can change the font size, we can change the font face, and all these things we can apply by using these style sheets. Okay, so that styles can be achieved with the help of one among these three different categories, that is external, internal, and inline. And coming to the external, if it is an external cascading style sheets, then we'll link an external CSS. Okay, we'll link an external CSS file. So that means one external file will be created. So open the notepad and give all the styles here, and save it with the .css, and again take one more HTML file. So write down the HTML tag and all these things here, and here use a link tag. So we'll use some link tag in order to link this .css. So that means, see, I will give you link followed by the relation. Relation means here what type of content is available. So this is completely style sheet content. Okay, so we can give some relation, and followed by the next one is h reference. That means reference. So from where we have to load the .css. H reference is equal to, here we have to give the path. Okay, the path of CSS file. Path of CSS file. So by using this link, okay, by using this link tag, we can achieve the style sheet. Okay, we can link the separate external style sheet to our web page. Okay, so for example, if you want to change the background color, go with the body tag. Okay, go with the body tag, and inside the body we have to give the background color. So apply the style tag. Okay, so if you are going with the external style sheet, go with the style tag. Inside the style tag, write down the selector. So selector is a tags. Okay, whatever the tags we have studied in the HTML, that each tag will be a selector. So for each selector we are supposed to give different formatting. So like this. So if you go with the body, okay, just open the curly brace, and write down here. So there is an attribute called background color, background hyphen color, colon. Okay, here we should not use the is equal to, here we have to use the colon, give the color here, what we want to get the background color. I am giving some green, and close. So whenever we are using the body tag, this style will be applied. Okay, whenever we are using the body tag, this style will be applied. And if you want to go with the headings, h1, okay, so in our complete web page we may write different headings, right? So wherever the heading is applied, wherever the heading is appeared, h1, so I just want to print the color. So color colon blue, I just want to give the color as a blue, font color blue, and differentiate each thing by the semicolon, right? Semicolon, and go with the second line, that is a second attribute. You can give a number of attributes, so don't worry about these attributes. So we'll go in depth each and every attribute in the further sessions, right? So in today's session I'm just covering the introduction, so how to link the CSS file and how to achieve the cascading style sheets for the web page, right? So in depth we'll go in the next sessions, right? So now let us apply like this itself. So close the style tag, so save all these things by using .css. Simply go with the sample.css. This is a sample.css, and this should be linked in our HTML file. So wherever we are writing the HTML, we have to use this link, so that the HTML file will go to the CSS and apply the particular styles in our web page. So wherever we are writing the body, the complete body will be having the background color green, and in our web page, wherever we are writing the h1 tag, the font color will be blue, right? So this is the external. That means we are writing all the styles in a separate file, and we are linking this separate file to our web page by using the link tag and h reference. So this is called the external. Coming to the internal. So in head tag itself we have to write. Inside the head tag, use style tag. Inside the head tag, use a style tag. See, so this must be written in the web page itself. So we should not write the separate CSS file, and we have to include this in the HTML file itself, in the header tag. See, HTML head style, head, and write down the body here. Write down the body, close the body, and close the HTML file. Right? So everything in our web page itself, we have to write this style tags in between the style tag in the head tag, in the header. Right? Then automatically this will be applied. So everything is same, rest of the thing is same. So we have to use a selector, and followed by the selector we have to give the attributes in between the curly braces, so in order to achieve the styles. right? And this is all about our internal. So don't worry, I will execute the programs, each and every program I will execute and I will explain you. So the third one is inline. So in the selector tag itself, inside the selector tag itself, use the attribute style. So style is a common attribute for all the tags. Okay, for all the tags, each and every tag in the HTML, there is a common attribute called style in order to achieve this style sheet. Okay, so here if you want to give some formatting, that means the styles to the body, so whenever we are writing the HTML file, so HTML, if you want to write the body, here itself give the style attribute. So body style is equal to, this is a style attribute, style is equal to, and give the double quotations and give the attributes background hyphen color colon some green. Okay, write down the content, demo on CSS, right? And if you want to give some heading tag, okay, header tag, so go with the header tag. So before writing this demo text, write down the h1. If you want to give some any other styles for this h1 tag, again use the style tag. Style is equal to some color colon black. Okay, and if you want to give more number of attributes, just go with the semicolon, write down another tag, okay, another attribute, align is equal to center, right? So I have given some two attributes for the style. So here for every tag there will be different attributes. We'll go with the further sessions. We'll learn all those things in the further sessions, right? So after writing that, give the text. So demo on CSS and close the h1 and close the body and close the HTML, right? So in this example we are giving some style attribute. So we are giving the style as an attribute for each and every selector. So that's why this is called as inline. We are applying the styles within the line itself. Okay, so that's why we call it as a inline cascading style sheets. So this is how we can achieve the style sheets by using either external, internal or inline style sheets, right? So we'll execute each and every program for all these three categories, first external, then internal and the inline, so that if you are having any doubts, your doubts will be clarified, right? So let's move on to the computer.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen different categories of cascading style sheets. So mainly these cascading style sheets are used as in decorators, right? We can call them as a decorator. So we can change the colors and just we can give the formatting the content, right, using this cascading style sheets. Now we'll see the implementation of the three categories of cascading style sheets, that is external, internal and inline, right? Let us implement with a small example. So first we'll go with the external CSS. So in the external CSS, as the name itself indicates, we have to create one external file and we have to link that file in our HTML web page. Now see, I will write some. So this is the selector. For this selector I just want to give background color, background color, and we know in a HTML if you want to give a background color, any color, so we can represent in terms of hexadecimal format or we can just give the names. So go with the hexadecimal format. So column here we have to represent by using hash and hexadecimal format. So we'll go with this one. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? I have given some body and h1. So I will use some h1. So I will also give the h1, okay, h1 also just to give the color is equal to color colon. Okay, here we have to use a colon, color colon, some black, okay, and semicolon, and also give the alignment, okay, alignment text align center. Okay, I just want to give the center alignment for that one, right? Close this one and save the file with the .css. save the file by using the .css extension. So in the desktop we have created one folder called CSS, so that all the CSS programs will be saved in that particular file. Okay, so in the HTML file and CSS, yeah, this one, some demo.css. I'm just giving the name as demo.css. So I have saved this one, and take one more notepad. There we have to write the HTML code, and we have to link these ones, right? HTML. So I will show you here. See, I'm writing the code here, HTML, and we have to include this all the CSS files in the head part. Okay, so write down the head and just link that one. Okay, we can just link that one. So link relation is equal to this relation is nothing but a style sheet, right? So write down the style sheet and give the location h reference is equal to, just give the reference, that is a demo.css. I have given the link, right? Close the head and go to the body tag and h1, and here write down this is sample demo for external cascading style sheets, h1, and close the body and close the HTML. Okay, and now save this file by using some HTML.html. So I will use external CSS.html. So this is the demo for external CSS. I will save this file. So go to the folder, and just by double clicking on that we can implement the file. Okay, external CSS.html file. So go to the folder, and here you can find the CSS folder. Inside the CSS folder, just now we have created some external CSS.html. So click on that one, and yes, so you can observe here. So the background color is given in the form of hexadecimal, and the font color, right, the font h1. See, let us go with the CSS. Okay, you can observe, so the text will be in the white color, right? So this is how we can implement the thing. So here in the HTML file you can observe we have not given any background color in the body tag and the text color in the h1 tag, but here we are given the style sheet. In the style sheet we have given some formatting tags for each and every selector. So selector is nothing but our tags. Okay, so here body, h1, okay, heading tags, paragraph tags, and all these tags will be selectors. So for these selectors we have given some attributes, so like color, text alignment, all these things. So we are just including this CSS file in the HTML file so that it will be executed. So this is the example for external CSS. Now we'll go with the internal CSS. So here externally we are specifying the formatting tags, and we are just including the CSS file inside the external in our HTML page by using the link attribute, link tag. Okay, link tag. So we are linking the .css file inside the HTML file, right? So this is how we can implement the external cascading style sheets. Now see, we'll go with the internal. So go with the internal. So again open the notepad, and the same thing, follow the same thing, HTML, and in the head itself we have to write the style sheets. So for that we have to use the style tag, and here you can mention the same thing which you have mentioned in the external. So similarly body, so open the parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis we have to give the attributes. So background hyphen color. So I will go with one more thing. So hash 654321. So hexadecimal format, right? So close, and h1. So use the tag same. So color is equal to color. We should not use a assignment operator. We have to use a colon. Okay, color colon. Go with the black. Okay, let us check and see. Close the style tag. Close the style tag and close the head tag. So we have to write this style, cascading style, in the head tag. Okay, so close the head, open the body, and inside the body open the h1. I'm writing this is the demo for internal cascading style sheets, right? So this is the head text we have written. So close the body and then close the HTML and save this file as a internal CSS. So this is a separate file. So here we are not linking any external thing. So we are including the style sheets, cascading style sheets inside the HTML tag itself, right? So here you can observe there is a one more file created, that is internal css.html. I am double clicking on that internal css.html so that it will be executed on the web browser. So in the web browser it will be opened. So you can observe here. See, this is the thing. So here also we are given some text is equal to black, and see, once again just go with the internal and change the color as yellow, change the hexadecimal format. So save this one and refresh so that one more the style will be applied. Okay, so whatever the style we are giving style tag, which is an internal CSS. So we are embedding the complete styles inside the HTML itself. So previously we are creating one separate HTML, separate sheet, and we are linking it to the given HTML. So right. So in this case we are just embedding the complete style sheet inside the CSS, inside the HTML file, right? Inside the HTML file in the header tag, head tag. Right. So this is the internal style sheet, and we'll go with the one more thing, that is a inline style sheet. So just open the notepad and just type the HTML. So here we'll give the complete style tags inside the selector itself, right? So we'll go with the body. So body, in the body we can give the attribute called, there will be an attribute called style. So we can give the cascading style sheets here itself. So style is equal to, give the inverted quotation, so give the attributes all here, background, color. So what we have done in the previously we can give here. So green, green, and go with the h1. Okay, h1, I just want to give the text, right? h1. Again here also style, I just want to give the style color. So color is equal to, or sorry, colon some white color, and I want to give one more attribute. So just go with the semicolon and then give it the text align. So align, text align, colon, center. So text alignment center. And now here you can write the thing. So this is the demo for inline style sheets, right? And close the h1 and close the body and close the HTML and save this HTML by using any name. So we'll give inline css.html, right? So in the folder you can observe inline css.html, right? So just double click on that, we'll get the output in the web browser. See, you can observe here the background, it was a green, and the foreground, the color, text color will be some white color. Okay, so if you want to give any other, we can also give here some paragraph tag. Okay, some paragraph tag, we can write some welcome to demo of CSS. Okay, and close the paragraph tag. And if you want to give any some other text here, some other style for this one, go with this one, some style is equal to some color, colon, yellow. Okay, give some yellow color, right? So just save this one and just implement here. So refresh it, we can get here. You can observe here, right? So welcome to demo of CSS. So hope you get it, right? Here we go. So this is the way we can implement the different categories of style sheets. So external style sheet, internal, and inline. In the external, we'll write the complete styles in one file called with the extension .css, and we have to link that CSS in our HTML web page by using the link tag. And coming to the internal CSS, in the head itself we can write all the styles which we require for the selectors, and then we can implement the HTML. Right? And coming to the inline, inside the selector itself, by using the style attribute, we can achieve the style sheets. I mean, we can achieve the styles to get applied on the particular text. Okay, so this is how we can implement these cascading style sheets. So we'll stop here, and if you are having any doubts regarding this introduction to style sheets, so feel free to post your doubts in the comment section. I will definitely try to clarify all your doubts. And in the next session onwards, we'll go in depth with the style sheets with each and every selector, right? So the different attributes applied and different styles we can apply, and all these things, borders, even borders we can apply for by using these style sheets, and all these things, all the attributes and the tags regarding the CSS will follow from the next session, right? So in our CSS, while developing the web page, sometimes we are supposed to give a color for the background. We have to apply the color for the text or a font, and we are supposed to give a color for a border. So in many things we are supposed to give a color. So now, how many ways we can give that color? We can represent that color. Okay, so that will be discussed in today's session. Let's move on to the topic, and the first one is just by giving the names. Okay, just by giving the color names. So for any attribute, by just giving the color names like red, okay, blue, orange, black, so like this, just by representing the color name, we can apply the color. Okay, so these are the maximum, these are the complete names, and sometimes we are unable to represent the color, correct color with the name. Okay, so in such cases we have to go with the another way. So the another way is representing in hexadecimal, representing the color in hexadecimal. So how to represent a color in hexadecimal? So one thing is, first we have to give the hash symbol, hash followed by red, green, blue. Hash symbol, red, green, blue. So here the red ranges in between 0 to FF. Okay, 0 to FF. And similarly, green represents 00 to FF. Similarly, blue represents 00 to FF. So this is the combination we can give. So example, hash. So give all zeros. It will represent the black color. Okay, it represents the black color. And give all the F's. Give all the F's. Okay, give all the F's. It will represent the white color. Okay, and combination, we can give the combination, some 12, A, B, 4, 5. So this is the combination. So this first two represents the red, second two represents the green, and the third one represents the blue. So by combining all these things, we'll get the color. Okay, one color will be displayed, and that will be applied to the text. Okay, so this is another way. That means using the hexadecimal format. So the third one. So don't worry, I will execute each and every format and each and every combination I will show you. Okay, and the third one, by using RGB function. Okay, RGB function. So here we'll be having some RGB value function which takes the three parameters. First one represents the red, second one represents the green, the third one represents the blue. So this is also numerical. But this function will take the three arguments. So here the red ranges from 0 to 255. Here the red ranges from 0 to 255.
and green also ranges from 0 to 255, and blue will be ranges from 0 to 255. So we have to give the combination of all these things to get a color. Okay, so these values, example RGB function, some 100, some 200, some 150. So this value represents the red, okay, the red, and this value represents the green, this value represents the blue. So combination of all these three will give some color, will represent some color. Okay, the combination of all these three will give the representation of color, right? So this is another way to represent a color. And the next one, the fourth one, same RGB function with fourth parameter called alpha, okay. So here the same thing, RGB, and go with the red, first one, green, the second parameter, blue, the third parameter, and alpha is the last parameter. So as we have discussed in the third criteria, point, so RGB function, red varies from 0 to 255, and green and blue also varies from 0 to 255. The same will be applied in this function also. So here also it will be, all these three will be ranging from 0 to 255. And coming to the alpha specifies the opacity. Opacity means a transparency. So the alpha value will ranges from 0 to 0.0 to 1.0. 0.0 to 1.0. So here the alpha is transparency, or simply we can say opacity, right? So if it is 0.0, if the value is 0.0, that is completely transparent. Okay, that is completely transparent. And if it is 1, it's a non-transparent. Okay, the completely no transparency will be applied. Okay, I will show you the difference. Okay, I will take some ranges. So I will take some 0.0 and I will show you by taking the 1.0. So how the opacity changes, the transparency changes, we'll see in the system, right? So this is one more way to represent a color. So we can represent a color with the help of RGB function with alpha. RGB function, hexadecimal, or a color name. Okay, by using all these four functions, four methods, we can represent a color in CSS. Okay, so whatever the tag we are representing, so if you want to represent or give a color, these many ways we can give. Okay, so apart from these four, there are two more functions available to represent a color. The next one is HSL function. So similar to our RGB function, there is one more function called HSL. So the fifth one is HSL function. So this is represented as HSL, giving hue, saturation, lightening, right? So hue is a combination of all these three, red, green, blue, and the ranges from 0 to 360. It's a color, okay? It's a color combination. This hue represents the color combination, right? So the color combination representing from 0 to 360. And the saturation is 0% to 100%. So this is a gray shade. This represents the gray shade. So 0% to 100%. And the lightning also representing with 0% to 100%. That means light to dark. Okay, light to dark. Okay, so we'll see the combination of all these things in the by executing a small web page. Okay, by creating a small web page. So this is all about our HSL function. We can give the color, gray shade, as well as the lighting. Okay, and the next one, the one more function, that is HSL function with alpha. So similarly, the alpha is same here. Alpha represents the opacity or a transparency. So here it will having the 4 parameters: hue, saturation, and lightning. Okay, and lightning. So sorry, there is a 4 parameter, right? So that is another one is alpha. The 4th parameter is alpha. So hue is 0 to 360. Saturation is 0% to 100%. Lightning is 0% to 100%. And alpha value is 0.0 to 1.0. Okay, 0.0 to 1.0. So here, so 0.0 means, so alpha value 0.0 is a complete transparency. It's a complete transparent. Complete transparent. And 1.0 is non-transparent. It's a non-transparent. The value will be a non-transparent. So in this ways we can apply the color format. We can represent a color. Okay, we can represent a color to apply the color, right? So hue, saturation, light, and alpha. Alpha is a opacity. Right? So hope you understood. So if you want to apply a color to any tag, like if you want to apply the color for a font, if you want to apply the color for a border, if you want to apply the color for a background, so we can represent that color in these many ways. So by using color names, by using hexadecimal, by using RGB function, by using RGB with alpha, and by using HSL function, with alpha. So we can use one among all these 6 functions, right? So let us move on to the system, and I will execute a small HTML page by demonstrating all these functions with all the combinations, right? Let us move on to the system.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen a different color formats that can be possibility to give in the CSS. Right, now we'll see the implementation of each and everything, right? So let us create one web page. Sorry, we'll create one web page and we'll apply the colors in the different color formats. Okay, so first we'll go with the HTML and then we'll go with the body and we'll use some inline style sheets. Okay, so H1 here I will use the style attribute. Style is equal to, go to the background color so that we can know about the particular color, right? So background color colon. So first format is giving the names. Directly we can use color names, right? So like red, green, blue, yellow, white, and all these things directly we can do. So we'll go with that one. So blue and close that one. So give the text. Okay, give the text here. So hello, welcome to CSS, right? So this will go with, we'll print this one by applying the following color. You can observe here. So I will save this file in the CSS folder, so which is available in the desktop. See here in desktop we are having some HTML folder, in that as CSS I am storing here. So color.html. I'm saving simply as a color.html. See, save, and just will execute this one by double clicking on the HTML file. So if you click on the HTML file, automatically we'll get the result on the web browser, right? So here my default web browser is a Google Chrome. So if I execute this one, we'll get the output in the Google Chrome itself. See here you can observe the text was displayed and the background color you can observe this is a blue, as we have mentioned here a blue, right? So if you mention here some green, the background color will be applied as a green color. So let us check. So save and refresh this one, you will get a green color, right? So like this we can directly give the color name, the one format, and the another format is giving the hexadecimal value. So instead of giving this color name, we have to go with the hexadecimal value. So hexadecimal value means, as we have discussed it just now, we have to start with a hash symbol and give 3 hexadecimal values for red, green and blue. So first 2 will be the red, represent the red, second 2 numbers will represent the green, and the third 2 represents the blue. So I will give some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a hexadecimal format, okay, of a color. So we'll get a combination, different combination, a combination of red, green and blue, right? So if you execute this one, see, this is a hexadecimal format, okay? So let us create, so here we are using some color name, okay? So color name, just for representation, okay? So here I will use some hexadecimal. Hexadecimal format, okay? So if you execute this one and see, here we are using some color name, and this is by using the hexadecimal. You can give any combination of red, green and blue only in the hexadecimal format. If you give all zeros, see, we'll get a black color, so complete black color. If you give all white, I mean if you give all F is a hexadecimal, right? The last number in the hexadecimal, so we'll get a complete white. So if you give only 0, 0, so that means see, F 0, 0, 0, 0, that means only red, okay? All the remaining will be remain same, so red, it gives a red. And if you go with a 0, 0, F, it's a green, it's nothing but a green, okay? And if you go with the 0, 0, 0, 0, F, it will go with the blue, right? And if you give any number, any other than these things, if you give any other number, that's a combination of red, green, blue. That's a combination of red, green, blue. So 15 is a percentage for representing the red, 46 is the representing green, and 54 representing the blue. So combination of all these things will give one color. So this is a color with the given combination. So this is the format of using hexadecimal. Instead of using color name, we are using the hexadecimal representation. So we can represent the color by using hexadecimal. And the next one is by using RGB, directly red, green and blue. Directly the red, green, blue. So we can use that one, see, directly by using RGB, red, green, blue. And here we have to pass the 3 arguments, one for red, another for green and another for blue. So the value of red varies from 0 to 255. Similarly, the value of green varies from 0 to 255, and the value of blue will be ranging from 0 to 255. So you can observe, so 0, 0, 0. So we'll get the result as a black, okay, the complete black. And if you go with all 255, because the last value is 255, right? So I'm giving some 255. So if you execute this one, okay, everything will be black, white, okay? And if you give a combination, see, 255, 0, 0, we'll get a red, okay? If you go with a 0, 255, 0, we will get a complete green. You can observe, we will get a green, right? And if you go with a 0, 0, 255, we will get the result as a blue. Okay, so the combination, the values here will be ranging from 0 to 255. So I will give some 100, and I will give here some 200, and here I will give some 155. Okay, the combination of red, green and blue will give some other color. Other than red, green, blue, the combination will be this color. And this is by using RGB function. Okay, RGB function. So here we are using some RGB function, right? So in the RGB function, the first argument represents the red, second argument represents the green, third argument represents the blue, and every color will be ranging from 0 to 255. Right? So this is a one way to represent a color. So first one is a color name, directly color name, second one by using the hexadecimal, third one by using the RGB function, and coming to the fourth one, we can have the same RGB function with a alpha value. RGB function with alpha. Alpha is nothing but a opacity, right? Opacity. Just now we have discussed about that thing. So alpha is opacity. So opacity ranges from 0 to 1.0. So 0 means completely transparent, and 1%, I mean 1.0 means it's a non-transparent. So let us check RGB. So let us take some color column RGB and take the red color. Okay, we'll take the red color. So red color means 2500, and fourth one is the opacity. So let us check here first. So whether it displays the red or not. Yes, it displays the red. It displays the red. Now I just want to give the opacity. Opacity means transparency. I will give the transparency value as 0.4. So the opacity will be between 0 and 1. 0 and 1. See, you can observe the transparency value is 0.4. You can observe the transparency 0.4. So if you go with the 5, if you go with the 0.5, so there will be little bit. Okay. So if you go with 1, see, complete non-transparent. It's a complete non-transparent. Complete red will be there. And if you go with a 0 means full transparent. So automatically the color will not be applied. The full transparent means automatically it will be white, background white. So 0.2, a little bit transparent, right? So that is the opacity value. We can call it as an opacity. So that is represented as the fourth parameter, that is the alpha. Okay, and this ranges from 0.0 to 1.0. 0.0 to 1.0. So you can give any value. So here we can pass 0, and here you can give 255, so that we'll get the color green. See, green color. So variants of green. Similarly, we can give any combination also. We can give any combination, right? So now we will see the another function, that is HSL. HSL means hue, saturation, and lighting. So instead of using the RGB function, we will use a HSL function. So HSL function works with the different parameters, like H means hue, saturation, and lighting. So H is a color combination. So color combination of red, green, blue. So everything will be given in the combination of all these three colors with the range from 0 to 360. Okay. So H value will be from 0 to 360, representing the different combinations of colors. And the saturation is giving as a percentage, 0% to 100%. That is a shade of a gray. Okay, a gray shade. So it will represent the gray shade. And the L is a lightning. So 0% will be giving some complete dark, and 100% will give the complete light. So dark means black, and light means white color, right? So here we'll take some three parameters. The first parameter is the color, the hue. So which is ranging from 0 to 360. We can give any value. So I will give 150, comma. So saturation. So saturation 0% to 100%. I will give you some 40%. So representing a percentage. And then the third parameter is lightning. So if you give 100%, it will be only white color. I will show you. So 100%. Okay. So here instead of giving the RGB, HSL. Okay. So without alpha. HSL. So let us save this file and execute this one. So you'll get one more here, HSL function. So you can observe there is no background color. So that means here full lighting we have given. Full lighting. So if you give some 0%, you can observe complete black will be taken. Okay. If there is nothing but some 50%, then the lighting will be somewhat 50%, right? So this is a 150th color. 150 is a combination of all these color is this one, right? So having the saturation with a 40%, if you change this percentage, automatically again the color may also change. The color may also change. If you go with this 80%, see, we'll get some other color. If you are with the 20%, we'll get some other color. Okay, so this represents the color, second one represents the saturation, and the third one represents the lightening. So this is one way we can give the color, okay, to the text. So it may be a text or any background color, whatever it may be. So if you want to apply the color for any tag, either it may be for a text or a background, so we can use the color in all these formats. So there is one more format called HSL function with alpha, just like RGB alpha, okay, RGB alpha, right? So you can observe here, so RGB alpha, okay, so RGBA, here the function is RGBA, and yeah, so RGBA, and here also we can give HSLA. HSLA is the function, and the fourth parameter is the opacity. 4% is opacity. So alpha value as we have discussed in RGB function, so that is varies from 0.0 to 1.0. Okay, 0.0 is full transparent and 1.0 is a non-transparent. So you can go with a 0.5. So that means a half transparent. Okay, see, the color will be half transparent. So you can observe here, see, this is a half transparent, this is a full transparent, because the parameters are same, 150 to 20% and 50%, 150, 20% and 50%, but here the opacity is 0.5, that means the transparency has been changed. So if you are going with full transparent, so that means 1.0, non-transparent 1.0 will get the same color here, see, the same color. And if you are going with a 0.0, full transparent, complete white, so the color will not be appeared, right? So with the 0.2, a light transparent will be there. So you can observe here, light color is there, right? Light color. So this is how we can apply the color formats. Okay, so by using all these things, these many ways we can use the color. Okay, these many ways we can use the color. Just I will give the break row, so that it will be appearing in this way. Okay, so this is the different ways we can apply the color to any text or any border or any background. So wherever we are using the color, we can apply the color by using one among these 6 functions. One is by directly using the color name, second one is using the hexadecimal, third one is a RGB function, fourth one is the RGB function with alpha parameter, and HSL function with the alpha parameter. So this is a simple code to represent the color formats.
Selectors. So coming to the selectors, there are different ways to apply the CSS to the selectors. So selector is a tag, HTML tag, right? So the first one is directly using the name of the tag. Okay, by using a tag name, we can apply the CSS. For example, so let us take the code. So this is the code. I am taking some HTML and then some head. Okay, inside the head we have to write the style, and inside the style we have to write the CSS, and close the style tag and close the head tag, open the body tag. So inside the body we can apply the different data. Okay, we can apply the different data, and after that close the body tag, close the HTML tag. Okay, so this is a normal structure. Okay, so here we have to apply the CSS, and here we have to apply the normal text. What is the content we need to apply or we need to display on the web page. And first one is applying the CSS with the help of a tag names. Okay, for example, if our body, I just want to give some h1 and welcome, close h1. Okay, I just want to display this kind of text. this kind of text, and I just want to apply the CSS for this tag h1. So wherever we are writing this h1, so for everything the particular CSS will be applied. For example, here by using the tag name, here we have to specify direct tag. So h1, so h1 is nothing but a tag, right? So these are the tag names, followed by open braces, and here we have to apply the CSS. What type of beautification should be done on this, that should be written here. So I just want to go with the background color. See, background color colon, just go with the red, I'm going with the red. Okay, and if you want to give a multiple attributes, put the semicolon, go with the one more attribute, color yellow, close, color yellow. Now in our body, wherever we are writing this h1, for that particular content, this style will be applied. That means here the welcome will be having a background color red and the font color yellow. That will be displayed on this web page, right? So we are applying the CSS to the tag by using the tag name. Okay, by using the tag name. So for example, if you write one more h1 and we are writing some other text, so the same style will be applied for that particular tag also, that particular content also, right? So that means we have to give directly a tag name like h1, okay, paragraph, h2, etc. So like this we can give anything, okay, directly we have to go with the tags. And the second one is ID based, okay, ID based selector. So ID based selector means, so in the previous sessions we have covered one session, that is a general purpose attributes. In the general purpose attributes we have covered two attributes, that is ID and class. So for every tag, these are the common properties, the common attributes. For every tag we can specify one ID and a class. Okay, so what is the purpose of using this ID and class? So we can apply the CSS based upon the ID or a class. So here you can observe, second example, if I just want to give the based upon ID, so instead of here I have to give ID, right? See, h1, go with the ID attribute, ID is equal to, give some heading, some ID, some name, any name, close this one, write some text here and close the h1, and here instead of giving h1 tag name, we have to give the class name, ID name. Okay, instead of giving the tag name, here we have to give the ID name. Here ID is head, so here we have to write head, but it is an ID, so we have to specify with the hash symbol. So we have to prefix the IDs with a hash symbol, hash ID so and so. So wherever you have given this ID, for all the content the same text, same style will be applicable. For example, after this one you are writing some paragraph, so here also I am giving the same ID is equal to head, okay, I am writing here HTML, I am closing the paragraph. So here both the welcome and HTML will be applied with the same styles because both are having the same ID, head. So first it will search for the ID, and this particular style will be applicable for all the content which is placed under this ID. Okay, this is all about our second way of applying the style sheets. And the third one is class based. Similar to our ID based, the thing is class based. So here also the class is also a general purpose attribute for all the tags. For each and every tag we can use the common attribute called a class or ID. So similarly here, instead of giving ID, go with the class. Okay, so h1 class head, p id head. Okay, here go with the one more thing, head1, Okay, head1. So h1 class head1, welcome. P id head HTML. So here I have to go with the head1. Head1, same, apply the same thing, or just give the font color. Color is equal to some green. So the font color will be green, for which we are giving the class as id head1. Okay, class as head1, right? But here, in order to represent that class, we have to specify it as a dot. We have to specify with a dot. Dot head1. That means a head1 is a class, not an id. If you specify hash, it is a id but not a class. Okay, for everything there is a representation. So here we have to use a hash symbol. Here we have to use a dot symbol. Dot symbol, class dot symbol. And the fourth category is universal selector. Universal selector. So universal selector means, so irrespective of the tag, for everything the style will be applicable. Okay, irrespective of the tag. So if I want to display all the content of my web page in a green color except the thing which I have written in h1. Okay, so I have written some paragraphs and h1, everything should be written, or everything should be appeared in some green color. Okay, and only h1 tag should be displayed in a different color. So for that one, I will give h1 class head, and here I am not giving anything. So p, html and so on. So whatever the content we can write here, and here instead of writing here head, go with the star. Don't write anything. Okay, we should not write anything. Just by placing star followed by the CSS, this CSS will be applicable for all the tags. Okay, all the tags. Okay, so here h1 we are having some class head1 and we are writing some CSS for this head1. So this star will not be applicable for this h1. And here p, paragraph tag. So here in the paragraph tag we are not giving any ID or a class, right? So that's why this universal selector will be applied for this p tag, paragraph tag. That means this style will be applicable for all the content without any ID or a classes, right? So this is how we can use the universal selector. That means a star. There's a star. And the next one is grouping of selector, grouping selector. Okay, group selector. So group selector means if more than one thing I just want to apply the same thing. See, for example, I just want to give the same background color. See, same background color, and this is applied for h1 and this is applied for h2. h1, h2 are the headings, heading tags. Okay, I am just given here h1 and this HTML I should represent, I just want to represent it in h2. Okay, so h1 we are representing welcome, h2 we are representing some HTML, right? So for both the things I just want to see. For both the tags, I just want to apply the same style. That means for h1, I just want to create some red background with a yellow foreground, and for h2 also the content should be displayed with a red background and yellow foreground. In such cases, we need not repeat the same thing. We can group the two tags by using the comma, h1 comma h2. So simply we can group the tags for which we have to apply the same style by differentiating with the comma. So here I just want to apply the same thing for h1 tag and h2 tag. So I am grouping them by using a comma, h1 comma h2, giving the same thing, so that the same style will be applied for all the tags which are grouped here. So not only the two tags, we can give a multiple tags. We can group a multiple tags with the same style here. Okay, if all the content should be same, we can directly go with this universal selector. If all the content should be having the same style, we just simply go with the universal selector, right? So these are the different ways how we can apply the CSS to the tags. first one, by using the tag name, directly by using the tag name we can apply the CSS, and the second one ID based. For every tag there is a common attribute called ID, so we can give the ID, and based upon the ID we can specify the CSS. And similarly class based is similar to ID. Every tag will be having the class name, okay, class attribute. We can give a name for the class, and by using the class name we can apply the CSS. And the next one is a universal selector. If all the content should follow the same style, we can directly go with the same, this universal selector, that is a star. It comes with all the tags. It will be applicable for all the tags. And the next one is a grouping selector. If more than one tag need to follow the same style, we'll go with this grouping. We'll group all the similar tags which will follow the same style by separating with the comma. So this is how we'll use the selectors to apply the CSS style sheets, right? So hope you understood. We'll move on to the system. I will execute each and every concept, that is the tag name, ID based, class based, universal selector and a grouping selector. We'll create one web page and I will show you the differences among all these things, right? So let us move on to the computer.
Hello friends, just now we have seen different types of selectors. So now we'll implement one by one. So first let us take a notepad and we'll see the first type of selector, that is applying the CSS with the help of a tag name. Okay, so for this we'll use internal CSS. So HTML, and coming to the internal CSS, we have to write the style tag in the head tag, right? So in the style we have to go with the tag name, so let it be H1, and if you are applying the H1, so the color should be a background color. We'll go with the background color. Okay, background color should be some green. Okay, green, and the font color. Okay, just if you give the color, it will be font. Okay, font. So here we have to assign by using colon, right? Not is equal to color yellow. So I am closing this one. See, I am closing the style tag, head tag. I am writing. I have to write the things in a body, right? So I am giving some H1. Welcome to selectors. Name based. Okay, so name based, we are just taking the name based. So I'm closing the H1. I'm closing the body and HTML. So I have to save this one. So I will save this one in the CSS folder, so which we have created in the previous sessions, right? So we'll save all these files in the same thing. So in the HTML folder we are having some CSS, and in the CSS I'll save with the name as selectors.html. So our file has been saved at the location. So just open that and we will, by double clicking on that selectors.html, it will be executed in the web browser. Let us see. Yeah, you can see here. So this is a normal thing. This is a normal thing which we have studied in the internal CSS, right? So we are just giving the name, and beside the name we are giving the CSS. So what are the attributes we want to apply, that should be given here itself. That is based upon the tag name. So here we are directly giving the tag name. Okay, tag name. Okay, and this is the first and a basic thing. So how to apply the CSS based upon the tag name. And the second category is based upon the ID. So in our previous sessions we have taken one session called the general purpose attributes. In that we have seen the ID and a class, two attributes. So those two attributes will be used to apply the CSS, right? So here we can see, if it is a ID based, here we have to use hash h2 hash h2, okay, hash h2, and apply the same, give the attributes background color black, color white. Okay, I'm just giving the h2 hash h2. Okay, so here I just want to go h2, and here we have to use the parameter id is equal to, so here we can go with the head2. Okay, head2, right? So here also we have to pass that id, so head2, and here we can write welcome to selectors id based. Okay, id based. So I am closing the h2. You can observe here, we'll execute this one, and we'll check this one. See, you got it, right? You got it. So this is the h2. So h1 is somewhat bigger and h2 is somewhat small, and here we are giving, so whenever you go with the code, see, the second one is a id based. Whenever you are using the id as an attribute for any tag, based upon the id we can apply the CSS by just prefixing as a hash symbol. So if you give the hash, that implies this is an id, so it will search for the id, so it suits in the h2, so here it will be applied. So background color black and color white, the font color is white, and this is about the id attribute. And the next one is a class. Okay, class. Now we'll see class. So class means here we have to suffix with a dot. Okay, dot class name. Okay, head3, head3. Okay, and background color some blue, color white. Okay, this is head3. This is nothing but a class based. Okay, so similar to our id, whenever we are giving some this one, see h1 class is equal to, here we have to give that one head3. Okay, head3. See, welcome to selectors class based. So we can have multiple classes here, we can write multiple classes here. h1, see, you can observe here, if you execute this one we'll get the same thing. So h1. Okay, so let it be, this is also h1. Let us take this one also h1. See, you can observe in all these three cases we are writing only one tag, that is h1, but we are getting a different style sheets. Okay, styles, different styles. So because the first one is based upon the tag, so h1 is here, so based upon the tag it will be applied. And the second one we are giving some id is equal to head2, so that's why it will go for the head2, so it is head2 here, so this will be applied for this one. And the third one we are creating some class, and we are passing this class name in the this one. Okay, so if it is a id we have to prefix with the hash, if it is a class we have to prefix with the dot. Okay, so one class may have a multiple this one. Okay, so we can have a multiple IDs, different classes. Okay, and the next one is a universal selector. Universal selector. So universal selector means the rest of the thing, whatever the tags it may be, for everything it will be applied here. Okay, background. Let it be color some red. Okay, I'm giving color red. So whatever the tag we are writing other than this class or id or any tag, so remaining things, see, I'm not giving any other things, just I'm writing here welcome to selectors universal selector. Okay, so you can observe here you can observe here. So we got in a red color. Okay, red color. That means we are not specifying any heading or any other tag here, but so that's why it will go with the universal style sheet. Okay, universal style sheet. So star means it will be applicable for everything. So for which we are not specifying the attributes. So for everything it will be applied. So this red will be applied. Okay, unless you specify with any class or ID or a tag, the rest of the things will be applied for this red. Okay, and also next, the last one is a grouping. If I want to go with the grouping, okay, we can get a multiple one. So H2. Okay, I'm giving some welcome to selectors grouping. Okay, so I'm going with H2. I'm closing the H2, and again I'm taking the H3. Okay, welcome to selectors. This is also a grouping. Okay, grouping. I want to close the H3. So see, if you execute this one, H2 doesn't have any style and H3 doesn't have any style, so automatically the red will be displayed. Okay, the text will be displayed on red. You can observe here. See, red. Okay, and if I want to group all those things, that means H1 comma H2, give the names or a class or ID, whatever it may be. Okay, H2, so go with the background color, brown, color yellow. Okay, so I'm grouping different tags. So I'm grouping here H1 and H2, and I just want to apply this style for all the content which was written under these two tags. Okay, now you can observe here, if I execute this one, see, you got it here. Okay, sorry, I have given a wrong thing. H2 comma H3. Okay, H2 comma H3. So I have to go with this one. See, yeah, you can observe here, these two are grouped. So H2 and H3 tags are grouped. Okay, so for multiple tags also we can give a single style, so that can be grouped with the help of a comma. Okay, so these are the different types or different ways we can apply the selectors. We can apply the CSS based upon the selectors. The first category is the name, so we can directly give the name of a tag, so that the content which was written under that name will be having this particular style. And second one is a ID, so ID based. So ID based means we have to give an ID as an attribute for the tag, and we have to specify one name, and that name should be used in the style tag in order to apply the style. And the third one is a class based. So here also similar to ID, we have to give the classes. Okay, and the next one is this universal selector. Universal selector means all the things other than the specific class or ID or any tags, all the remaining text or all the remaining content will be applied with this particular style. And the next one is a grouping, so we can combine two or more tags, and we can apply the same style for those group, right? So for that purpose we are going with the grouping selector. So just by using a comma we can group different tags to apply the CSS, right? So hope you understood this one. So these are the different types of selectors. So these many ways we can give. So as I have said earlier, in the general purpose attributes, ID and class are used for applying the CSS. So this is the example for those general purpose attributes.
Right. So one thing we have covered, that is the background color. So if you want to change the background color, the property is a background hyphen color. So in that we have to give the color name. We have to represent a color using either name of the color or using the hexadecimal format or using the RGB function or HSL function. So all these color representations we have seen in the previous session. So I will post the link of color representation in the description section. So just go through that. Right. So the first one is background color. So in order to change the background color, so we can go with this property, with this CSS property, background color hyphen, and here we can give a color name or hexadecimal format or RGB function or HSL function. So whatever it may be, we can give. Okay, HSL and RGB. And the second one, if you want to give the background image, okay, if you want to load the image to the background, so that we will give it as a background hyphen image, colon, give the URL, open parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis we have to give the location, so exact location where the image is presented. So here just go like this, C / some images, okay, images / some logo .jpg. Okay, so this is very important, / and all these things. So you go through that, and this is the syntax in order to load the image to the background. And if you load this image to the background by using this one, the image will be continuous and it will be filled with the complete screen. It will be repeated. Okay, if the resolution of that particular image is less than the screen resolution, that image will be repeated to fill the entire screen. Okay, so don't worry, I will execute the program, I will execute the code, and it will let you know about all these properties, right? So the main disadvantage is if the resolution of the image is less than the screen resolution, automatically the image will be repeated to fill the complete screen. So in order to avoid that thing, we had another property called background hyphen repeat. So by default it is in a repeated position. So that for that we have to give the value as no hyphen repeat. So if you give this one no hyphen repeat, the data, the image will not be repeated. So even though the resolution of the image is less than the screen resolution, the image will not be repeated. And this is one thing. And the next one is attachment. So here by default the image will be in a scroll level, okay, scroll position. That means if the page consists of a lot of content, and if you are enabling the scroll bar, automatically the scroll bar will be enabled. So you have to scroll down for getting the complete web page. So when you are scrolling down the web page, automatically the image will be also moving. Okay, that's called a scroll property. So for that we can fix the image so that the image will be fixed and we can scroll the content. Only the content will be scrolled, not the image. Okay, for that purpose we'll go with a background hyphen attachment. Background hyphen attachment. By default it will be in a fixed position. Right? We have to by default it will be in a scroll. Okay, by default it will be a scroll, and we have to change it to the fixed. One. Right? And the next one is position. So where exactly the image should be displayed. Position. Okay. For that we will go with the background hyphen position. So here we have to mention the position, either it can be left, right, center, left top, left bottom, right top, right bottom. So these are the values, and for this one we can go with the fixed all scroll. Is a repeat or one. So this is a default. So if you are not specifying any background underscore, I mean hyphen repeat, so it will be in a repeat position, and this is a default here. This is the default here. Okay. See, these are the positions where we can apply the background. So where we want to display the image. Okay. So if your screen is this one, left, that means the image will be here in this position. Okay, I'm writing a small thing. Right. Okay. Sorry. Left means it will find the center and it will be displaying. Right. This is the right, and this is the center. Okay, and left top. So this is the left top. Left bottom. This is the left bottom. Right top. And similarly right bottom. So these are the positions where we can specify that image to be displayed. So if you are going with the right left, it will be printing on this one, and we can apply all these things. We can apply the color, image, repeat, attachment, and the position. Okay, so I will show you by writing the code and by demonstrating each and every property of this one background. Okay, don't worry. So I will execute that one, and if you are still having any doubts, definitely it will be clarified. See, instead of writing all these things, so if you want to apply all these things, definitely you have to complete all these things. You have to mention all these things in the class, right? So in order to avoid all these multiple lines, there is one more property called a shorthand property for this background. Shorthand property. So that shorthand property will be having, see, I will erase this one. There is a shorthand property. Shorthand property means we can apply all these things in a single line. Okay, we can apply all these things in a single line. So there is a shorthand property. So that we can write all these things in a single line. Okay, so for that we will go with the background, a normal background, colon, and fill all these things. So first give the color for that one, then URL, then a repeat. Okay, a repeat, attachment, and position. See, we have to follow the same order. First one is a color, second one is a URL for loading the image, third one is a repeat, fourth one is attachment, and fifth one is a position. Right? So if you don't want to add the background image, you just remove this URL. If you don't want to apply the repeat, that means by default it will be a repeat. Okay, so if you want to repeat the image multiple times, replace this one, remove that one. And if you want to let the image should be scroll, okay, just remove the attachment. So like that we have to follow the same order. That means first a color, next URL, next a repeat, next one attachment, and then the position. So this is how we can use the complete properties which we have learned today in a single line, that is a shorthand property for this background. So this is the session. So how the background can be done, what is the importance of this background property, and how many ways we can apply this background, and what are the different variants of this background, right? So let us move on to the computer, and I will write the code demonstrating each and every property, each and every variant of this background property, right? Let us move on to the code.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the background property of CSS. We'll implement one by one and I will show you the execution. So let us take a small code. Okay, so first of all I will write some HTML code and I just want to print some text message. Okay, I will display some text message. Welcome to background property of CSS. Okay, right. So I just want to print this one, and in order to print this one I'll just apply the background, right? So two things can be done using the background. One is inserting the background color or giving the background image, attachment of giving a background image. For that I will go with the internal CSS. So we know that internal CSS means in the head tag we have to use the style tag. Okay, inside the style we have to use the CSS, right? So first let me close the style and head, because if you are not properly closed the page will not be exactly applied, the CSS will not be exactly applied. Now in the style we'll go with the body. So for the body I just want to apply the background. Okay, background. First one, color. Let us check with the color, background color, and here we can give the color representation in one among the different color representations. So this we have already seen in the previous session. So how many ways we can represent a color? So first one is by giving a name, or by using the hexadecimal, or by using the RGB function, or by using a HSL function, right? So we can use one among all those things. I will just go with the name, simple name. You can apply this one. Save this one with the file name. I'll go with the background .html. So I'm saving all these files in the HTML folder here. So I'm opening this HTML folder and let us check. Okay, I have already opened it, I think. Yeah, so here you can observe the background.html. So double click on that background.html. We'll get the result on the web browser. Okay, so this is how we can apply the background color for the given CSS. So you can observe here the background color is green and the text has been updated, right? Now we'll go with the one more thing, background image. So if you want to display the image, okay, the property is background underscore hyphen image, and here we have to go with the URL. So URL means the position where exactly the image is there. So here this is the image I just want to apply, and just copy the path, the complete path. You copy the complete path here, and logo.jpg, right? Now let us apply this for the background. Let us check. No, so go with the backslashes. Okay, double slash in the path. So give the exact location. Okay, give the exact location. Background hyphen image URL, and yeah, I have closed it here the CSS. Now it will be displayed. See, yeah, you can observe here the background image was repeated because the background image, the resolution of the background image is less than the complete screen resolution. So automatically it was repeated. Okay, it was repeated. Now if you don't want to repeat this one, there is a one more property called, okay, there is a one more property called background hyphen repeat. Background hyphen repeat. See, we'll go with this one, background hyphen repeat, and for this we have to give the value as no hyphen repeat, so that the image will not be repeated. The image will not be repeated. So you can observe here. So without this one, without this attribute, the image will be keep on repeating, okay, to the complete screen. And there is one more thing, we can change the position of the image. So where exactly we need the position? So background hyphen position colon. Here we can give either left, right, center, right top, right bottom, left top, left bottom. So all these are the different values given for the background position. Let us move on with the right. So right, okay. So I am just giving the right. You can observe here the image was displayed on the right. And if you go with the left, okay, if you go with the left, you can observe the image was in left. And if you go with the center, you can observe it was in center. Okay, so these are the three values given for the background position. And also go with the top right or right top. Okay, right top, see, right top, and go with the right bottom. So the image will be displayed on the right bottom. And go with the left bottom. Okay, left bottom and left right, left bottom and left top. Okay, left bottom, so left bottom will be displayed, and left top, so you can observe the display will be left top. Now I just want to go with the center. Let me fix it in the center, right? So now the image will be displayed on the center of the screen. I just want to give a multiple lines of this one so that the scroll will be applied. So now if you observe in the web page, there is no scrolling because only one line of text is available here. So if I just copy this one and if I just paste this in a multiple lines, I just want to display in a multiple lines and I just want to activate the scroll. So you can observe here, you can observe there is a scroll, right? There is a scroll. So a few more things we can apply. Okay, yeah, so save, and you can observe, so this is the center position for the complete background. So you can observe, so this is the first line and this is the last line, so this is the center. So the image will be applied at the center of the web page, so even though you are scrolling, the image was also scrolling. You can observe here, even though you are scrolling, the image was also scrolling. That means it will change its position to the center of the web page. So this complete is a web page, right? So this is a complete web page, so the image was fixed at the center position. Now if you don't want to scroll this image, it should be fixed to the screen. So go with the property called attachment. So background hyphen attachment, go with the value fixed. So by default it will be scroll. Okay, by default it will be scroll. Now you can observe, so this, now the image was fixed on the center of the screen. Okay, there is a slight difference. This is a center of a screen, previously it will be a center of the web page. Okay, center of the web page. Now if you scroll the text, the image will be fixed and the text will be moving on. So you can observe, right? So the image will be fixed to the screen. Okay, fixed to the screen. So that's why the scrolling will be enabled, but the image will be fixed, right? So this is how we can use the property, and these are all the different properties. Of background. So instead of writing all these things, we can replace with a single line of code. Okay, we can go with a single line of code called, see, I will replace everything with a simple thing. So background, only one generalized property called background, and here we have to go with all the different parameters like color, image, repeat, position, attachment, all these things. So by using the same order, okay, we can go with all the values, we can give all the values in a single line in a same order. That means first we have to go with the color, then image, then repeat, and then attachment, and then the position, right? So let us check. So first a color, I will go with the blue color. Space, give the space. Okay, give the space, and go with the URL and copy this URL copy this URL, space, go with the repeat function. So if you want to repeat, you can leave that one. Okay, by default it will be repeated. So if you don't want, just go with the no repeat value, space, and go with the attachment. So attachment, if it is a fixed, by default it will be scroll. So go with the fixed, space. Okay, next the position. I just want to go with the center. I just go on to the center, right? So I'm closing the body tag. Okay, body property. So you can delete all these things. So this is called a shorthand property. So but one thing we have to remember, that is we have to follow the order, same order. First we have to give the color, then the URL, and then the repetition, that is the background repeat, and then the attachment, and finally the position. So here we have given all these things, and if you execute this one, you will get all these things. So see, you can observe the background color is blue, and it was center position, the image was displayed. Okay, and the third property, repeat. So no repeat, we have applied the no repeat, so it was not repeated. And then fixed, the attachment is fixed. So if you scroll down, the attachment is fixed. And then center, so position is at center. See, now if you remove this one, you can observe, right? By default it will be repeat. So if you don't want to repeat, just go with the no repeat. Okay, by default it will be a repeat. Okay, similarly fixed also. If you remove this fixed, so by default it will be a scroll. So the image will also be scrolling. Okay, so just follow the order. So first it will be the color, URL, followed by the repeat, and then attachment, and then the position, right? So this is how we can apply the background property. So these are all the different background properties: background image, background color, background URL, background position, background attachment, background repeat, and all these things. So hope you understood this background property in CSS.
So how many ways we can apply the borders? So what are the different styles that we can apply the border for the given text, right? So that we'll see. So in order to apply these borders, we have to go with the attribute or a property called border hyphen style. Border hyphen style. So there are different styles we can apply. So first one is a dotted, dashing, solid, double, groove, ridge, inset, outset, and by default it will be none. Okay, by default it will be none. So for everything there is a separate representation. Okay, we can represent the border in one among all these styles, right? And apart from these styles, so I will execute each and every style. I will show you each and every style by writing the HTML code, right? So, and one more thing we can apply is border hyphen width. So how much width we can give for that particular border. So whatever the style it may be, we can apply the width, and this width can be represented in pixels or percentage. Okay, so example, some 25 pixels or 25%. Okay, so one among these two things we can represent the border width for all these border styles. And the next one is color. Border color. So border hyphen color is a property. So by using this property, we can apply the color for the border, and this color can be represented in number of ways that we have already seen in the previous session, right? So representation of colors in CSS. So we can apply directly by using names, we can apply by using the hexadecimal format, we can apply the RGB function, or we can also apply the HSL function, right? So one among all those things, we can give the border color. Okay, so and the next one is border radius. So what is this radius? So if you want the border with a rounded circles, rounded edges, okay, rounded edges, we are supposed to give this border radius. So this is for rounded edges. Rounded edges. So this should be represented in terms of pixels. Px represents the pixels. So here we can give some 25 pixels as a rounded edge. So according to the given pixel, the edge will be taking it. So I will show you the example, right? I will show you the example. So these are the different properties we can give. So here we can give the name of a color, or hexadecimal, or RGB function, or HSL function, right? So whatever it may be, we can give, right? So these are all the border, color, width, radius, and a style. And one more thing, this style can be represented, I mean this style will be having a 4 values. It will accept 4 values. So it will accept 1 value, it will accept 2 values, it will accept 3, and as well as it will accept 4 values. So we'll see what is it. So I will show you all these things by executing some small HTML code. So each and every option I will explain, no problem. And coming to this style, see, there are four values. This border style will be applied for 4 values. One is border top style, border right style, border bottom style, border left style. So we can give value for all these 4 styles. So we know that the border means there will be 4 sides. So this is the top, this is the right, this is the bottom, this is the left. Okay, so these are the borders. So we can apply different borders for each and everything. Okay, for top border we can apply one style, for right border we can apply another style, we can have another style for bottom and another style for left. So individually we can apply the border styles. So simple, border some dashed, border some double, border some solid, border style some dotted. So if you go with this example, top is a dashed, so the top will be some dashes. Right side is double, so right side will get a double line. And bottom style is a solid, so automatically a solid line will be taken. Okay, left side is a dotted, so here it will be dotted. It's not a dashed, it's a dotted. So dashed, double, then the next one is a solid, and this is a dotted. And coming to these 4, okay, these 4 except the none. Okay, coming to these 4, this is nothing but some 3D representation. Right? So the border will be in some sort of 3D representation. So I will show you the example. I will execute the thing, and you can clearly know about all these 4: group, read, insert, and outside. Okay, so these are the 4 different values can be applied for border style, or simply we can give the complete thing in a single border style. Like, see, I will go here, border style. Okay, here we can give the 4 styles separated with a space. So like let's do dashed, double, solid, dotted. So you can give like this. We can give a single line. Okay, we can give in a single line. So border style, dashed, double, solid, dotted. And just follow the order. First value will be for the top, second value will be for the right, third value will be for bottom, fourth value will be left. Okay, so this is the order. This is the order of values for the border style, and this is the four values. This is the four values. And if you go with only one value, so if these three are not there, so dash it means all the four sides will be in a dash. All the four slides will be applied for the dashed style border, right? And if you are giving two values here, if it is a one value, all the borders will be applied for the common style. Okay, and if you are giving only two, so these two values are not given, only we are giving some two. So the top and bottom will be given as a dash. Okay, top and bottom will be given as a dash, and left and right will be applied with a double style. Okay, I will show you. Okay, so that if you are giving only two values for this border style, so two sides, that means the top and bottom side will be applied with the dashed style, that means the first applied style, and the left and right borders will be applied with a double style. Okay, and now see, now if you are giving three values, so you are not giving the fourth value, if you are giving three values, then first one will be given as a top, second one will be left and right, and the third one will be the bottom. Okay, third one will be the bottom. So we can give one value or a two value or three values or four values. So n number of values, that means four values, all four values or only one value. So we can give anything in a single line separated with a space. Right? Hope you understood this one. And immediately going with the shorthand, directly again give the space and give that go with the width and then color and then radius. So we can write everything in a single line. Okay, like this we can apply the borders in CSS. Okay, so hope you understood this theoretical part, and I will show you each and every option executing by HTML code. So let us move on to the computer so that we'll check each and everything. Right, let's move on to the computer.
Hello friends, just now we have seen the borders in CSS, so different styles of a border and how to give the width for that border and color, and also how to represent the rounded borders, right? So we'll see the demonstration of all these things one by one. So let us open the notepad and we can write the HTML code. So in order to implement this one, we'll use the internal CSS, right? So first of all, go with the HTML tag, next go with the head, because in the head itself we have to implement the style sheet. So use the style tag, and here we have to apply the style. So I will go with the classes. Okay, classes. If we want to give the CSS, we want to apply the CSS for the class, we have to represent with a dot. First we will go with the style, border style. Okay, so dotted. So one type of style is a dotted. So here you can go with the border hyphen style colon, give the name of the style which we need. Okay, so I'm closing here, I'm closing the style tag, and I'm closing the head, and also I'm writing the body. In the body we'll write one thing, so h1. Okay, so this is a dotted border. Okay, just we are giving some h1, and we need to give the class name. Okay, we need to give the class name. H1 class is equal to dotted. So because here we have represented it as a dotted, so this will be represented here. So close the body tag and close the HTML, save it with some name. So I will save it as a border.html. Okay, so in the desktop I'm having some HTML and in this CSS folder we will save this one with a border.html. So I have saved this one, so that just go through the location where we have executed. So here I have saved it, so I am just double click on this, so the output will be displayed on the web browser. Okay, it will be displayed on the web browser. So here my web browser is Google Chrome, the default web browser, so the output will be displayed on the Google Chrome itself. So you can observe here. Yes, so here you can observe, so this is a dotted border. You can observe the border, right? So you can observe the border is completely of dotted. Okay, dotted. And here itself we can also give the width. So border hyphen width. So we have to go with the hyphen. Okay, border hyphen width. Here we can give either in a pixels or in a percentage. Okay, so we'll go with the pixels. Let's give some 10 pixels, px, represented in a px. Save this one and refresh the browser so that it will be refreshed. So you can observe the width has been changed. The width has been changed, right? The width of the border, and also we can give the color. We can also give the color. So border hyphen color colon. Here we can represent the color in number of ways, so that we have already make the video representing the color in CSS, so in different ways. So we can apply any of the way. So I will just go with the names. So I will go with the blue color. You can observe the border is on blue. The border is blue, right? So this is where we can apply the borders, and also we can. So there are different styles. So we'll see one by one, and here I will go with the next one, that is a dashed. Okay, first one is a dotted. Now we will go with the dashed border, dashed. So we will see how it was represented. So just I will copy and paste, and I will change it. So dot dashed. Sorry. Yeah. Dashed, right? So here also I have to change it as dashed. So now we'll get the dashed border. So you can observe here. See, this is a dashed, this is a dotted border, this is a dashed border, and we can also change the color. So you can observe. So green color. Okay, green color. So this is a blue color, this is a green color, and also we can give the rounded edges. We can have the rounded edges by giving the attribute called border radius, border hyphen radius. So you have to give in degrees. Okay, here we have to give in degrees. I will give the 25 degrees. Just a second. Yeah, we'll see later, no problem. Okay, we'll see later. So first let us see the complete borders, different styles, and then we'll go with the radius, right? So let us move with the third style. So there are different styles. The next one is a solid means the complete line. Okay, the complete line, solid. So this is a solid border, and the style will be solid. So just copy paste and replace this dash with the solid, and here we have given the class name as solid. So here dot solid. So we can use a dot solid or h1 dot solid. So we can also use this class name with the help of the tag. Okay, so here we are giving some class name as a solid for h1. We can call this with a tag name h1 dot solid or h1 dot dash, right? So anything like that. Okay, see, you can apply the solid border. So let us take the red. See, I will execute this one. You can get it, red border. This is a solid border, dotted border, dashed border, solid border. And again we'll move with the next one, double border. Okay, double border. So go with the change the thing. So I'm changing the text, right? So just copy and paste. So I will go with the double, give the name. So I have given here class name double, so I have to go with the double, and here also I will give the double, and you can observe we'll get the double border. Okay, right. Okay, we have replaced the, I think we have replaced the solid border, right? So that's why there is no border for that one. I will go with this one. So you can observe the green border, and this is a solid border, and this is a double border. So you can observe here double border. Okay, double border, right? And there is a one more style called groove. All the remaining are will be in a 3D picture, right? 3D representations. First one is a groove. You can observe what exactly it will be the groove representation. Let us see. Okay, I'm changing, I'm not copy and pasting, I'm changing the previous thing. So double and double. Right, now let us check. See, this is a groove. So you can observe some sort of 3D representation is there here, right? Some sort of 3D representation. Okay, so this is called a groove border. Now we'll go with the one more thing, that is a ridge. This is also somewhat it will represent in a 3D format. So it is a ridge border. So these are the different styles. Okay, these are the different styles. So we can have the borders. I will go with the ridge, and here we'll go with the ridge, and I will change the color to brown. You can observe here. So brown color, ridge. So there is a slight difference between a groove and ridge. So there is a difference, right? So groove and ridge. This is also somewhat representing in 3D format. Okay, and two more borders are there. That is a inset and outset. We'll see one by one. So inset. So inset. This representation is also similar to 3D. Okay, it will give some 3D representation. Inset. So I will change the class name to inset, and here also I will change the one to inset, and I will give the color as a black. Okay, let us take the black. Now let us see inset. See, this is the inset. So we'll go with the color, another color, yellow. See, this is somewhat inset. Okay, so some representation like some button like symbol will be coming out, right? So this is one type of representation representing the border, and we'll go with the next one, that is a outset representation. See, outset 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 outset, and here border color will give some pink. So you can observe this is the outset representation. So inset and outset. Okay, so you can observe the differences, a slight difference. So all these groove, ridge, inset and outset will be representing similar, but there is a slight changes, and some sort of 3D representation will be there for these four borders, right? So dotted, dashed, solid, double, groove, ridge, inset and outset. So all these are the different styles to represent a border. So we can give the style, width, color and also radius. Okay, we'll see radius, no problem. And let me go with the, see, one thing I forget to tell you. So border styles will be 4 types of styles. We can have 4 types of styles. So I will give you this one. See, H1 class border. Okay, and here borders styles. So I am giving some text like border styles. So I have to give the CSS for this one. So dot border, and I will give the CSS by border top style. Okay, top style. I will go with the dash here, right? And see, border right style. So we can give different borders with different styles. So complete top border, right border, bottom border, and left border. See, I will give with solid, and border bottom style. So bottom style with I think we'll go with the dotted, okay, dotted, and border hyphen left style with we'll go with dashed solid dotted double. We'll go with the double. Okay, see, you can execute this one so that you can observe here. See, first one dashed, right? We'll go with the border width. Okay, we'll also go with the border width. So border width is equal to, sorry, column hyphen width. Okay, hyphen width column. Some go with the 15 pixels. See, you can get it. You can observe here, right? So you can observe here, top style is dashed. So top style is dashed. Next, bottom style, right style is solid. Right side style is solid. And the bottom style is dotted. So bottom style is dotted. And left style is double. Left side is double. So hope you understood this one. So for each border we can apply the style. So there are four values we can give for the style. And next we can give in a shorthand. We can give in a shorthand. That means avoiding all these things, we can give it directly. See, I will show you that one. So h1 class is equal to shorthand border. Okay, see, so we'll go with the dot short, and I can give border hyphen style. So first give the top. So we'll just reverse. First we'll give the top as double space, go with the right, so right one dotted. Next, bottom solid, left dashed, right? So column, go with the border width some 15 pixel. Okay, pixel. Now you can apply here. See, you can observe here, we'll get the same thing. See, you can observe here. See, first double, that's the top. The top border is double. Next, dotted, the right hand side is dotted. Solid, the bottom line is solid. Dashed, so next the left hand side is a dashed. So we can write one more line. See, BR, we'll write a second line, so that you can observe, you can easily understand the border. See, this is the dash. Okay, and we'll decrease the border width, so we can, sorry, okay, 10 pixels. Now you can observe, right, clearly. So this is the shorthand. Directly, without using all different types of styles, we can go with the complete one. So remember, the first one is a top, the second one is a right, the third one is a left, the fourth one is a third one is a bottom, and fourth one is a left. Okay, and one more style. See, we can see the same thing. So if you go with only 3 values here, instead of giving the 3 values, okay, instead of giving the 4 values, that means top, right, bottom, left, we are giving only 3 values. Then you can observe, see, first one is a top, always the first one is top, double border, okay, double border. See, next one is a dotted, and the third one is a dashed. So third one will be applied for the bottom, and both the right and left borders will be applied with a dotted. You can observe, if you give only 3 parameters, if you give only 3 values, the first value will represent the top border, and the second value represent both the left and right borders, and the last value represent the bottom border. And if you give only 2, instead of giving only 4, we are giving only 2. The first one represents, so top and bottom, the first one represents the top and bottom, and the second one represents the left and right. Okay, we are giving only 2. So here we can give only 1 value or 2 values or 3 values or 4 values. If 1 value is given, the complete border will be with the same border style. And if 2 values are given, the first border style will be applied for both the bottom and top, and the second border style will be applied for left and right. If the three values are given, the first one will be applied for the top border, and the second border style will be applied for left and right, and the third border will be given for the bottom border. And if you given the 4, each border will be having different styles, right? So this is how we can implement the borders. We can apply the borders using in CSS. Right. The next one is border radius. We'll see with the border radius. So we'll see for this one. Okay, solid border. We'll apply for the solid border so that we can know that. So border radius. That means if you want to get the rounded rectangle. Okay, rounded borders. So we'll give some 25 pixels. You know, in order to get this one, we have to represent in a pixels. You can observe here the solid border. It came with a rounded. Okay, rounded borders. So radius is equal to 25 pixels, or if you give it some 20, then the border will be changed. Sorry, 25, the border will be changed. Okay, and if you go with some 10, there will be somewhat change. So you can observe here only corners have been changed, right? So like this, we can apply this radius for all the borders. We can apply this radius for all the borders. See, if you apply for this dotted border, you can get this one. See, you can observe a slight difference is there. A slight difference is there. If you go with some 20, then we can observe, I think, yeah. So you can observe there is a radius. There is a slight change. Okay. So like this, we can apply for each and every border. So I will show you. So if you apply for this dashed border, if you apply for this dashed border, see, you can observe, so this one, and also we can go with this one. This is a double border, so double border also it will be changed, and going to the groove style. So this groove style will also be changed to rounded borders, and next one is a ridge. Okay, and then the next one we can go with the inset. So inset has been changed, and going to the outset is also changed. Okay, so like this we can go with the different ways. So here we have covered the different styles, and for border style there are 4 values. There for border style we can give 4 values. One is for top, right, bottom, left, and then border width. We can apply the border width, and then border color, and then border radius, and this border radius for getting the rounded shape, right? So hope you understood this one.
So margins. So slight difference between the margin property and the padding property. So coming to the margin property, this property will be used with the help of the property name called margin. Okay, margin hyphen, and here we can give 4 values or a single value. So here we have to give the value in terms of pixels or a parameter, a percentage, pixels or a percentage, right? So if example, if you go with a margin
margin colon some 20 pixels px. Pixel should be represented as px. Okay, so here margin with respect to browser window, with respect to the browser. Okay, so if this is the browser, if this one is a browser, okay, this is right, so this is a browser, and this margin is called top margin, and this margin is called bottom margin, and this margin is a left margin, and this margin is a right margin. So for a margin we can apply the 4 values. For margin we can apply 4 values: top, bottom, left, right. Okay, so that we can apply as margin hyphen top colon pixels. Okay, next margin hyphen right column. Okay, and then margin hyphen bottom. Similarly margin hyphen left. So here we are having some 4 values. We can give 4 values, 4 different values. So commonly if we can give a single value, so if we give a single value, then this value will be applied for all 4 sides, okay. So the top margin 20 pixels, right margin 20 pixel, bottom margin 20 pixel, and the left margin 20 pixels. So the same pixel, the same margin will be applied for all the sides. And if you are giving 2 values, if you are giving some 2 values 20 pixel and 40 pixel, okay, this 20 pixel, the first value will be applied for top margin and the bottom margin. Okay, so the same 20 pixel will be applied for both the top margin and bottom margin, and the second one will be applied for the left margin and right margin. The second pixel, that means the second value, will be applied for both the left margin and the right margin. And if you give here some 3 values, so margin some 20 pixel, 40 pixel, and some 60 pixel. Okay, if you give like this 20, 40, 60, the first value represents the top margin, the third value represents the left and right margins, and the fourth value represents the bottom margin. Okay, so like this we can apply the margins. So 4 values, we can give 4 values, or we can give the 3 values, we can give the 2 values, or we can also give the single value to apply the margin. And one thing you have to remember, the margin is with respect to the browser. The margin here is with respect to the browser. So you need not worry, I will execute all these things, all the categories, and I will show you the example. Okay, so this is all about our margin, and we can also combine all these things using a shorthand property. That shorthand property we call it as margin colon. Here we have to give all the 4 values, 4 values or 2 values or 3 values, whatever it may be, by a space separated. See, some 40 pixel space, 20 pixel space, 50 pixel space, 60 pixel. So this is as common a single line property. Okay, single line margin. Okay, shorthand property. We are specifying the all 4 margins in a single line by using the margin property. So here we have to follow the order. The first one is the top margin, second one is the right margin, third one is the bottom, and fourth one is the left margin. Okay, so this is the first, second, third, and this is the fourth one. So like this we have to apply the margins. And coming to the next one, so I will show you the example. Okay, I will show you the example by taking all the different values, no problem. And the next one is padding. The next one is padding. padding. So padding is also similar to the margin, but here the padding is with respect to border. So if our text consists of any border, okay, if our text consists of any border, then the margins will be applied for that particular border. For example, here also the value should be given in terms of pixels itself. So let us take the same thing, padding, and if you apply the border here for this padding, okay, so this margin with respect to the border, this margin is called as a padding. So this is called a top padding, this is a right padding, and this is the bottom, and this is the left padding. So like this we can apply the padding. That means that's the only difference. Padding means applying the margins with respect to the border. So if any border is applied for the text, for that border we can apply the padding. Okay, so here also the same thing. Here also we are having some 4 different values. That is a padding top, padding right, padding bottom, padding left. So this is nothing but our padding property, and all the it's complete, remaining everything is similar when compared to the margin. So here also the padding can accept 4 values or 3 values or 2 values or 1 value. If you give the 1 value, it will be applied for all the margins, I mean all the sides. And if you give the 2 values, the first one will represent the top and bottom, and the second value represents the left and right. And if you give the 3 values, the first one represents the top, the second one represents the left and right, and the third one represents the bottom. And if you give the 4 values, so individually for all the 4 sides we are giving some 4 padding borders, 4 padding margins, right? So this is how we can implement the padding. So instead of using the margin, we have to give the word as padding. Okay, so here also similar to our margin, padding is also having the shorthand property. So instead of using the margin, we have to go with the padding, word padding, and we have to give the 4 values separated with a comma, so that we have to follow the order. The first one is the top, the second one is the right, the third one is the bottom, and the fourth one is the left. Right? So remaining value is same, remaining everything is same, just replacing the margin with the padding word. That's it. But the main difference is margin is with respect to the window, and I mean browser window, and padding is with respect to the border of the text. So hope you understood. So this is the window. This is the window. Okay. So let us take, this is the window. So this is a margin. And if you consider any border, and if you consider any value A, B, C, D, so with respect to this is a padding. Okay, inside the border it's a padding. Okay, so this is how we can use the padding and margin properties in CSS. Right. So for this implementation, we'll go with the internal CSS and we'll write some HTML code and we'll execute each and everything. So applying the margin top, bottom, right, left. Similarly, padding also top, right, bottom, left. Okay. So we'll see by executing simple HTML code. So let us move on to the computer, and I will show you the demonstration. Right. Hello friends. So just now we have seen regarding the margins and padding in CSS. So we'll see the implementation of both the things, both the properties. So we'll write the code. So we'll write some HTML code. So in that we will use some internal CSS. So if you go with the internal CSS, we have to write with the style tag. So here I will go with the directly I'm using the tag. Okay, and here we can apply the margin some 50 pixels. So we have to give the margin as in terms of pixels or a percentage. So I'll give in a pixels, and I'm closing the style, and then I'm closing the header. Okay, and also I'm opening the body, and here we in h1 tag we have to write the content. So welcome to some margins. Okay, and I'm closing the h1, and I'm closing the body, and I'm closing the HTML.
So we have to save this one by using .html. I will save this one with the .html, okay, on the desktop. So here you can observe, so by double clicking it, so it will be executed. So you can observe here some 50 pixels of margin has been given for the top, left, right and bottom. So we may not see the left margin and the right margin, I mean bottom margin, the right margin and bottom margin, but you can observe the left margin and the top margin. So we can change. So here the margin is also having the 4 values. One is the top, right, bottom and left. So instead of giving a one value, we can go with a margin top. It's a 50 pixel, okay, semicolon. So we have to differentiate with the semicolon, right? And I will go with the margin bottom. So here we are not, we are unable to find this bottom margin. I will show after applying the border. Okay, after applying the border I will show you. And see, margin, sorry, top, here whatever it may, no problem, left, okay, or right, right margin. So right margin I also am giving some 50 pixels and semicolon, and finally I am giving some top, left margin. So margin left, okay, left also I will give some 50 pixels. So I am closing here and let us observe. So we can only observe here the top and left, top and left, sorry, I have closed here itself. Now you can observe top and left, we can observe, but we may not see the right side and the bottom margin. And if you apply the border, you can see. So I will show you. I will apply some border for this one and I will show you. So border style colon solid semicolon. So you can observe, see, if you observe the border you can apply. So this is the 50 pixel and here also this is a 50 pixel, and bottom we can't image because there is a lot of space here, right? And again if you change this one, so I will change the right margin to 500, right margin to 500, so that it will left 500 pixels from the right side. So you can observe this is the 500 pixels difference, okay. And also here from left also I will go with the 500 change, okay, 500 pixels. And if you observe here, so this is, okay, we'll go with the 400 and 400 so that it will be coming into the center. Oh yeah, okay. And the top, so we can also go with the top. So if you go with the 500, so it will give the 500 pixels difference, okay. And yeah, here you can observe, okay. So this is how we can apply the margin. So applying the margin means difference, I mean leaving that many pixels from the top or left or right or bottom, okay. And there is a one more shorthand property. Instead of writing all these things, we can write in a single line. So I will apply for the h2. So h2 margin. So here we can give the complete lines. So we have to follow the order. The first one is the top, so I will go with the 50 pixels, and the second one space, give the space, not the semicolon, 50 pixels. Next one is the right margin, that's again I will go with the 500 pixels, okay, and space. Next one, that is left margin, oh sorry, bottom margin again we will go with the 50 pixels, and the left margin I will go with the 100 pixels, okay. And apply the this one, close the thing, and you can apply the border so that we can identify easily, okay. So border hyphen style colon solid. See, now we can apply, and we'll write some h2. Here we have not written any h2, but here we will write h2. So shorthand property of margin, right? So I'm writing shorthand property of the margin. Now we'll check. So if you execute this one, you got like this, right? From the top you have given some 50 pixels, okay. See, see, here we have given some the first one we'll check once we check some 100 pixels. So it was taking some 100 pixels from the this one. Okay, so already, so you can observe here, already the top margin was 250 pixels. From that 250th pixel it will take the 100 pixels. Okay, from that 250th pixel it will take the 100 pixels. And if you remove this one, if you remove this one, you can observe, see, it went to here. The top margin is around 100 pixels. Okay, so previously we are taking some h1 as a 250 pixels margin top. So already this was at 250th pixel, right? So the margin is 250. From there the second property, I mean the second tag is having 100 pixels. So that means from the top it is around 350 pixels. Okay, hope you understood this one. So previously we are having some 250 and now we are applying 100, so total 350 pixel margin will be taken from for the top. So similarly the left and right on bottom. Okay, so this is how we can apply the margins. And here you can observe the first one is a I mean if you are giving the 4 values, the first value is the top pixel. If you are giving the second value will be considering as a right, the third value will be bottom, and the fourth value will be left. And if you are giving only 3 values, the first value will be representing the top, and the second value will be representing the left and right, and the third value representing the bottom. And if you are giving only 2 values, the first value represents the top and bottom, and the second value represents the left and right. And if you are giving only one value, all the margins will be applied with the same value. All the 4 sides will be applied with the same value, right? So hope you understood this one. And now we'll see the padding. So padding means if you apply the border, inside the border the margins. Okay, see, if you can observe here. So we have executed the same thing, right? So we are having this thing. So we'll take some right parameter. So I'll go with the 500 pixels right parameter. So this is the thing we have taken, and now we'll apply the padding so that the margins will be inside the border. The margins will be inside the border. Okay, now so padding will be also having in the 4 styles. So first of all we go with the padding. Go with the here also we'll go with the pixels. If you go with the 40 pixels, all the sides will be applied with the 40 pixels. You can observe, see, all the sides will be applied with the 40 pixels. And you can change here from 700, right? So 40 pixels will be applied. And then you can see, if you go with the 2 values, so some 100 pixels, if you go with the 2 values, the first value will be for the top and bottom, second value will be the left and right. You can observe here, see, the second value is the left and right, and the first value will be the top and bottom. Okay, top and bottom. And then here we'll see this one. Okay, and if you go with the 3 values, say some 50 pixels. Okay, so the first value will see, yeah, the first value will be the top, the second value will be the left and right, and the fourth value will be, the third value will be the bottom. So that's why we are getting some 100 pixels difference. Okay, so padding means applying the margins inside the border. Okay, and if you go with the 4 values, see some 30 pixels. Now the first value represents the top, second value represents the left or right, the third value represents the bottom, and the fourth value represents the left. So you can observe here, if you execute this one, see, this is the way we can apply the padding. Or simply we can go with the 4 different styles: padding hyphen top, padding hyphen left. So here we can give padding hyphen top and put the semicolon, press the enter, and go with the padding hyphen right, and put the semicolon, and padding hyphen bottom 100 pixels, and put the semicolon and go with the fourth one, padding hyphen left hyphen, right? So like this we can also divide the properties. Like this we can also divide the properties. So bottom also 50, so we can observe here. Okay, top, bottom, top, right, bottom, and left. Okay, so this is how we can apply the padding. So margin means it will based upon the window, and padding means based upon the border. So that's what we have to remember. Okay.
So coming to the font property, there are different properties for this font. So we can apply the font style, font weight, font size, font family. Okay, so all these things we can apply on the particular font. Coming to the font style, this font style is having three values. So those are, first one is a normal, by default it will be a normal, and the second one is italic, so we can apply the italic style for the font. Okay, and the third one is a oblique, so which is similar to this italic. It's a little bit change will be there, but almost similar to the italic font. And coming to the font weight, again it is having two values. One is a normal, and the second one is a bold. So we can apply the bold type of font. Okay, we can apply the bold type of font. And the font size, this can be mentioned in terms of pixels, okay, or pixels or em. So we have to give some pixels like 20 pixels or 30 pixels or 50 pixels, like that we have to mention in terms of pixels. And coming to the font family, there are a lot of font families like Times New Roman. So which style we have to apply for displaying that particular font. Okay, so we can give a number of font families. Okay, here we can give a number of font family names. Okay, we have to give by differentiating with the comma. Okay, and see, for example, font family, I just want to give some Arial. Arial is one font family, comma, Courier, comma, Serif, comma, sans serif. Okay, all these are the font families. We can give a multiple names for this font family, because if the browser doesn't support the first one, if the browser doesn't support the font of first mentioned font family, it will move with the second one. If the browser doesn't support the second one also, it will move with the third one. So like this, it will apply the multiple font families. Okay, so finally only one font family will be applied, only one name will be applied for that font. Okay, but depends upon the browser support or browser compatibility, it will consider one among these things. Okay, and one more thing to be followed is, if our font name, consists of multiple words with a space separated, then such type of words should be given in double quotes. So if here you can observe, this is a single word, no problem. This is also a single word, no problem. This is single word, no problem. And here we are differentiating with a hyphen, so no problem. And there is a one more font name, that is a Times New Roman. So this is a single name. But we are having the three words separated with a comma. So such a type of words, such a type of names, we have to give enclosed in double quotes. Okay, we have to enclose in double quotes. So in this way we can apply the font property. So we can give the font style, font weight, font size, font family, as well as, and we can apply all these things in a shorthand property. So for example, go with this one. So font style italic, okay, colon, font weight bold, colon, font size 30 pixel, colon,
font family Arial. Okay, and close this one. Let us take some paragraph tag. So like this we have to apply in the CSS. Like this we have to apply in the CSS. So instead of using all these things in a multiple lines, we can go with the single line, that is a shorthand property, by using a simple font. Okay, so P, go with the font, colon, follow the same order. First you have to give the style. So italic, space, weight, so bold, space, some 30 pixel, space. You can give all these things. Arial, comma, serif, comma, courier. Okay, so like this we can give. So only in terms of font family we can give a multiple names with a comma separated. Okay, so depends upon the browser compatibility, it will apply one font name. It will follow the order. First we have given some Arial, so first it will search for the Arial, and if that Arial is not supported by the browser, then it will move with the second one, that is serif. If it is not compatible, then it will move with the third one, right? And if it is compatible, automatically all the font will be applied with the Arial font name. Okay, see, this is the way we can apply the styles for the font. Okay, so I will execute each and every property in the system, right? So we'll execute the HTML file. We'll write some HTML code, simple HTML code, demonstrating each and every property of the font. Let's move on to the system. Hello friends, so just now we have seen the font property in CSS, the syntax, and now we'll see the implementation part of this thing. So first let us create some HTML code. So I will start with the HTML tag, and then I will go with the head, and inside the head I will go with the style tag. So inside the style I have to give the font, okay, the CSS. So I will give it the paragraph tag. So in the paragraph tag I will create some font family, and I have to give the values. So I can give a lot of values, so separated, comma separated values, so that it will take. So if the browser doesn't support the first font style, first font family, it will automatically go to the next, and if the second font family is also not supported by the browser, it will go to the third. So this is called a fallback. Okay, fallback. So I have to give a multiple or a single, no problem, and I will give some. So use a comma separated. So these are the different fonts, okay, different fonts. And if our font contains a multiple words, then we have to enclosed in double quotations, like Times New Roman. If you go with the Times New Roman, it is a 3-letter word, right? So this should be enclosed in double quotations. Right? If it is a single word, no problem. If it is a multiple words, then we have to enclose in double quotations, right? I'm closing the head, and I'm closing the I'm starting the body, and inside the body let us take some paragraph and write down. So example for CSS fonts, okay, and close the body, HTML, and save this one. So I will save with the font.html. So automatically you can double click on the browser. See, example for CSS font. So by default it will be taking as the first one, okay, not the default. So it will be considering as a first font. If the first font serif is not supported, then automatically it will go with the sans serif. If the sans serif is also not supported by the browser, it will move with the Times New Roman. Okay, see, I will go with the Arial. You can observe. See, the font has been changed to Arial, right? The font has been changed to Arial, and I will go with the Courier. again the font will be changing. This font has been changed, right? So this is how we can give a multiple values for the font family so that it will work in a fallback system. Okay, and the second parameter, the second property in the font is font style. Font style. So font style is having the three values. One is a normal. By default it will be a normal, and if you want to apply the italic, go with the italic. See, there is some italic. Okay, there is this italic font. This is a italic font. So you can observe normal. See, it's a normal text. Okay, and if it is an italic, you can observe the difference, I think. Okay, so this is a italic, and the third one is a oblique. So this is also similar to our italic but a little bit different. Oblique, a little bit difference. Okay, so it's also similar to our italic font. And coming to the next property in the font, that is a font weight. So here also it will take the two values. One is a normal. By default it is a normal, otherwise it will go with the bold. See, bold font. So let us take with the Arial font, then it will be easy to understand. Okay, so this is a bold, and by default if you are not giving any value, it will be considered as a normal font. So you can see this is a normal font, this is a bold. Okay, and then we can also give the font size. We can specify the font size. So go with the pixels, some 20 pixels, and you can execute, you will get the 20 pixels, or you can go with the 40 pixels, you'll go to 40 pixels. Okay, so hope you understood this one. So font family. Okay, font family. So let us take here, I will create one class. So P class is equal to 1. Okay, so here I will go with the dot 1. See, so I'm taking only one font, and I am copying this to another font, another CSS, that is, let us take 2, and I will go here with another font family. So let us take Times New Roman. This is very important because if our font family is having a multiple words, space separated words, and then that type of font family should be enclosed in double quotations. And font style, I will go with the normal, and this is also a normal. Okay, and I will write one more paragraph with the class name 2. So example for CSS fonts, normal 40 pixels. Okay, and this one is a bold with 40 pixels. Okay, and you can observe here, see, you can observe this is a bold with 40 pixels, this is a normal with 40 pixels, this is a italic. Okay, this is also a italic or oblique, bold and oblique. You can write here bold and oblique. Okay, it's clear, I think, right? So we can apply a multiple font families in a single line with a space comma separated, so that if one font is not supported by the browser, it will move with the second font. So this is how we can implement. And there is one more thing, that is a shorthand. That means instead of writing all these things in a multiple lines, we can go with the shorthand. See, dot short. So I will create one more class. Okay, I will create one more class. So go with the font property, font. So follow the order, font style. First we have to give the font style, I will give the bold space font weight. We have to give the weight. Font style, I will go with the italic. Okay, italic. Next one is a bold font weight, and the font size some 30 pixel, and a font family. Finally the font family. Okay, finally for font family Arial. If you observe here, and you can create a one more paragraph with the class short. One more paragraph with the class short. Example of CSS fonts. So you can observe here, it's a shorthand property. Okay, see, if you execute this one, we'll get a one more. This is a shorthand property. So it's a italic. You can observe here, it's an italic, bold, and 30 pixels, and the Arial font. 30 pixels and Arial font. So this is how we can apply the font property, right? So font family, font style, font weight, font size. So hope you understood this one.
So how many ways we can apply the CSS on hyperlinks? So mainly the link can be created by using the anchor tag. Okay, we all know about that. So whenever you click on that link, it will be redirected to the some other web page, so which we have given in that particular hyperlink. So these links will be executed in 4 different stages. So 4 stages will be there. So we can apply the CSS in all 4 stages. The first stage is a normal link. Okay, we will represent it as A:link. A here represents the anchor tag. A represents the anchor tag. A.link, that is nothing but unvisited link. And coming to the second stage, that means just a created link. Okay, we have not visited that particular link. Okay, and the next one is A:visited. A:visited, that means after visiting that link, after clicking on that link. Okay, so this is nothing but a visited link after the user visiting that particular link once. And the next one is A:"hover". Hover means whenever the pointer moves towards that particular link, then that will be applied. Moving cursor towards the link. And the last one is active. Active means whenever the user clicks on that link. Okay, clicks on that link. So these are the 4 stages the link will be applied. Okay, the anchor tag will be having that link, and we can apply the CSS. We can apply the CSS for all these 4 stages. So mainly the CSS styles that can be applied on links are: the first one, that is a color, a normal color for the font. Okay, and the second one is text decoration. So this text decoration means, by default, if you create any link by using any hyperlink using the anchor tag, some underline will be getting. Okay, by default it will be getting the underline. So if any text having the underline, and if you move the mouse pointer towards the underline, that the underlined text, automatically we can see that link is enabled. Okay, so that type of underline can be removed by using this text decoration. So if you use this text decoration, we can remove the underline even though we have created the link. Okay, and the third one is a background color. So we can also give the background color for the link. Background color. Okay, so we can apply all these 3 styles for each and every stage. So for A:"link, we can apply the color, text decoration, background color.
For a colon visited, we can apply the color, text decoration, background color. A colon h over, we can apply the color, text decoration, and background color. A active, we can apply all these things. Okay, and the color, we can know that the color and background color, the color and background color can be represented by using a color name, or we have already seen this RGB function, HSL function, hexadecimal. So we can use any one among these four to represent a color. So already we have done a video regarding this color representation, right? So you can go through that particular one. And the next one is a text decoration. The text decoration will be having a two values. One is a none, another one is a underline. So if you give the value for this text decoration as none, automatically the link will not have that underline, and if you, by default, it will be having the underline by default. If you are not giving any text decoration, automatically we can see the underline for the links, hyperlinks. So if you want to remove, then you have to use this text decoration and give the value for this text decoration as none, so that the underline will be removed. Okay, for each and every stage we can apply these three styles. One is a color, text decoration, and the background color. Okay, so I will write some small HTML code demonstrating each and every stage with each and every style, so that you will be understanding, right? So let's move on to the computer and I will execute these things.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen about the links concept in CSS. So how many ways we can apply the style for the hyperlinks. Now we'll see the implementation part. For that we'll go with the HTML code, small HTML code. I will start with the HTML tag, and then see, I'll move on with the head, and in the head we'll go with the style because we are using some internal style sheet. Okay, and here we'll go with the links. Okay, there are 4 states for the links, that is a colon link, and here we can give the color property. So whatever the color we required, so that color can be given here. For example, by default we'll give some blue. Okay, blue. A link, a colon link means this is a unvisited link, and the next one is visited, a colon visited. So that means after visiting the link, what is the color should be, right? So color, it should be, I think it must be with a brown. Let us go with the brown color. And there is another state, a colon h over, which is nothing but when the mouse pointer moves towards the particular link, then what the color should be displayed, right? So color must be changed to green. Okay, whenever the mouse pointer move towards that link, the color of that link should be green. And a colon active, the last one is active. So whenever the mouse pointer or the user clicks on that particular link, automatically the color should be changed. So that color should be let us take it as red. Okay, the active link is red. Now see, close the style tag and close the head tag, close the open the body, and here we can go with the anchor tag. Okay, anchor tag. So let us take a href is equal to, give the source, give the location. Okay, www.youtube.com/c/ so this is our channel link. Okay, this is the channel link. So I will write here Sundeep Saradhi, and I will close the anchor tag. Okay, so I will write this with the h1. Okay, h1, in order to get a big size. Okay, and I will close the h1, close the body, HTML. Okay, we did not give any class or ID because we are directly using the anchor tag. Okay, and tag name, we are directly using the tag name. So in order to represent the state of the tag, this anchor tag, we are giving the colon, a colon link, a colon visited, a colon h over, and a colon active. Now let us save this one and let us check whether the style has been applied or not. So links dot html, so automatically the links dot html will be saved, and see, you can observe here. So this is one. If you execute this one, we'll get it. See, the Sundeep Saradhi, okay, the first link will be blue color, that means unvisited link. By default it will be an unvisited link. And visited brown, that means after clicking on the link we'll get a brown. And h over, whenever you move the mouse pointer towards the link, automatically it will be turned to green, okay. And active is red, whenever you click this one it will change it to red. See, red. I didn't release the mouse press, okay, I didn't release, I just clicked on, and after released, automatically it will be redirected to the this one, okay, website. And if you again go with this one, just a second, I will give the complete thing. Target is equal to new. Let us execute this one now. So automatically it will move to the website, and if you close, see, this is a visited link, so we have already visited this one, so automatically the visited link will be brown color, so it changes to brown. Again, if you move with the mouse pointer, it will move with the green color, so as we have mentioned here. And whenever you click this one, automatically you are not released. So I have not released the mouse press, okay, I just press this one. So then it will be an active link and it will be turned to red. Okay, so hope you understood this one. So this is how we can apply the styles for the hyperlinks also. And there is one more property that is called text decoration. That means we can remove this underline. So by default, if you create any link, we'll get this underline. Okay, we'll get this underline. And if you want to remove this underline, go with the another property called text decoration. Text decoration colon, and here this text decoration will be having the two values, that is none and underline. Go with the none. So you can observe here, so underline has been removed, okay, underline has been removed, right? So the same thing you can go with the remaining also. Text decoration, see, none, and go with the h over. So whenever you move the mouse pointer towards the link, I just want to get the underline, so give this here underline, okay. Whenever the mouse pointer moves towards the link, I just want the underline, so I'm taking as an underline, right? So here also I will go with the no underline, none. So only two values will be taken by this text decoration. So you can observe here, if you execute this one, no underline, whenever you move the cursor, you will get an underline, okay. Whenever you move the cursor or a pointer towards the link, we'll get the underline, because we have given h over means moving the mouse towards the link, so then it will be underlined, okay. And there is one more property called background color, so we can also change the background color. See, background color yellow. So unvisited link, see, you can observe unvisited link, it will be background color yellow. And here also you can give the background color for everything, for every state we can give the background color, and this is a visited, so whenever you visit that one, we'll get this one, okay. So let us take some pink, okay, after visited, and here you can move with this one, so background color, so this is a h over, okay, h over. For H over, we'll go with the violet. And here this is an active link. Active. Whenever you click the link, okay. I will go with the black color. I will go with the black color. So here we have to give the semicolon. So you can observe, if you execute this one, see, the background color has been changing. Okay. So let us take the link. Okay, you can get it. Okay. So this is how we can apply the background color for different things. Okay. Right. So this is the link already visited. So that's why we are getting some color pink. Okay. So by default it will be some yellow. If it is a non-visited link, it will be yellow. And if it is a visited, it will be coming to the pink, and H over it will be violet. Okay. It will be violet. So light change is there to the background. Or simply you can go with a black. So see, black color. Okay. So black color. And active link is also black. So I have pressed the link, but I am not releasing. So this is an active state. So automatically it will be converted to black. So this is how we can apply the styles for the hyperlinks. So for that we are having the 4 states. For all the 4 states we can give the different colors. That means unvisited, visited, H over, and active. Right.
So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more property in cascading style sheets, that is display property. So coming to this display property, every element of HTML will be having the display property, right? So there will be a default values. So the display value will be, so display, and the value will be block or inline. So only 2 values, the display will be block or inline. So block elements, so whatever the elements that are having the block, for example H1 to H6, right? H1 to H6, that means a headers, right? So all these headers will be having the display property as a block, because so this block elements means, so the data or content will be displayed on a new line. Example, so H1 to H6, right? Example elements H1 to H6. Similarly, the second one, inline elements. So in these inline elements, so the data or the content will be displayed on a single line or side by side, right? So the example for this inline elements is anchor tag or span tag. Okay, so there will be different things. So we'll see exactly what will be done if it is a block and if it is an inline. So if you want to change the display, use the property called display colon, give block or inline as a value, right? So let us start. I'll write down the basic tags here, and head, style tag close, and head tag close, and then we have to open the body, right? Now, so inside the body, let us go with the H1 and H2 tags, right? So let us see, the default display value for H1 and H2 are block, because the display will be, the content will be displayed in the new line. So I'll write here first line H1 and H2, second line, right? So first line and second line, and see, I have not given any style, right? So here I'll go with the display.html, and on the desktop you can find the display.html and see the first line and second line. So both have been printed in a new lines. So here we have not given any display property, right? Let us take the anchor tag. So a h reference is equal to, let us take some index.html. I'll write it as index, and in the next line I am writing this another link. So h reference is equal to forms.html, right? So forms. And now you save this one. Here also we have not given any display property for this anchor tag. So by default the anchor tag will be having the default display value as inline. So you can see, if you refresh, see the index link and forms link both comes in a same line. Even though you are writing here in the different lines, here we are getting in a same line. But here in this headings we are writing in the different lines, the display is also in a different line. So h1 to h6 are the example tags which will be having the display value as a block. So if it is a block element, immediately the line, the content will be displayed in the new line, right? So every element in HTML will be having the display value, by default display value. Now let us check. I just want to change the display value of H1 and H2. Let us see. I'll go with the multiple selectors H1, H2, and I'll use here display property as inline. So if I keep this inline, both should be in a same line. You can observe here. Yes. So both the content H1 and H2 both are in a same line because we have changed the display. We have changed the display property to inline. Okay. Then see. Let us take some new lines and I'll explain. So after that, the anchor tag we have taken in the new line. So here by default value of anchor tag is inline. So everything will be displayed in the same line. And now I'll use an anchor tag. Here I'm using the ID selector. So I'll change the display to block. And now you can observe the difference. Both will be displayed in a new lines. See, both will be displayed in new lines. So even though here we are writing this different lines, so by default the display property will be inline, so everything will be in the same line. But whenever I am using the A, we are applying the style for anchor tag as a display is block. So a block display will be applied so that the content will be displayed in a new line. So every element in the HTML will be having its own default display, right? So only two values, inline and block. So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more property in CSS, that is a float property. Float property. So the importance of this float property is to align and wrap text and images, right? Text and images. And the value of this float will be either left or right or none, right? So default the value of float will be none, and if you are giving left, the image or text will be aligned towards a left alignment, and if you are using some right, the image or text will be aligned to the right side. So now we'll take both text and image and we'll apply this float, and you will be watching the difference. What's the difference, right? Now let us open the notepad.
So HTML, I'll write the basic tags here. So head, style, and close the style, and close the head, and open the body, and again close the body. Now let us insert an image first. img src is equal to, so here we are having a logo dot jpg. We'll change the width is equal to some 200 pixels, and 200. Height is equal to 200, and at the bottom I'll write some content. So I'll take some sample text here. So we are having some sample text here. So I'll write this sample text 2 times so that it will be displayed properly. So desktop, I'll save it as float.html, and on the desktop you can find the icon float.html. Yes, so you can observe here the float.html. See what happens here. So the image was displayed here, and from the next line onwards the content is being displayed. So there's a lot of space being wasted, right? This is the space wasted. So in order to avoid this space, we can wrap the image and the text so that the text will be started displaying from this position itself, starting position itself, right? So you can observe here. We'll give the float for image. So I will go with the ID selector, element selector, image, and see here float, and this is the left side. I'll use a left as a float. Now you can observe, see the content is being started from the starting position, right, from the top of the web page, even though the image was displayed on the left side, right? So there will be no wastage of space, and we call it as a wrapping up of text. So the same thing, the same option is available in our Word. So here also you can wrap the text with the image. So I'll show you that. So just insert the image and we'll display, right? See, insert pictures and go to the desktop, and here we are having one image. So let us see this image. Right, and here I just want to write down a different content. So you can observe we can't able to write the content just parallel to the image, right? So here you will be having the wrap, okay, layout options, and if you select this one, see, automatically you can move the image so that no space will be get wasted. In the same way, so these are layout, wrap layout. In the same way, here we are using the float option. For example, once again we'll write down the content. See, yes, you can observe here. And if you change the float as right, the image will be aligned towards the right side. See, and there will be no space, wasted space. Right, so the content will also be starting from starting point of the web page, right? And if the float value is none, so by default the float value is none, so automatically after the element img, then only the content will be displayed. So first the image will be displayed. See, the image is displayed, and after the image, in the next line onwards, the content will be displayed. Right, so 2 elements can't be spanned, right, can't be merged, but here by using the float we can start the content and the image, the data and the image combinedly, and we can remove the spaces, right? So this is the importance of float property in CSS. So I think this property will be very useful and it will be used many ways.
So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more concept in CSS, that is how to create the multiple column layout. So multiple column layout. So for this we are going to use the property called column property, and this column property is used to create the content, to display the content in multiple columns. And the best example to understand this multiple column concept is the newspaper articles displayed on the newspaper. So that will be in terms of columns, different columns. So the first one in this column property, we will go with the column count, and here you need to give the count so that that many columns will be divided, right? The text or the content will be displayed in the given number of columns. If the count is 2, then the content will be displayed in 2 columns. If content is 3, the count is 3, then the content will be displayed in 3 columns. And the second one, column span. So in order to merge the columns, so here the value is all. If you give the column span as all, it will merge it, right? Next, column rule. So rule means which differentiates one column with another column. So the first one is a style. So here the style of a rule can be given as a solid or dashed or dotted. Any one of these 3 should be given to display or to differentiate one column with another column. And similarly, there is one more property, column rule hyphen width. So here you need to give the width, the rule which you have set will be in terms of pixels. And the next one, column rule color. So which color you need to display here, right? So color name you can give here. So these are all the few properties which are used to create the multiple column layout of the content. So now let us open the notepad and write down the code to demonstrate this column property. So HTML head style tag. So where we are going to write down the style sheets, and body tag, right? Now you can observe here. So we'll see. I'll give the division tag, division id is equal to some txt, and I'll close the division tag, and here we need to write down the content. We'll go with the sample text. So in the sample text we are having some content. So I'll copy this content, I'll paste it twice, and now I'll save it as a column.html, and you can observe the icon will be created on the desktop, column.html, and this is the content. So by default it is in a single column, right? Single column. So let us give here hash txt font size with a 40 pixel and font weight with a bold. Now apply. Yes, somewhat readability. Now you can apply the column count. The first one is a column count, and if you give here 2, the complete content will be divided into 2 columns. And if you give here is a 3, the complete content will be displayed in 3 columns. And the readability of this content will be from one column after another. So here you can see web development comes with a huge set of rules and techniques every website developer should know about. If you want a website to look and function as you wish them to, you need to get familiar with web technologies. That means after ending of this column will be started. So the readability will be from one column to another column. And next one, let us take the H1. Let us take the title. So I have taken the title, and you can observe
it was merged. Now you can observe, you can create the column span, right? So H1 column span all. So there you can see column span all means it will merge all the columns. You can observe here the web technology was displayed among two different columns. So that is because of column span. That is because of column span, right? So like this we can create the multiple column layout with a column count. Column span means merging different columns to display the titles, etc., etc. So one more thing, so the next one, column rule. So first one in the rule is the style. The style will be, if it is a solid, you can observe a solid line will be differentiated among the columns. So I will decrease the size. See, so different this one will be applied, okay? And see, this is a solid. So this is a solid, and here you can also specify the width of the column rule. Column rule width. So let us take some 20 pixel. So you can apply here the column width, the rule width. Okay, the rule width. The rule width will be 20 pixel. And also you can give the color of the column rule, right? Column rule color. Let us take it as a green. And you can observe here the green color will be applied. The differentiation will be green color, right? And here there are two more options. One is a solid, another one is a dotted. The rule style will be a dotted. So you can observe the dotted style is applied, and another one is dashed style. See, this is a dashed style. So if you go with the 10 pixels, then yes. So this is a dashed pixel. So like that we can apply the content in a multiple column format, in an article format. Okay, so these are the properties. The column property, one is a column count, column span, column rule style, column rule width, and column rule color. So by using this column property we can display the content in multiple columns, differentiating with column rule style, right? Column span is to merge the columns, different columns. So hope you understood this one. So today's session we will discuss about one more property in cascading style sheets, that is opacity. So opacity means applying the transparency level. So this opacity value will be in between 0.02 1.0. So in between 0 and 1 the opacity value will be there. That means the percentages from 0% to 100%. So here 0.1 gives a 10% opacity, and 0.2 gives a 20% opacity, and like that the 1.0 will give the 100% opacity. And this property can be applied. This property can be applied on every element in HTML, right? Now we'll see the execution. I'll write a small code. Let us take the basic tags. First I'll write the basic tags. So HTML, inside the HTML head, and inside the head we need to write the style, and after the head we need to write down the body. First we'll apply this opacity on the images. So I'll insert one image and I will demonstrate about this opacity. So in order to insert the image, we are having the image tag img src is equal to, and on the desktop already I am having some flowers.jpg file, and I'm just copying the path here
and now I'll save this as opacity.html on desktop. So you can find the icon on desktop, opacity.html. Just click on that. So yes, so we got double quotations wrong. Yes, now you can observe there is a image, and now you can apply some sort of transparency level to this particular image. So for that I'll go with the style tag. Inside the style we need to give the opacity property. Now I want to apply the transparency level for the image which we have inserted in the body tag. So the image tag img, so I am just giving the opacity. I am using some element selector img, so opacity, so 0.1. Let us check how much transparency level it is. So you can see it's around 10% transparency level, very light. And if you change this value to 0.5, you can observe there will be a 50% transparency. So in this way we can apply the transparency level to each and every element in the HTML, not only the images. So also for the text we can apply the opacity. So this is an example for applying the opacity for the images. Now we'll see the text. So I'll use some division tag. I'll use some id is equal to txt. So we can apply all the styles for this txt. So I'll write welcome to web technologies. So closing the division tag, and now I am again taking the id selector. So if you are using some id selector, it should be started with hash symbol, so hash txt, and here I'll give the font size. I'll change the size of the font to some 70 pixel, and let us check before applying the opacity. Yes, and also we can apply the font weight. Font weight, it's a bold, and now you can apply, yes, font weight bold. Now you can apply the opacity for this particular font also. So opacity, and give the font opacity value in between 0.0 to 1.0. I'll give 0.4, and you can observe the difference. So the opacity has been applied to this particular font. That means the transparency level has been applied to this particular font. So we can apply the opacity for the text as well as the image. So let us take one more example. So there is a one more selector called a H over. So we can apply the H over also. So for that I'll insert the image, and I will demonstrate image src. Yes, so I'll take the image element selector. First let us check whether image has been inserted. Yes, image inserted. So opacity is 0.4, right, or 0.3. So you can observe that 30% of the opacity has been applied, right. Now I'll show image colon H over, right, image colon H over. You can observe normally the image will be displayed in its original transparency level, and whenever the mouse has been moved towards the image, then this H over selector will be applied, so that the opacity will be changed to 0.3. Now you can see the mouse pointer is away from the image, so the image was displayed in a proper way, and whenever I am trying to move this mouse towards the image, the opacity level has been changed to 0.3. You can observe I am changing my mouse position. Okay, I am moving the mouse position towards the image, the opacity level has been changed. So this is the property H over selector for opacity, image for image tag. Okay, so you can also apply for the different levels. See, I'll give opacity as 0.3, right. So I'll go with a 0.4, and H over I'll give it as a 1.0. Now you can observe
by default it was with a 40% transparency. Whenever I'm trying to move my mouse pointer towards the image, the opacity level changes to 1.0, that means 100%. So I'm trying to move my mouse towards the image. You can observe the opacity or the transparency level has been changed to 100%, right? So this is the opacity property. And also we can apply the box models, that means you can apply the border and background colors you can apply. So we'll take division id is equal to some demo, and here we can write some text. I'll write web technologies. I'll take a division, and now we'll see the id selector. So hash demo, and give the border with some 3 pixel solid, and you can observe, see this is a thing. And now we can also change the font size. We will increase the font size so that you can observe font size some 40 pixel. And background color, we can apply the background color, so green. You can observe here the background color is green, and border is there. Padding 20 pixel, say 20 pixel padding. And now you can apply the opacity here, so it will change the transparency level, so 0.4 pixel, sorry 0.4 value. So the background color, the green color transparency level has been changed to 40%, right? So in this way we can apply the opacity to change the transparency levels from 0% to 1%, low to high, right? So hope you understood this one. And
so in our today's session, we'll see one more concept in cascading style sheets, that is gradients, applying the gradients in CSS. So first let us know about the gradients. What is meant by this gradient? So gradient means applying multiple colors at a time on the web page. So it will apply multiple colors with a smooth transition, is called gradient. And here we are having around 3 types of gradients. So 3 types of gradients. So first one is a linear gradient. Second one, radial gradient. And the third one, conic gradient. So first, in this session, we will see what is meant by this linear gradient. Actually, linear means a line, okay, straight line. So that can be in a horizontal or a vertical or some diagonal position, right? So we will see that linear gradient right now. So coming to this linear gradient, there are 2 functions to apply the linear gradient. So one is linear hyphen gradient. This is a one function we can apply the gradient, and I will tell you about the parameters then, soon. First let me give the functions. Another one is repeating linear gradient. So both hyphens, we have to differentiate all these words with a hyphen. So these are the 2 functions by which we can apply the gradient filter to our content. So now let us see the syntax of this linear gradient. So linear gradient, and here the first parameter is the direction, so that we can give the direction from which we have to apply the gradient, and here we have to give the color 1 and color 2. And one thing you just remember, so if you want to apply this linear gradient to the content, so there must be at least 2 colors. That means more than 1 color we have to specify. So then only we can justify to this particular name gradient. That means applying multiple colors. Multiple colors means more than 1 color, right? So here minimum we have to give the 2 different colors. And the direction. So here the direction will be to bottom. So color 1, it starts color 1 here. Let it be. If you apply the same linear gradient for the background image, some content, so color 1 will be here. So color 1 and followed by color 2, right? So that will be in this position from top to bottom. And the second one to right, so from this position to this position. Okay, so this is color 1 and color 2. And the next one to bottom right, that means a diagonal position, so in this way. So color 1 and color 2, so this position. So like this we have to give the direction here. Okay, so here it is not restricted to give only 2 colors, we can give a multiple colors. So here you can extend this one with a color 3 and so on. So we can give a multiple colors, n number of colors you can give, right? So by using all these colors, the linear gradient will be applied. And the first parameter will be the direction. One parameter is a direction, right? So from which direction the color combination should be started. And then one more, so hope you understood this one, and by default this way. So if you are not giving any direction, so by default this will go with a top to bottom. This is a default direction, okay? And the second category, that means in second way of giving this linear gradient, instead of giving the direction, you can give the angle, right? So here the angle can be the degrees, in terms of degrees, right? So you can give some 90 DEG. So this is most important. You have to specify with the letters DEG. DEG stands for degree. So here you can give some 90 DEG. That means 90 degrees. Okay. So 90 degrees, the angle, it will start with the color 1, color 2, color 3, or 45 degrees. So from the 45 degrees, the combination will be started, right? So like this, this is a one more way we can apply the gradient by giving the angle, by specifying the angle, right? So don't worry if you are having any doubts after this syntax explanation. I will execute the same thing in the program, in our computer, and I'll show you how the linear gradients will be applied to the content, right? So first let us complete the syntax here, then we'll go to the system. And then the next one is a transparency. We can also give the transparency. For this transparency, we have to use a function called RGB, and here the intensity of red, intensity of blue, RGB, no? So intensity of green and intensity of blue, and transparency. Here the T stands for transparency. T stands for a transparency, which is the value will be in between 0 to 1. Okay, so 0 means full transparency, and 1 for no transparency, right? So by using this one, we can apply the transparency also. So here we need to use the same thing, linear gradient, either angle or direction, and instead of colors, color 1, color 2, color 3, we have to use this RGB function. So the intensity of either red or green or blue will be between 0 to 255. The intensity value will be in between 0 to 255, right? So this is one more way, by using the transparency RGB function instead of using the colors. And the last one which we have seen, that is a repeating, right? So we can repeat the same transparency throughout the content. So here the same thing, a repeating linear gradient, and here you can give the direction or angle, whatever it may be, and color 1, and here color 2 with a percentage, and color 3 with a percentage, and etc. So this is the syntax to apply the repeating linear gradient. So whether it is a linear gradient or repeating linear gradient, this is used to display the multiple colors with a smooth transition, right? So hope you understood the syntaxes, all the syntaxes. Now we'll move on to the system. I'll execute a small code with all these syntaxes. So we'll see applying linear gradient without direction, without angle, with direction, with angle, and also with the transparency, and also we'll see repeating linear gradient function, right? So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the syntax for a linear gradient and a repeating linear gradient. Now we'll see the execution. We'll write a small code and I will show you how the gradients will be applied. So let's go to the notepad and we'll write the basic tags here. So in between the HTML tags we need to write the body, and in the head we have to write the styles and see yes, so style, and again close the style, and after that in the body we have to write down the tags what we want to done, the content. So I'll write here some h1 tag. So h1 id is equal to, I'll go with a gradient id, I'm giving some gradient, and I'll write linear gradient. So just for simple content. So we need to apply the styles for this h1 id. So if you are using the id, we have to start that id with hash symbol. So hash, give the id name, so gradient, whatever the styles we want to apply we have to write down here. So first let me give the height of this h1. So let it be some 300 pixel, and width we can go with the 600 pixel, and see background image, and here in this background image I just want to write down the linear gradient. I have to apply the linear gradient. The first one, direction and colors we have to give. So I don't want to give the direction first, I'll go with the colors. So I'll give some blue color and yellow color, close, and close the braces. Just save this one. I'll save the same thing on desktop with a file name called linear gradient.html. So save this file, and here you can observe the linear gradient. So you can observe here. So the complete blue and yellow, we have given a blue and yellow, right? Blue and yellow. So that's why we got the colors, both the colors with a smooth transitions. So you can observe. So after end of the blue we are getting the yellow, so with a smooth transition, right? Slightly it is, the blue color is fading out and yellow color is fading in, right? So that is the working of this gradient. Okay, so we can give a red and we can observe the difference. See, okay, so here you can give the direction and also you can give multiple values. So I'll give green. See, multiples, yes, we'll give orange, white and green.
So now you can get a for flag color, right, or flag, right? So the same thing, you can give the direction here. So by default, as I have said, that the direction will be from top to bottom, right? So top to bottom means first orange, then white, and then green. You can observe top to bottom we are getting orange, white, and green. And then see here we can write to right. So you can see first orange, white, and green to right, from left to right, and to bottom right, you can see. So this is the bottom right. So first orange, white, and green. So you can get like this. Okay. To left, you can see from this side, left to right. So like that we can. So by default, if you are not giving anything, so by default we'll get top to bottom. So you can increase the width also, as I mean height also. If you go with the 600, you can see, yes. So let's move on with the 500, so there will be no scroll. Yes. Okay, so hope you understood. And see another one, let us take with the one more angle, so which we have done. So I'll change the colors. So we'll go with the red, yellow, and color, I mean direction. So instead of direction I'm giving some angle, so I'll give 45 degrees angle, right? I'm giving only two colors. So only two colors from 45 degrees. This is not from top to bottom or left to right or bottom diagonal. So it is a 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Let us take one more thing. So let it be some 60 degrees, and you can feel the difference. So some sort of 60 degrees will be one color and another color, and we can give this one. Okay, and also you can give a multiple colors here. So you can also apply the green here. So see, we'll get like this, some 60 colors. So you can observe some sort of slant. Okay, so you can go with one more color, let it be blue, and you can observe, see. And let us take with the 45 or 90 degrees means vertical, right? I think it will be the vertical. 90 degrees, see, this is a vertical, and 45 degrees slight slanting will be there. Slight slanting will be there, you can observe. So slight slanting. Okay, so you can observe the color changes, right? So this is a second one, and also the third one, applying the transparencies. So transparency, if it is 0, there will be full transparency, and if it is 1, there will be no transparency. So here, instead of giving this one, I'll change the colors with the RGB function. So RGB function, and I'll go with the 255, which is the intensity of red, and all the remaining I am giving as zeros. That means only red color, and again RGB, and I'll give green. So green means 0, 255, 0, and again RGB blue. So 0, 0, 255. So this is, I am giving only colors. I am not giving any transparencies. Okay, here I am giving only colors. So see, this is a transparency. I mean, there is no transparency here. So the fourth parameter will be the transparency. It will be in between 0 and 1. I'll give all zeros. All zeros means the full transparent. So 0, I mean red color with full transparency, green color with a full transparency, and a blue color with a full transparency. So obviously we'll get a complete transparency, so it will display only white. Okay, so if you go with a slight change, that means a 0.2 transparency, some 5 transparency, and coming to the blue 0.8 transparency, you can observe there will be the shade. See, 0.8 transparency for the blue, and 0.5 transparency for green, and just a 0.2 transparency of red. So you will get like this, and even here also you can give 0.2, so that you can feel the same thing. See, yes, this is one more shade. Okay, but here you can observe everything will be in a horizontal or a vertical. complete horizontal or a vertical. So that's why we call this type of gradients as a linear gradients. Linear gradients. And again, see, you can give the angles or directions here. So to right, and here you can observe. So from left to right, and also here you can give to right bottom. So it will come with a diagonal. See, it will come with a diagonal to bottom this side. Okay, so like that we can give the linear gradient. And also we can also, the next type of function is a repeating linear gradient. So that we'll see repeating linear gradient. So let us take the colors first. So I'll take a red color, and I'll give the green color with a 10%, and I'll give some blue color with a 20%. Okay, so now you can see this is a repeating gradient. First red color and a green color with a 10% and a blue color with a 20%. So we have given it as a repeating, so it will start repeating everything. Okay, it will start repeating with a red color. Okay, red color, it will start repeating with the red color, right? So like this we can apply the gradient, and here also you can give a different directions. So to right bottom, so we'll get a diagonal fashion. See, so you can change it as a yellow, different colors we can give a different colors you can get. Okay, and also you can give here green 10%. We can give a multiple colors. See, you got it with the pink 80%. Okay, so yellow 10%, blue 20%, and pink 80%. Okay, the same thing will be repeated more, right? So like this you can give the repeating linear gradient. We can repeat the gradient, whatever the gradient we are giving. So we can give the percentage of the colors, and you can repeat them. See, you can repeat them. Okay, so this is how we can apply the gradients. So in today's session we'll discuss about one more gradient in cascading style sheets, that is a conic gradient. So in our previous sessions we have discussed about two gradients, that is a linear gradient and a radial gradient. Now we'll go with the conic gradient. So this is also similar to our radial gradient, because the gradient will be applied from the center itself. Okay, so here the gradient is applied with respect to center, and here we are having two functions. One is a conic hyphen gradient followed by the function parameters, color 1, color 2, etc. Because as the name itself indicates, the gradient means we need to give a minimum of 2 colors and a maximum of n colors. And the second function, repeating conic gradient, and here we need to give a color 1 from percentage space to percentage. That means from which percentage to which percentage. Next, similarly, color 2 from percentage and to percentage. So this is a function repeating conic gradient, and this is mandatory. So we need to give both the percentages, or also you can give the angles. Okay, so here mainly the use of giving a conic gradient is to create pie charts. So by adding a small property called border hyphen radius with a 50 pixel. So by adding this property, we can create the conic, pie charts, right? So we'll see one by one. So let us open the notepad. We'll write the code. So I'll write the basic tags here, and inside the HTML we are going to write a head tag, and inside the head we are going to write the style. So where we are going to write the style sheets, right? So here I'll use a style, and in the body tag, so just I'm writing the division for id is equal to some conic, and close the div tag and write down the style for this conic. So hash conic, and give the width and height. Let it be the height is some 400 pixel, and width will be some 600 pixel, right? So let us see. I will save this one. So on desktop we'll save this one. So conic.html. So in desktop you can find the file. See, conic.html. Open that. So we have just created, we have not written anything. So just give the color here. So we can apply the image background image, and here we need to give the gradients like a conic hyphen gradient, and give the colors, minimum of 2 colors. We need to give a minimum of 2 colors. So let it be some green and yellow, right? So now you can observe a gradient will be applied. See, a gradient will be applied with a given height. Gradient will be applied for given height, 400 pixel height and 600 pixel width. And you can observe that from the center, from this position, it will start transition, right? And also multiple colors. You can give a multiple colors, minimum of 2 colors, right? So I'll give a multiple colors: yellow, black, white, pink, orange, blue, brown, right? Let us check. See, so these are the colors we have given. We have started with green and ends with brown. The same happens, green and it ends with brown. And you can observe here the gradients will be applied equally for each and every color. The equal intensity will be there. Okay, and this is one thing. And one more thing, we can also give percentage. Okay, so we can change this starting position. Okay, see, green and yellow and red. Okay, I am giving only 3 colors now. You can observe these are the 3 colors, and one more color will give some white or black. Let us take a black color. So you can see the 4 colors here. Okay, and this is a starting position, and you can observe here. So if you want to change this starting position, give here. So from, give the angle. So from angle, what is the angle? Let us take some 45 degrees. So here the angle should be represented with DEG. Okay, I just want to give 45 DEG. DEG stands for degree. So from is from where it have to be start. So you can see, let us consider this as a 0. So from here the 45 degrees. So from there the starting position will be changed. You can observe here, from this position it has been changed. Okay, or 90 degrees. See, this is a 90 degrees. Okay, and you can also change the position of the center, right? So add, give the x-axis percentage and y-axis percentage. I'll give some 30% on x-axis and 50% of y-axis. See, the center position has been changed. So 30, 50. So 30 from x-axis, 50% from y-axis. I'll give 10. So you can observe it comes around here. This is a 10%, 30, 10. So this is the center position. Okay. So these are the two different options we can give in the conic gradient. That is a from angle we can change the starting position and we can change the center. Okay. So let us avoid this one. Now let us see. Yes. Now how to create the pie chart. So just now we have seen how to create a pie chart means just by adding the property called border hyphen radius with a 50% will create a pie chart. Now you can observe it creates a pie chart. So let us reduce the size. So we'll say see 300 and again height 300. So you can observe. So this is a pie chart. And you can observe the transition starts with the green and ends with black. And you can also give the ending transition. Okay, this is the smooth transition. So if you want to give exact transition, so you can observe. So the green has been slowly converted to yellow and yellow is slowly converted to red and red is slowly converted to black. But if you want to get an exact color, give the percentage up to which the green should be applied. So first color will always start from 0 and if you give here 20%, so 0 to 20% will be represented as a green, right? 20% the green will be there and again from 20% 40% yellow will be there. You can see exact value will get, see exact value we are getting, and red from the 40% up to 60% it will be yellow, again exact value, and again the black from 60% to 80%. You can observe here 60 to 80 it will be black. So the last color you need not give the ending one. So from the 60% everything will becomes the last color. Okay, so you need not give the ending color. So this is a from and to. For the first color you need not give the starting position. Okay, if you give the starting position you can observe here, see 10% to 20%, still it will be there. Okay, and see up to green 10-20%, from 20% to 40% we are given yellow, but if you give here 30, what happens? Let us check. See, from 20% to 30% there is a transition, slowly the green will be converted to yellow. Okay, if you are not if you are using the exact value, that means exact percentage, then the straight line will be there, the exact difference will be finding out. Okay, it will be visible. Okay, so if you want to get a smooth transitions, just give the percentages, don't give the starting percentage. Okay, just give the percentages, so you will get the smooth transitions. And here also you can remove from 60%, so you will get a smooth transitions, right? So this is a conic gradient function. So we are having a different parameters. We can change the starting position, we can change the center position also. Now we'll see the next function called repeating conic gradient. Repeating conic gradient. See here, I'll replace this one. Repeating conic gradient, and here we are supposed to give a confirm, we have to give the starting angle and ending angle. So I'll give a starting angle 0, 10 and 20% is the end angle, and red with 20% and 30%, and you can observe the design, you will get the repetition, right? So you'll get it will be starting from a green 10% to 20% and red 20% to 30%. And if you go with a one more, see, I'll give 0 to 20. Okay, 0 to 20. You can observe here. Okay, green 0 to 20, repeating gradient, and again 20 to 30. Okay, so let us take one more, 0 to 10%. So this is a 0 to 10%, and this is also will be a equal gradient. Okay, equally distributed. Okay, so again, once again, you can use here. So blue 40% to 50%. So you'll get a different colors, right? So here let us take here 10% to 30. So you'll get exact positions. Here 30 to 50. You'll get an exact positions. So let us take 30 to 40. So 10 difference, with a 10 difference, you can observe 0 to 10 green and 10 to 30. So here again 20 difference is there. So the portion of red is more. Now you can see the exact differences. So 20 to 30. So the green 0 to 10%, red from 10% to 20%, blue from 20% to 30%. You can observe here smooth transitions. And again, you can go with a one more color. So with the 30% and 40%. See. So this will be happens. It will start from green, red, blue, yellow. So it will be equally distributed. So that's why we are getting an uneven images. So you can go with a one more image, one more color. Let us take some black color with a 40% and 50%. So 10 difference. I am giving a small 10 difference. You can observe. So green, red, blue, yellow, black. Again, you can go with the orange. So you can give a more number of colors, no problem. But minimum of 2 colors must be there for the gradient. Right? See. Right? So this is how we can apply the repeating conic gradients. And one thing you have to remember, for this repeating conic gradient, we have to give the from percentage and to percentage. From percent and 2%. 2% means from which percent to which percent the color should be applied. So this is from 0 to 10%, it should be applied 10%. From 10% to 20%, it should be applied some red color. From 20% to 30%, it should be applied blue. And from 30% to 40% yellow. So in the same way, the colors has been applied. Right? Hope you understood? Yes. So let us give only 2 colors with a small pixel so that you will be finding a more number of repetitions here. More number of repetitions. So let us remove all these things. We'll remove all these things. So I'll use some black from 0% to 10%, sorry, 2%, and white from 2% to 4%. Let us see the black and white wheel. So you can observe here. The black intensity is only 2% and white intensity is 2%. So we are getting repeating conic gradient. So the same gradient will be repeated equally. Right? So hope you understood this one. So this is the main use of using this conic gradient is to display the pie charts. To display the pie charts.
So in today's session, we'll discuss about one more gradient in CSS, that is a radial gradient. So radial gradient. So in our previous session, we have discussed about this gradients introduction. So gradient means applying multiple colors with a smooth transitions. So in that we have seen the three categories. One is a linear, radial and conic. So in our previous session we have discussed about the linear gradients, and also we have seen two different functions in the linear gradients, that is a linear gradient function and repeating linear gradient function. So in this session we'll go with the radial gradient. So here this radial gradient will apply gradients with respect to center. So from center itself it will apply the gradients, right? So that we call it as a radial gradients. And the functions are radial hyphen gradient, and the first one is a shape, and the next parameter will be color 1, color 2, etc. So whatever the gradient we want to apply, either a conic or radial or linear, so we have to specify minimum of 2 colors and a maximum of n number of colors, right? So minimum we need 2 colors to represent a gradient, because the gradient itself means representing or displaying multiple colors with a smooth transitions, right? So one more function there is, here in this shape will be holding 2 values. One is ellipse, another one is a circle. So if you use the ellipse, the gradient will be applied in an ellipse format, and if you give the circle, the gradient will be applied in a circular format, right? So ellipse means in this way. So there are 2 different radius, so x radius and y radius, and circle means we will be having only single radius, so that is a circle, right? So these are the 2 different shapes we can apply for the gradient. And the second function, as usual, which is a repeating radial gradient. So for this function we need to give color 1 with a percentage, color 2 with a percentage, etc. So we need to give how much percentage the gradient, the color should be applied for the gradient, right? So these are the 2 functions, and now we'll move on to the system, and I'll execute these 2 functions, and I will demonstrate how these gradients will be applied by applying this, by using this radial gradient function and repeating radial gradient function, right? So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the syntax for applying the radial gradients. So now we'll see by executing the program. So first let us open the notepad and let us write the basic tags. So HTML and inside the head, inside the HTML we need to write the head, and inside the head we need to write the style tag. So inside the style tag we are going to use the styles. Okay, we need to write the gradients, and then body, inside the body we have to display the thing. Just wait. So I'll use some P radial gradient, right? So paragraph tag, I'm using some paragraph tag, and here I'll give id is equal to rad. Okay, so based upon the id we need to apply the styles. So hash, because here we have given rad as id, so the id should be represented by using a hash. So hash rad and open brace. So give the background image or background color column, and give the function radial gradient. And first of all let us not give the shape. I'll give blue yellow, right? I'm giving only blue and yellow. So close. Let us check. I'll save this one with a name radial
gradient.html. so in the desktop you can find the file, so just double click on this one. So it was not applied. Okay, just give here the height and width. Let us give the height and width. Height some 400 pixel, weight width some 300 pixel, and let us execute. I think okay, just a second. Image, because these gradients are colors, so we need to give the image. Yes, you can observe here. So radial gradient, and we'll take the height and width. Width as some 600, and here you can observe it's a circular. We'll change the colors, so blue, and let us take a green color. See, so this is a, by default it's an ellipse. Okay, you can observe here the R radius, x radius and y radius will be different, and I'll show you the circle also. Okay, so the first one will be the shape, so by default it will be the ellipse. If I want to give the circle, first mention the circle, so now you can find the difference. So this is a circular. Okay, let us check. The color combinations are most important to understand this one. Yes, you can observe here. So this is the circle, and you can observe the ellipse. You can feel the difference of circle and ellipse. See, this is the ellipse. You can observe, and also you can give one more one, but here the distribution will be equal distribution. Okay, here the distribution of colors will be equally distributed. See, equally distributed, and here you can also give the percentage. Yellow with 5%. So whatever the color we are giving first, that will be comes from the center itself, right? So 5, and green with 10%, and blue with 20%. Let us check. See, you can observe. So we have given yellow with 5%. From the center it is a 5%, and green with a 10%. Only 10% of the green. Let us take this one as a 50%. So now you can feel the difference. So 50% will be the green, and remaining will be the blue. Okay, so like this you can also give the percentage, right? And see, not only the thing, we can also give a more number of colors. So yellow, green, blue, red, pink, white, black, orange, brown, right? So now you can see different colors we have given. So you can see the image, all the colors will be equally distributed. Okay, so this is how we can create the gradients, radial gradients, right? So minimum you have to give it 2 colors, otherwise the gradient will not be appear. So minimum 2 colors, and the maximum you can give any n number of colors. Okay, so let us take 3 colors now. Let us take the 3 colors now, and see, we'll go with a repeating radial gradient, and give the, see, you can observe here there is no difference. I'll give the percentages. So I'll go with a yellow with a 5%, green with a 5%, sorry, and blue with a 5%. Now you can see only 5% of the portion will be given colors, and it will be get repeated. So once, just a second. Repeating radial gradient, and let us check.
green with 5 percentage and blue with 5 percentage. Yes, you got this, right? So the same thing will be repeated until the given width and height. See, 1% of yellow, green 5% and blue 5%. So we'll start with yellow and we can give the percentage of green and blue. So let us give this one 25% and this is a 25% and we'll check. Okay, so the starting color should be 100%, so yellow, and the second one you can give the second and third colors with a different percentage, right? So hope you understood this one. Okay, so if you go with the 2% of green and 2% of blue, a lot of spirals will be there. See, right? So like this we can apply the gradient, and this is a repeating radial gradient. Alright, so hope you understood this one, and if you are having any doubts regarding this one, feel free to post your doubts in the comment section. Definitely I will try to clarify all your doubts. And if you really enjoyed my session, like my session, share my session with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Thanks for watching. Thank you very much.